And yeah, this is Exit Fate, so I'll just start this run. So yeah, this is Exit Fate. It's a free RPG Maker game made by this guy named SCF. It's released in 2009, and it's basically it's a love letter to Suikoden series in a way. It's a game that is like heavily inspired by Suikoden, and it's a free game, so it uses like quite a lot of copyrighted assets. Basically, the character graphics are all original, but the tile sets, as you see here, it's almost all of it is from almost all of it is from Suikoden 2. And for example, you got to see here coming up soon. So this, if you played Suikoden 2, you would have known the tile sets are from El Renoil, which is the last dungeon of Suikoden 2. So yeah, this is definitely the fact that this is from the final dungeon is not foreshadowing anything, definitely. But anyway, yeah, back to the main topic. So yeah, again. So as you see here, the character graphics, that's original. And the art style is probably not something you will be expecting for like a JRPG style game. So yeah, so I know quite a lot of people actually feels the art character portraits art style to be a bit weird, which I kind of agree with. But anyway, this game is awesome. If you like Suikoden, you'll like this game, definitely. So yeah, this is the start of the intro of the story. Now, I'm using the Linux version of this game, so the font unfortunately doesn't really fit with this with the original Windows version. Like some of the places here, like this intro, for example, like you see the letters are kind of jumbled up. A bit unfortunate. But anyway, yeah, so this is the intro of Exit Fate. It features two countries that are often fight each other throughout multiple centuries. And our main character is from the Kiergaard Kingdom, one side of the conflict, and Kiergaard and the other side, State Union of Zalmony, they often fight each other over like a territory named Helman Island, which have been changing ownership over and over throughout multiple centuries. And yeah, so this is the start. Xenogears. Okay, so yeah, Bastin, this song is from Xenogears earlier. Yeah. So yeah, the soundtrack of this game is also featured from a couple different games like Suikoden, Xenogears, Chrono Cross or Trigger, Final Fantasy, Wild Arms. And yeah, so here we saw the main character, Sephiroth. And Sephiroth is having some sort of like a scary dream. And his name is Daniel Finyard. So this is Daniel Finyard. He's having some kind of scary dream that he has been having over and over throughout his life. And the start of the story, the character itself, is kind of different than the typical JRPG main character. So Daniel Finyard here is a experienced colonel of the Kiergaard army. And yeah. So yeah, 20k MR. Yep, I'm from Indonesia. And onward. So yeah, this run will end at the final story dungeon, but yeah, we are also going to be the shadow bosses. And yeah, so this is the start of the story where we are going to meet a couple of the characters in the Kiergaard side. The first character is Angel, which is like the Daniel's old friend, and she's also a fellow colonel in the Kiergaard Kingdom. And eventually we'll be meeting more and more characters. So chat, I have a game. If you guys never played this game, guess which character will be the good guys, guess which one will be the evil guys, guess which one will betray you, and guess which one will you fight as a boss, and guess which characters will actually die. And yeah, so this is the second character introduced, Bruce. He's another colonel, and he had some conflicts with Daniel in the past, some arguments and some bad history together. And we meet here the General Kaiser. So General Kaiser is like one of the 4 generals in this kingdom. He's known as a very genius strategist, and we are going to see him featured quite a lot eventually in the storyline. Why does the main guy look like a bad guy? Yeah, he's drawn like Sephiroth. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. Probably not, because this the developer of this game is also inspired a lot by Final Fantasy in general. And we meet another general, Leonius. So the story of this game is that our childhood friend named Jovian is about to be promoted to a general. And Leonius feels like Jovian isn't ready yet and all that, so it kind of shows like a sign of a conflict eventually between different characters. And here we meet our... so in here we meet another childhood friend, Jovian. He's very close friends with Angel and Daniel since a long time ago, and he has just now been promoted to a general. And also, so Jovian and another general, Ander, have announced that within 4 weeks we are going to start a war with the enemy country, the State Union of Zalmoni. And so preparation gonna be coming up soon. But before that, our character is going to have a picnic and a bit of vacation just before things got intense. Kontichi, you're about to see what's going to happen soon. And so here we have all the three childhood friends talking about this war. So Daniel himself is actually, he doesn't really agree in conducting this war. He thinks that attacking another country is wrong. But whatever the case, that's how the country goes, and since he's part of the army, he has to join. And Jovian thinks that both this country and the enemy country need to be unified by violence, because that's the only way of it. So yeah, this kind of draws a parallel between Rio and Joey, where Joey thinks Highland needs to unify with Dunan through force, and I'm sure that's definitely just a coincidence. But anyway, so we get to the first dungeon here. So they found a cave, and turns out there are bandits hiding in the cave. So they get curious and they check to see what's inside the cave. And so this is our first dungeon. It's an intro tutorial dungeon of this game, and the enemies are simple because this is just the start. And now we get to the first fight. So it's a very hard fight. What we do for this fight is just keep mashing attack over and over. Because this is just a start, and there's nothing really we could do, because this is all we could do for now. Pretty soon though, things will the fights will be a lot different. Like every different boss will have like their own unique strategies and all, because there's a lot to this game. Now the dungeon system, I heard some people comparing it to Wild Arms. I never played Wild Arms myself, but yeah. So you see there that bribe encounter just now. So when an enemy about to pop up, you got a warning, and if you want to bribe it, you could just bribe it, and if you have the money for it. So the random encounter system here actually I actually like it a lot, because unlike other RPGs where if you get encounter, you have to waste a lot of time trying to run away and such. In this one, you could just bribe them without losing any time, and you also get to see what the encounter is. So every encounter will have a different bribe amount. And for some dungeons later on, you want to do specific encounters, and you will be able to see what encounter you got. And hang on. Remove all equipments. White ash, silver dust, brown herb. Be safe. And we got to do our first boss fight. So we get to the end of the dungeon, and we meet the bandit boss. After bribing through multiple bandits to the way. Yep, so first fight. So Angel have a special ability called Column Strike that allows her to attack a column at once. And that is useful to... Oof, it's scary. That is useful to attack that one bandit behind the boss. Because that's the only way to reach him other than using his... So Daniel have the MP to use Spark. Now Spark is a magic spell that attacks everything, and I need to kill Daniel. So okay, and now Daniel is free to use the White Ash, a magic item that allows you to cast a spell without any MP. It's I need to heal. Also, Angel is Column Strike to kill the bandit in the back. Ooh. Okay, you heal Angel. And okay, now that I should have Column Strike with Angel so that the bandit in the back dies. That's a mistake. Okay, there you go. Finally, I made a mistake. Actually, let Daniel man Jovian. Jovian deals a lot of damage. Anyway, so I've used all the spells now. Since this is just the start of the game, once I've used up everything, then there's not much I could do other than just keep attacking. Also, Daniel dies, and that actually buffs your other characters, because the other characters have a relation to Daniel. So that's one of the mechanics in this game, and we win. Vicky, there's a Vicky-like character eventually. Like we'll get him around 3.5 hours through the game. So yeah, there will be something similar to Fiki in this game. Anyway, yeah, so that's the first boss fight. It's still pretty straightforward because this is as a start. There's not a lot of stuff you could do. And now, time for a bunch of cutscenes. So we get a time skip of like about 4 weeks, and the war against the enemy country called Zalmoni is about to start. So Daniel still insists that he doesn't really agree with the fact that there's a war. He still want to try to convince others to stop invading Zalmoni once they've captured Helman Island. But the other people in Kiergard are very pro-war. They really want to invade Zalmoni once and for all. And yeah, whatever the case, story, whatever. A bunch of dialogues between the characters. So yeah, for this run, I'm announcing a giveaway. I will give away free copies of Exit Fate. All you have to do is to type in Twitch chat !Exit Fate, and you'll get a free copy of Exit Fate. Hey, there you go. So yeah, click the link below there and you'll get your free copy of Exit Fate. Anyway, also I have to mention, so this category is called a Shadow Boss. So Shadow Boss is like the post-game boss of this game. And we will unlock these Shadow Bosses after we recruit all characters. So yeah, this game have like 75 different recruitable characters, just like how Suikothon have 108. And after we recruit all of them, we could unlock like the super secret bosses at the end. And I will beat out all of them throughout this run. So yeah, again, so this is an FTV. Anyway, coming up soon is the War Battle system. So the War Battle is kind of like Suikoden 2, but there's a lot more. Like, it's actually, I think personally, it's a lot more interesting than Suikoden 2 because there's a lot of more decision making that you could do here. But anyway, one thing about the War Battle though, it's super glitched. There's a glitch that is easy to do that allows you to. There's a glitch that allows you to move infinite amount of times. So that makes all the war battles here super easy, where all you do is just use the glitch to kill the commander unit straight away. And you could do the war battles very quickly. So Daniel here, I moved him twice in the same turn. Which is not supposed to be able to be done, but because I have the glitch, so I'll just do that. Now, Onwet, I need to thank you, man, for that. It makes the run a lot easier. But the first battle is still really easy though, even without the glitch, because the first battle is just kind of meant as a tutorial. And yeah, it's still very simple, but eventually the battles later on, it could be really challenging. In a fun way, like there's a lot of strategies you could try to do in this war battle. And yeah. And without the glitch, like some battles would be quite a lot harder for sure. Anyway, and in the end, you get a rating based on how you are doing, how many animals you kill, and how fast it is, and such. So yeah, so back to the story. The Kiergard army managed to win the first battle in Helman Island, and they are ready to continue the invasion tomorrow. And they are expecting tougher battle because the opponent will start preparing for the battle. But anyway, all of a sudden, in the middle of this night, there's a surprise attack on Daniel's own army. So yeah, Jovian and Angel ran away to gather their own armies, and Daniel came back to his camp trying to solve the issue. But all of a sudden, Daniel got blacked out, and he woke up in an inn somewhere else in the island, with no memories on what happened after that surprise attack. So this is the elven village called Alfheim. We are greeted by this elf kid named Fitch. Now, Fitch's artwork is, let's just say, interesting. There's a lot of dramatic reaction to Fitch's artwork. The last time I showed this on last year's Suikothon. But anyway, so yeah, so this is the elven village where Daniel somehow got stranded on. He has no memory of what's going on after that surprise attack. And he meets the elder trying to see what's going on. And so yeah, Daniel describes what happened. So there's suddenly a surprise attack. Daniel tried to resolve the issue. All of a sudden he blacked out. He wake up here. And Fitch said he found him stranded in the middle of the forest. And Daniel's going to try to go back to his own army, trying to see what's going on. And there's one thing. So one thing I'll often do when I get a new character is to remove their equipments. Cause this game I will need a lot of money to buy the items I need. And removing their equipments is a easy way to get a lot of money. And I want to buy magic spells as well for later. There you go, 3 splash, I'll use that for later, like second boss fight later quite a lot. So again, for encounters, I'll usually skip almost all of them. And back to the story, so we got back to our camp, but now our own army suddenly feels very hostile to us and they accuse us of being a traitor. So they want to arrest us and Daniel refused to be arrested without explanation. So we got into another fight. This is still a simple fight. This is not really a boss fight, they're just regular enemies. So I'll just attack twice on each shoulder, and then on the third turn Fitch have enough MP to use Spark that will kill them. Nice. That's actually good. Fitch has a 66% hit rate on that enemy. And it was pretty lucky that I actually hit both of them without missing. So yeah, back to the town. So Daniel got surprised that his own soldiers are calling him a traitor, and he got confused. Bunch of storyline of dialogue, blah blah blah, etc. And now, another suggestion that came up is to check the capital of this island called Harlington. So Harlington is still in control of Zelmony, so it's technically an enemy territory for Daniel. And yeah, he has to be careful when walking around the town. But yeah, so what Daniel is trying to actually find out what's going on his own army. And this is the Muse City. I mean, it's Harlington. So yeah, this again, the tile set of this game is mostly coming from Suikothon 2, and even the town layout, sometimes the SCF purposely made it so that it looks kind of similar to Suikothon 2. Although the music I think is from a Final Fantasy game, not sure which one. But yeah, so Daniel tried to talk to an army officer, and he was asking about the surprise attack on the Kierkegaard camp. But the army officer have no idea about it. So it only leads to more questions for Daniel. Oops, hit a wall. As Daniel is going out of the town, suddenly Kierkegaard army is attacking the city. And so Daniel is trapped in the city. He can't get out because the soldiers actually locked down the city now, as they are going to be under siege. So you have to find a way out. And yeah, so we go to another dungeon here, where we climb out of this wall and go to the forest, and yeah, we have to walk out of the forest. The forest is a straightforward dungeon. You have encounter against Kierkegaard soldiers, and there's no boss fight in this one, so we're just going to bribe everything. And there's a treasure chest I want to take here. So yeah, again, for almost all of the dungeons in this game, we're just going to bribe every encounters, cause if we don't fight, that's faster. Although there's like a few times that we will have to actually fight a bit of encounter just to level up. Cause some of the bosses in this game are really hard, and if you don't prepare, so you have to do a bit of leveling up to actually win, to be able to win it. Still a while though until we'll let's go to a dungeon where we need to do an encounter. So, yeah. Another bribe. The bribes in this at the start is still very cheap, so it doesn't really matter whether you bribe or not. And as usual, we talk to an innkeeper to progress through the storyline, just like any other RPG. So now that the Kierguard are starting to taking over the island, the Elf Elder have no choice but to kick out Daniel of this village, and Daniel understands straight away that the Elf doesn't want to get involved in the war. So Daniel have to run away from the island. And an Elven scholar here by the name of Liusaf decides to accompany us. Because apparently he found us interesting. Without explaining why it is. For now. So Liusaf will be the mage of this party. And yeah, we'll use him quite a lot in the first half of the game, because in the first half of the game, we don't have that much mages available. And yeah, Liusaf is a decent mage. And yeah, we'll need mages throughout this game. I don't know. I just pronounce it the way I think it is. I don't even know if my pronunciation is correct. So anyone in chat have any suggestion on how Liusaf is actually pronounced? If anyone in the chat actually knows. Anyway, so this is a Bayside town, port town in the Helman Island. It's the town that you go to if you want to go to the mainland of Zelmoni. It's not Tactics. This game doesn't have Tactics Ogre. It does have a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics music. So yeah, you're probably mixing it up with Final Fantasy Tactics. So we meet this sailor named Sally, and she will help us going to the mainland Zelmoni for a price of 60 arns. She have a character portrait, so obviously that will mean that she'll be a recruitable character, just like how Suikothon normally works. There's also a dog with a character portrait here. We will recruit him way later in the game. Because this is category, it's called Shadow Boss. The Shadow Boss are the post-game bosses that we will unlock after recruiting all characters in the game. And yeah, there'll be a lot of recruiting later on through the game, but although for the first few hours of the game, there's not so much recruiting going on yet. Oh yeah, Davi, so yeah, this game, again, so this Exit Fate is a game, it's a free RPG game, RPG Maker game. The character portraits and the sprites are all original, but the tile sets, it's taken from Suikoden 2. So yeah, you're going to see some similar, familiar places here. So like this looks like the port town tile set in Suikoden 2, which is used multiple times, I think. It's basically a rep. So yeah, this town will look like Radat. Yeah, because so this game is it's a free game, so it's not meant to be commercial, and it's a fan-made game. It's meant to be just like a love letter to Suikoden in general, and some other classic RPGs. Yep, it's free. You can win a free copy of Exit Fate by typing Exit Fate on Google and find the top link on that search. Anyway, so back to the story. So a Kierguard soldier here came in suddenly, finding Daniel, and at first Daniel was shocked that the Kierguard soldier is trying to catch him, but actually it's different. So this is Ayaya. Ayaya is the one of the soldiers in our own army, and she came all the way here trying to find Daniel because she is suspicious of this whole Daniel being called a traitor thing. And so Ayara. So Ayara, she tells the backstory of this, of why Daniel is called a traitor, where apparently a bunch of Kierguard soldiers that night ambushed and killed a bunch of fellow Kierguard soldiers. And when these traitors are captured, they accuse Daniel of organizing this surprise attack. So yeah, Daniel is being branded as a traitor as a result. And so here's the Kierguard generals discussing what's going on with Daniel and how they are very surprised that Daniel ends up betraying the whole country. And the game is trying to give us an impression that Jovian, our friend, is the one who's actually behind this, because out of difference of opinions, Daniel thinks that Jovian purposely set him up so that he could keep Daniel away from the picture, and there's nobody protesting Jovian's decision once the war started. So yeah, the story here is kind of like it's kind of similar to how Suikoden 2 starts, where there's Rio and Joey, where the Joey is actually, it's kind of similar but not exactly the same as well, where Joey is the one who's being evil, who's trying to set up his friend. Although it's Daniel, actually it's kind of similar, you know? Like yeah, it's just like how like Route trying to set up Rio and Joey of being a traitor. Now Daniel is being set up as a traitor and have to leave his home country. And so in the next morning, Daniel makes a decision where he will join the Zelmoni army instead to fight Kierguard. Because whatever the case, Daniel is still disagree about the fact that Kierguard is taking Zelmoni, and he thought the best thing he could do is to actually help Zelmoni by joining them. Also, before we continue the story, I'm going to do one recruiting event here. So we go to this house, and there is a cat. Meow. So we have to find that cat multiple times throughout this game, and on the final meeting, we'll finally be able to recruit him. That's the first encounter, and there's total of like I think 5 times we have to meet it. We have to meet them. The cat is actually have a very interesting stat growth. Like he could have potentially have a very high damage when it's built properly. Although we don't really use him in the speedrun. So back to the story. So we go to the capital of the state. So Zelmoni is a country with multiple states. This is one of the states called Mayfall, and we are in the capital of Mayfall. So we talk to the lieutenant here, and when we are trying to enroll to the army, he got very confused when he heard that we are a colonel of the enemy country. So this is Merrick, the colonel of this Mayfall army, and he have a character portrait. So again, just like how Suikoden games goes, the one with character portraits will be either important or will be recruitable. Well, for this time, it isn't clear yet whether he will be an ally or enemy for now. Cause yeah. So alright, chat, guess whether he will be a recruitable character or whether he will be an enemy. So Merrick told us to just go to another state, the Matrix state, which is like the capital of the whole country, of the whole Zemoni country. And he gave us he ordered a scout named Cole to join us, to escort us. So yeah, we got another party member named Cole. And oh, there's one thing I forgot to do. Hang on. One thing I forgot to do earlier. So when going to this, I want to take a treasure chest as well. There's a treasure chest in this corner that have a very expensive item for the start of this game, and it's very useful. This is a stone amulet. It gives +1 MP regeneration. And MP regeneration in this game is a very important stats, especially early on when you don't have a lot yet. And we go to another town. So this town is like at the border between Mayfall and Zelmoni State. We have to go pass through a forest, which means we have to go pass through another dungeon to go to the other city. And we meet Cole's childhood friend, Joe. And Joe's face is definitely not suspicious at all. He's definitely a friendly character. And yeah, there are rumors that there are mist monster inside the forest. Just like how in Suikothon 2, where the first boss we fight is mist monster. Yeah, we are also going to fight a mist monster early on in this game. Anyway, so Joe's pickpocketed our wallet, and so we have to get it back. Just like how Chaco pickpocketed us in Two River and Suikoden 2. We have to chase through Joe. Now the first chase, there's a bit of trick here, if you could call it a trick, where you could just go around the bottom instead of going around the top. It's a bit faster. Joe Mama, onward. And yeah, just like how Chaco in Suikoden 2, we can't keep him up, keep up from chasing him, so yeah, we have to keep. And so Ayara suggested an idea where we could surround him in 2 different directions. And Ayara's ideas work, so yeah, so Joe is captured. So Joe, again, he has a character portrait, so obviously he will be recruitable eventually. Well, actually, that might be a spoiler, because at this point it might still not be clear whether he will be a friend or an enemy, but yeah, Joe is like one of the early recruits we will get. He will recruit him in like, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes? No, actually, yeah, 15 minutes maybe. So yeah, and Chaos, so yeah, this game features RP music from like several different classic RPGs. One of them is Final Fantasy IX. Anyway, so yeah, another dungeon here. We have to go through this forest to go to the other town. And again, so we got hinted of the existence of a mist monster inside this forest. So that's a clue that we will have a boss fight coming up soon. And again, yeah, if you've played Suikoden 2, you'll probably notice that Mist Monster is like a very obvious reference to the Mist Monster in Suikoden 2. Like one of the boss fights that we were fighting in that game, and so does this game as well. We will actually use the steal skill from Joe onward, as we will steal from one of the early bosses, and we will steal again for a. There's an item for one of the recruits named Mist. Like, if you remember, is the recruit where you have to grab a bunch of items, and one of them requires stealing. And so we will use Joe for that. Actually, Beyond Within, sorry to disappoint you, but Ayara is kind of sucks in terms of stats at least. Like, I will end up using her several times just because she's like one of the main story characters, so she will be put in the party quite a lot. But her stat is kind of mediocre. Like, she have a good physical attack, but she have a low accuracy and low speed. She's a good tank in the front, but it's hard to build up her physical attack because she have a low accuracy, and which is why I won't end up using her that much. So which one has the better smile? Ayara or Ayaya? Come on chat, post Ayara or Ayaya. Pick one. Oh, I have to... Heart, this is Stone Amulet. Brown Herb, Energy Drink. Mission. And again, as just now earlier, I unequipped like 3 of my new characters, because selling a character's equipment is a really easy way to get money in this game. Because otherwise, without it, I'll have to grind a lot to get the same amount of money. Huge smile, sure. Okay, so Mist Monster here. Earlier he uses an ability called Enfeeble. It reduces the physical attack of a character, but fortunately he used it on Illusive, our mage. so that Enfeeble doesn't really do anything because we won't bother using physical attack with him. So Liu Saf deals a lot of. So Liu Saf is a water elemental mage, and I think better heal. Liu Saf is a water elemental mage, and the enemy miss monster here is a lightning elemental. Water and elemental is the opposite of each other. So water elemental spells deal. Hang on, I need energy drink. Water elemental spells will deal more damage compared to usual against a lightning element monster. And a lightning spells will also deal more damage to a water element. So yeah, they are opposite of each other. They will deal more damage to each other, and which is why Liu Saf is really important in this. Let me heal Liu Saf. Liu Saf is very important in this fight because he'll be casting a bunch of water spells that deal a lot of damage. The last splash should be there. We go. So the battle, hang on. Yeah, the battle graphics are all original. I think, like including the background. Yeah, pretty sure it's all original artworks. It's probably not as polished if you compare it into like an actual commercial game because, well, again, so this is a free RPG Maker game. It's only made by one guy. One guy literally made all of this. A game that is like that could give like a 40-hour of playthrough with like a long story, 75 characters and all that, like bunch of stuff basically. Like this game is a lot of effort from just one guy, and it's free as well. So if you want to play it, you could type !exit fate, and there's a bit of links there that will show you what the game is about, or you could just Google it and find the link that you could easily find. Anyway, back to the story. So we get to the capital of this country called Matrak. And as usual, to progress to the story, we have to go to the inn and rest. This is the only moment in this game where I have to pick the second dialogue choice, so I have to be careful here. So I have to select the second dialogue choice to actually rest. Otherwise, I will still have to like walk around the town and all that. A bunch of story coming up. There's not a lot of action coming up soon. Like it's mostly storyline now. Yeah, again, if you want to have an easy link to find, type !exit fate, and yeah, I've already prepared like a bit of easy links for you to look at. So here we go. Daniel is retelling the story of what's going on with him recently. Makes you uncomfortable. It's basically Daniel basically is like a Sephiroth, but Sephiroth as a regular human instead of like some kind of well, actually I don't even know what Final Fantasy VII story is. I never actually played it yet, but yeah, the character artworks, it's all original, and I know the art style is not the kind of art style that you usually see in JRPG, so a lot of people actually do find it weird, justifiably. Michael Jackson said. Oh, forgot. I have to talk to people here. So we talked to Yusuf and Ayara. There's a bunch of backstory put up. So Cole is retelling the story of how the leader of Zelmoni, Chancellor Ryan, used to be just an army captain, and yeah, he's like very contributed to the Union of Zelmoni and all that, and don't even have enough time to actually tell all of that, and I don't think it's really relevant anyway. But anyway, so yeah, we are going to meet the leader of this country called the Chancellor Ryan, and besides him there is Captain Erin. Captain Erin is like the leader, basically the main leader of this military in Zelmoni, and yeah, we will going to talk to Erin a lot throughout the first half of the game. Ah yeah, that's one optional recruit you could do early on, but I will be recruiting him like later, like maybe somewhere around like more than half throughout this run, like about 4 hours in maybe. Nah, more than 4 hours, like 4.5 hours in, I'll go recruit him. So yeah, Daniel tells his situation about how he was considered a traitor to the enemy country Kierguard, and he wants to join the State Union. Captain Erin is suspicious, obviously, because why would this enemy colonel join us suddenly? But Chancellor Ryan, for some reason, he seems to trust us a lot. And soon we will hear. Hang on, there's a bit of backstory here. Yes, more dialogues. The first hour of this game have a lot of dialogues, not a lot of action, unfortunately, and like it's mostly dialogues. And hey, a twist! Turns out Liu Saf already know Ryan. Turns out they used to meet each other like 30 years ago. And Liu Saf told Ryan that Daniel possessed like some sort of like an attribute called destiny, which kind of makes him tend to be an important figure. And Liusov also gave an example of how when he met Ryan 30 years ago, Ryan have a very huge destiny as well, and that's how he'll end up rising as the leader of this country. So yeah, some sort of like typical JRPG trope where, hey, the main character have a huge important destiny coming up to him. And so, because Liusov managed to convince Ryan that Daniel is trustworthy, so Daniel is given a position of an army officer here, and he was told to recruit people into the army. So yeah, definitely it basically hints you that, hey, you know, this is a Suikoden game that involves recruitable characters, and it's time for us to recruit characters. And we get the chance to name our army as well, but unlike Suikoden, they don't actually give us a choice to name our own army. Lisa gives a suggestion of the name Elysium, and Daniel just used that name for whatever reason. Don't know what it actually means, but yeah, we just name our army Elysium for no reason. Anyway, so yeah, this is the part where you have to progress through the story. You have to recruit 3 optional characters. And to do that, we have to walk through Mayfall Forest again. So this Mayfall Forest, we will walk through it like 4 different times in the start of the game because of this recruiting section. So earlier at the start, we have to go through here once, and there's a boss. And now to do the recruits, we have to go back to Mayfall. And for that, we have to go through this forest again. And later when we want to come back to Matrak, we have to go here again. And soon after that, there's another story event where we need to go to Mayfall again. So we have to go through here. So it's a total of like 4 different times. Ooh, that's a long explanation of what Elysium is. Okay, so it's some kind of... Okay, it's related to Greek mythology, I guess. I don't know, that explanation doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Elysium in here. And the Elysium in here is just a name given by Lisa for no reason. So yeah, I don't know why the dev choose the name Elysium. And also, to be frank, it's a bit underwhelming that they don't give us a chance to name our character or our army. Oh, is that so? Okay, I didn't know that, Bayon Witten. Anyway, so first recruit. This is Joe, the Cole's friend earlier who pickpocketed our wallet. So Joe told Cole that he has a plan of breaking inside the mansion of a mad scientist. And at first Cole refused to follow him, but since Joe will do it anyway, so Cole have no choice but to actually accompany him and make sure Joe doesn't endanger himself. So this is one of the few times where we get to walk with a different character rather than our main character. We get to walk with Joe and Cole inside this mansion. It's a dungeon. We have enemies we could fight, but again, we're just going to bribe every encounter. You can fight robots here made by the mad scientists, and for some reason, we could bribe robots with money. If only that's how real life worked, that'll be a lot easier. And here we meet the mad scientist. So, one of the reasons we recruited Joe early on is because this mad scientist guy is super important later on. So, a bit of spoiler, the machine that is behind him there, that's the teleporter machine that will allow us to teleport to different places. Just like how Viki in Suikoden allows us to teleport to places instantly. So, this mad scientist guy by the name of Deke, recruiting him allows us to use the teleport machine. And it's obviously very important, right? So, yeah. We will only be able to recruit him like later in the game, like around the middle of the game. So it's still like maybe around 3 hours, more than 3 hours, like 3.5 hours to this run, I think. But yeah, still a while, but yeah, we have to recruit Joe so that we could recruit Deke later on. Yes, dreaming by Sylvester. That's how his machines work. Insert coin and you will win the battle. Anyway, so yeah, Joe ran away and he decides he wants to run away from the city because Deke spotted him and he wouldn't want to be in the same town as him. So he joined our army. And okay, first of all, I need to remove everyone's. So hang on. Sell all items. Sell silver dust. So we want to sell our items here because the next recruit that we will do requires a lot of money. At least for this stage of the game, it requires a lot of money. Way much more money than we normally have. Yes, onward. That's basically how most of the recruits here will be treated in this game. Welcome, and then we strip them, and we sell them for money. Sell their clothes for money. So we go to Mayfall and we go to the tavern. There's a mercenary here. There's 2 mercenaries we could recruit. We will recruit one of them for now. Outsider requires a very huge amount of gold by this point of the game, which we get earlier by selling items. And so he's intended to be recruited like sometime later in this game, so he's over leveled. So look at the levels here: 4, 5, 5, 5, 8, 18. Outsider is level 18 while everyone else is to level 5. So he's over leveled, and he's very important for the next boss fight because the next boss fight is hard. And of course, again, when we recruit someone new, we unequip his items and we sell it. We go to the magic shop and we'll buy quite a lot of magic spells that we will use throughout the first half of this game. We get the money for that by selling Outsider's item. Buy 3 like this, Shadow Cast, and 1 splash. Gold Dust. Oh, there will be Gold Dust later on, yes. Gold Dust is like the upgraded version of Silver Dust. And it gives a lot of money later on. It will be a very important part of this route. I think Outsider is meant to be some sort of allies, I guess. So yeah, I don't see anyone naming their child Outsider. Hey, maybe someone in this chat want to name their child Outsider. Feel free to do it. You are welcome for the inspiration. Anyway, yeah, so we have to go back to Matrak, and that means we walk through this forest again. Oops, wrong way. Unfortunately in this game, yeah, we don't get the choice to name like our army or like our castle and all that. Like our characters already have a given name, the Neil Vineyard, and that's unfortunate beyond written. I think that's a violation of human rights. Feels bad, man. Oops, almost got the encounter there. Oops. Anyway, our 3rd recruit. So yeah, again, we need 3 recruits to progress through the story at this point. And our 3rd recruit is Francesca, goth girl. So yeah, Francesca is a goth girl and she is interested by dark elemental people. So we recruit her by having a dark elemental people in our party, which what Outsider is. So Outsider, the recent recruit that we got, is dark elemental. And recruiting Outsider allows us to recruit Francesca as well early on, because at this point on the game, Outsider is the only dark elemental character that we could get. So time to go back to the story. We meet this old man. He is the governor of the state, the Matrak state. His name is Fosh, and he have a lot of skepticism about our presence because we are from the enemy country. So it's the first glimpse on what we will have to face when we stay in this country, which is an enemy with our home country, that a lot of people will be skeptical about us. And Captain Erin gave us our first task. So, another state, the Highland State, there's a rebellion going on, and the rebels have captured a mining town called Gurnhall. So she wants us to go there and help the army. And so this is our second war battle coming up, where we have to fight the rebels in a war battle. Oh yeah. If you hang on. So put characters. Oh wait, actually. Oh yeah. If you never played Suikoden 2 but you like Suikoden 3 and 5, then definitely play Suikoden 2, because it's usually considered to be the best among the series. This is this is a free RPG Maker game. It's heavily inspired by Suikoden, and the character sprites are original, but the tile sets are almost all of it is taken from Suikoden 2. So yeah, it will look, the character sprites and the map there, definitely the style is similar to Suikoden 2. So yeah, it definitely looks similar. Anyway, we meet Jasper, one of the army officers in Matrek army. He's an assistant to Captain Erin and all that, so we're going to talk to him quite a lot eventually as well, alongside Captain Erin. Yeah, thanks for that. Yep, so that's the explanation of Exit Fate. Anyway, another dungeon to walk through until we get to the war battle. As usual, we're just going to bribe every encounter and not do anything. Actually, one of the encounter here is actually important, because there's an optional recruit later on where we need to steal an item from one of these encounter. We're not going to do it right now though, because we are going to visit this dungeon again later on, the second time. And by that time we will have better characters for that battle. So here's another glimpse of how the other people are treating us, because we are from the enemy country. They view us with skepticism, and Jasper here told us that things would have been easier if we just walk out of the country and never return. Also, one thing I have to do, I haven't done actually, is to, as usual, when there are new party members joining in, you want to remove all their equipments. Selling items is a very easy way to get money in this game. Oh, for sure, Gar. One reason why I'm excited for Eiyuden is I see how Exit Fate here is a very good Suikoden game without actually being a Suikoden, and I'm sure Eiyuden could be the same as well. And okay, war battle coming up. We have to do setup. We put Ayara here and we change unit type. This to cavalry. So the war battle is it's a very interesting system, but it's also super glitch as well. So in this speedrun, I'm just going to use the glitch that finishes the war battle very quickly. This war battle, especially this one, I think it will be like a lot longer without the glitch. So the glitch allows us to move infinite amount of times on a single turn. And what we can do in this war battle is to just use the glitch and attack the enemy commander straight away, killing them straight away and instantly ending the battle. So if you press select and cancel simultaneously, your turn is not used up when you move, which means you could move infinite amount of times. And I'll just have all of my 3 units attack the enemy commander straight away, and it will kill him straight away, and I'll win in turn 1. The unit I'm moving on right now is a sorcery unit. It have a very long attack range, but the movement speed is kind of slow. And this is the archer unit. Archer unit have a high movement speed. Like, it's not as high as a cavalry, but it's higher than infantry or a sorcerer. And it's also allowed to attack from a distance. If this glitch doesn't exist, I'll probably have almost all of my army as an archer, because they move fast and they could shoot at a distance. Anyway, so yeah, I killed the enemy commander in 3 attacks straight away by abusing the glitch. And So the rating I will got here, you will see this the same rating in the other battles as well. The power rating will be very low because I only kill one unit throughout the whole army, but the efficiency and the speed rating is very fast. It's very high because none of my units die and the fight is very fast. And as a result, I got a D rank, and the D rank is like the second lowest rank, I guess. So the reward that I get is pretty cheap. Anyway, back to the story. So we meet this Governor Bunk, the governor of Highland, and we get an impression straight away that Bunk is corrupt. And the story want to build us the impression that this whole state union of Zelmony have a lot of corrupt officers. There's more on what there's even more that I found when I was routing this game. A bit too complicated for me to explain now, but yeah, there's more glitches to the war battle. If you go to that Elysium Castle forum, like that Exit Fate fan forum, I've posted the glitches there. There are more glitches in the war battle that I have found than what you've described there. And if I don't use that infinite movement glitch, I would have definitely used the other glitches that I mentioned in this war battle system. It's not a major glitch, but it's a glitch nonetheless, and yeah, it'll be useful for the speedrun if I don't use the infinite movement glitch. So back to the story. Erin doesn't have any urgent tasks, but she suggests us to recruit this a guy named Midian. He used to be a mage instructor in the army before he resigns. And yeah, she told us he lives as a hermit in some kind of like isolated island, and we have to get a boat to go there if you want to recruit him. So we have to go back to Blackwater, which means we have to go past through the Mayfall Forest again, and yeah, we have to do a lot of walking again to go there. Okay, one important thing I have to do here is to go to the item shop. Equipments, and buy 6 white glasses and prism lens. White glasses increases your accuracy, and some characters that we will rely on have a low accuracy, such as Outsider. He's overleveled by this point, super overleveled, but his accuracy is really low compared to other people. So we still need to improve his accuracy by equipping glasses on him. And eventually, later on the game, we also depend on quite a lot of other frontliner character with their physical attacks, and we have to improve their accuracy as well. So throughout this game, there's 2 accessories that are very important: glasses for accuracy, and amulets. Amulets will give you plus bonus in MP regeneration, and MP regeneration is a very important stats. That allows us to cast spells faster. But all the other accessories, almost all of them is like not important at all. So we're just going to sell them if if a character have it. How long? 5-ish hours maybe? Don't remember. I had a nap earlier in the day. So yeah, we want to get a boat to travel to Midian's island. But the sailor that we know, Sally, turns out she's off the port already. And the guy said she's off because she saw Kierguard soldiers trying to dug up a treasure chest buried by her grandfather. So, and we want to save her from Kierguard soldiers because it'll be dangerous if she meets Kierguard soldiers. So we go to this treasure island trying to save Sally from the soldiers, and it's another dungeon. The dungeon is actually most of our characters are kinda under level for this dungeon, but we have one super over leveled character, and we are going to rely on that outsider character for the next boss. And in which case we don't need to do level ups here. Almost all the characters there will be kept at low level. Yeah, it's a bit of treasure chest to take. Yeah, the white white glasses, silver dust. Oops, black ash, prism lens. Wait, okay. Prism lens, brown herb, prism lens, white glasses. Because so I'm playing this on Linux, and Linux, the live split software doesn't work on Linux. Like, you have to do a lot of setup for it. I don't know how to do it, so I'm using a different software. And if I try to use the same font on this software called the software is called Lanfair, and if I try to use it, it looks weird. Like, the timer will look weird, so I have to use a different font. Anyway, next boss is coming up soon. So this is Bruce. So at the start of the story, we meet Bruce, and Bruce is a Kiger colonel that at the past we have had arguments on, and Daniel and Bruce kind of dislike each other. And of course, we have to meet him now that Daniel is left Kierguard and is now actually in the enemy side. So yeah, it's just a matter of time until we have to fight each other. So Bruce is a tough boss. Like, if you don't be careful here, you could die. You could legit game over. We will rely on this one over-leveled character called Outsider to deal most of the damage, but we still have to be careful here because Bruce is strong. Okay, Raw Strike. So he accompanied by oh, he's blinded. So his ability Red Storm, it will cause blind, and blind will reduce accuracy by a lot. So if Outsider got blinded, we need to heal his blind. Brown herb. And he's also accompanied by 4 soldiers, so we want to kill these soldiers early on. Oh, I forgot. No, never mind. Steal. Also, we want Joe to steal Bruce, because the steal reward here gives a decent amount of money for the stage. Okay, now the soldiers die. We will have no issue if other characters... Actually, no, we don't want Yusuf to die, but other characters dying is fine. Also, we want Joe to steal. There you go, nice. We get to steal. Actually, let me move this. Okay, so 2 characters are important here. Ah, crap. The Outsider and Yusuf. Yusuf, even though he's all under-leveled, he still have, like, his magic damage is still high. And Outsider, he's being an over... okay. I don't have a heal anyway. What's a healing? Okay, yeah, I'll kill Outsider to be safe. Okay, Joe is dead, it's fine. We already did the steal, so we don't need to steal with him anymore. So again, yeah, outside of Yusuf and Outsider, the other characters aren't really important. If they die, I don't mind. They still could do a bit of damage if they are alive, but if they die, that's no issue. Oh, Lazius, so yeah, the character, a lot of people find the character art style weird in this game, for sure. Like, it's not the kind of art style that you see in, like, JRPGs, usually. So hey Narkman, welcome. The run, it just started. I've not been doing this fast because yeah, it's not a PB attempt. I haven't really been playing fast, and but yeah, it's just a start. It went alright, I guess. No issues so far. And yeah, opening the treasure chest, so we got a bit of money, and we also found out the treasure have a receipt, a RAM receipt left by Sally's great grandfather. Anyway, going back to the... So, earlier we go all the way here because we want to go to Median's Island and to recruit him. Oops, wrong place. Wrong place. So, yeah. The reason we want to go here all the way, the first place to go to here, Median Island. Median is actually an optional recruit. Once you beat that boss fight, you could actually progress the story without recruiting him. But Median is a very powerful mage. We will be using him throughout the whole game from now on, because he's basically, I think he's the highest magic stat throughout the whole game. Even though his health is low, so he could easily die if we are not careful. And yeah, we recruited him by pushing the treasure chest on top of his head. At first, he's not interested to join us, but then when he saw us that we are from another country, he got interested by our character. and he was wondering why someone like us want to help the enemy country. And he's convinced that Daniel is someone worth serving for, and Midian decides to join us. And this treasure chest have an item as well, so we could sell it for a bit of money. Oops, wrong place again, damn it. Okay, fortunately we don't have to go through Mayfall Forest again to went back to Matrak. Now that Sally has joined us as well, the sailor have joined us, we could just sail with her boat back here. Okay, we were told to rest for a day and come back later, so yeah, again, just like how RPG usually goes. To progress through the story, you go to Innkeeper and rest. And Daniel tells a flashback story of him and Bruce. Like several years ago, they were arguing each other. They are fighting each other for the position of a lieutenant, and because the superiors saw them fighting each other immaturely, they got rejected for the promotion, and someone else got the position. And because of that, Bruce got angry with Daniel, and ever since, like he always keep arguing with Daniel. Hey DJ McMix, welcome. We got another recruiting event coming up. So we wrong place. Oops. So we go to the item shop, and the cat pops up again. Meow. So that's the second time we talk to the cat. We have to find the cat in like 5 different places to recruit him. And yeah, when we finally meet him for the 5th and final time, then he will join us. Although it will still take some time until the cat is fully recruited, like it might still be like maybe like close to 4 hours of this run. So we were given another mission where there's an empty castle in the north of this state. It's been abandoned, and he wants us to look at this castle and see if it's suitable for a military fort. So yeah, that will be our headquarters throughout this game. So we will go to this castle and eventually we'll get it as our headquarters. But before going there, we have to go to the blacksmith and do a bit of shopping. We unequip characters as usual, and then we sell items. And then we upgrade weapon. We want to upgrade Outsider's accuracy because we'll be using Outsider quite a lot in the early parts of this game. And accuracy is a very important stats, because without accuracy, then he wouldn't be able to hit the enemies. So the castle is locked, and to get the key, we were told to go to the church in this town and talk to the priest inside the church because he's holding the key. But there's a bit of sequence break here. We were supposed to go to the church, but once we go to this cutscene and we pass by this priest here, we could just walk out of the town, and we don't have to go all the way to the church to progress through the story. Let's see if your prediction went through Beyond Within. Anyway, this is a cutscene about the governors of the state union and how some of them shows skepticism to Daniel's presence. Hang on, just a bit. Oops. So this is North Window. I mean, it's Creden's castle. And so this priest here, he said he's an exorcist, and he go here to hunt a vampire because apparently a vampire has infested this castle, and there have been undead inside the castle, and there are organ sounds as well, and good music and apparently those are signs of vampires. So yeah, an abandoned castle with a vampire, and this castle will be our headquarters. Obviously, that's not a rip-off of North Window in Suikoden 2. Nothing to do with Neck Lord or the North Window Castle. Nope. First of all, Luther just joined us, so of course what we do at the start is to unequip his items straight away and steal him. Luther is an optional character that we could recruit like way later in the game, and he's actually useful way later. But we are not going to see him a long time after like we finish this castle story. Anyway, yeah, so this castle is a dungeon. And there's a lot of treasure chests in this dungeon, and a lot of them are actually useful, so we are going to walk all the way to get almost all of these treasure chests. Stone Amulet is a very important item, so it gives MP +1 MP regen. And MP regeneration in this game is a very important stats. And in here, the chest gave us like elemental items, like elemental magic items. Kind of foreshadowing the fact that we are going to fight a dark elemental boss. And like elemental items will be dealing more damage against dark elemental enemies. Bit of puzzle here. We have to walk through the doors that doesn't have a cross mark in it. Oh no, I forgot to equip my items. What do I do? I forgot to save as well. But never mind, turns out inside here there's no vampire. So this guy is just a regular old guy playing an organ. So the vampire have already ran away a long time ago apparently. He just left a music sheet in the organ, and when playing the music it triggers some kind of undead spell, and that's why there are undead monsters throughout the castle. But once we stop him from playing the music, the undead monsters gone away, and yeah. So this old man is named Royston. Apparently, he's the heir to this castle, and the castle has been abandoned by his uncle. And yeah, the vampire that is foreshadowed here, we will be able to actually meet him way later in the game, and it will be actually an optional boss fight later on, but that's still very way later to the game. Anyway, Royston is fine in handling the castle straight away to the army, because Royston is already old, he doesn't really have anything to do anymore in life. And this castle will be ours. Yep, basically, yeah, we got tricked. The game tried to build up as if it's like the Necklord story in Suikoden 2, where we meet the vampire and we have to fight a boss at the end of the castle. It turns out the vampire already gone. So in a way, that whole castle storyline is kind of like a parody of the Necklord storyline in Suikoden 2. So yeah, the castle is now named after our army, Elysium. And again, for those who just joined it, welcome to this Exit Fate run. So yeah, this is a run of the Exit Fate, which is like a free RPG Maker game inspired by Suikothon. And I'm doing the Shadow Boss, which is kind of like the 100%-ish category, where I'm going to recruit every optional characters. And after recruiting every characters, you got to unlock the super post-game bosses, and they are called the Shadow Bosses, which is what the category name is for. And now Daniel is promoted to be the lieutenant colonel of this army, of the state army, and he is leading the Elysium army inside this castle. Now, throughout this game, the story has been kind of like a Suikoden storyline so far, where the story involves war and politics, and how our character got backstabbed by another friend and all that. But now the story takes a different twist that you normally don't see in a Suikoden game. So a mysterious woman came up. She is cosplaying Luca Blight from Suikoden 2, and she acts as if she knows us, but our main character have no idea who she is. And so she tried to remind us who she is. She mentioned her name is Brunhild, and it triggered some kind of lost memories inside Daniel. So yeah, this is kind of like the storyline that you see in a couple of other RPGs, I guess, about lost memories and all that. I'm guessing Final Fantasy have a couple of plot points like this, and Xenogears as well, which I think this game is inspired by a lot from. But yeah, you normally don't see this kind of storyline in Suikoden, so it's a twist from what you normally expect from a Suikoden storyline. So our other characters, that they don't know what happened to Daniel. They didn't see Daniel talking to this woman, and so Daniel thought maybe it's all just a dream. Oh man, for an RPG Maker game, I think this game is super good. I mean, of course, if you compare this to like a proper commercial game, the artwork will look weird, of course, and unpolished. Then again, this game is made by one guy, and yeah, if you excuse some of the shortcomings of this game is super good. Like the story is super good, the gameplay is really interesting, the war battle mode is very fun, the recruits are really fun to do as well. This is if you like a Suikoden game, definitely play this game. Okay, hang on. Coming up soon. Wait. Wait. Hang on. Doing my manuing a bit not optimally here. First of all, I want to person and voice tones equipment. Okay. So coming up soon will be we will have some optional recruiting going on. There's like one event related to an optional recruit that we will do. It will involve doing a battle, and so it will be pretty interesting. Anyway, back to the story. So we were told to go to the Highland to meet the governor because he wants to meet us. And when we walk out, there's this mysterious rope man greeting us, and he wants to join this army. And even though he looks very suspicious, for some reason Daniel is fine with him joining the army. Formation. Lusaf. Median Neon Angwa. See, the thing with RPG Maker games, yeah, there's the stigma that RPG Maker game is bad, because let's face it, a lot of them are bad. But there's like a few that are actually good, and this one is like one of those exceptions. So in this dungeon, we will be looking for a battle, because we need to steal an item from the enemy in this specific encounter. So I'm looking for. There you go. 21 arm. Okay, good. Okay, so we want to Joe to steal from this hermit. The steal rate is 25%, so there's a lot of RNG in the stealing. If you're lucky, you could get it very early and the battle will end much quicker, but if you get unlucky, you might end up taking like 10 attempts or so. So second attempt still failed. In the meantime, we want to reduce the health of this opponent so that he could die straight away in one attack once we successfully steal it. Third attempt, still not successful. So now that all the other enemies is dead and so everyone else is going to defend and Joyce keeps stealing over and over until we get it. There's a 25% steal rate, so yeah, it could take quite a lot of attempts if we get unlucky. Fifth attempt and still not get it. Okay, this is getting below average now. 6 attempts. So 25% chance, so the average is like 4 attempts. And I don't get it in 7 attempts, so this is getting unlucky now. Eight attempts, there you go. 8th attempt is unlucky, but I'll take it. Hey DJ Mike Mix. Honestly, if you're used to it, it's not so bad, I think. I know you only speedrun games that are like pretty short usually, but if you got used to it, I don't think it's that much of an issue. Especially this is RPG. A lot of this is just mashing through the cutscenes. So during the cutscenes, you don't really need to think at all. You just mash. There's probably, I'm guessing, like at least 3 hours worth of cutscenes throughout this run, and this run will take about like 8 hours, more than 8 hours. Anyway, we stole it. So yeah, the item we stole earlier, brown clay, there's a recruit later on where we need to grab like several different specific items, and brown clay is one of them. Anyway, back to the story. So we went to this Highland capital, Bergstad, and we meet a Highland soldier who is always shouting in his portrait for some reason. Definitely not suspicious at all. And the Highland soldier told us that the governor wanted to talk with him privately. So we got separated from the rest of the group, and obviously it turns out it's an ambush. Yeah, the maker of this, basically he played a lot of Final Fantasy games, I'm sure. Like, this, he uses Final Fantasy music, there's a background story to this game. Back in 2003, he made this game and the characters are named after like the members of a Final Fantasy forum. I think it's a forum, it's called FF Gurus. It's like a old website that is not existing anymore. But yeah, he named the characters from the members of the forum. And in 2009, he remade this game, and this is what I'm playing right now, the remade version. Like the very old 2003 version, it doesn't exist publicly anymore, so I don't think anyone could get access to it anymore. And yeah, in 2009, he remade the game, and he renamed quite a lot of the characters so that it doesn't look weird. Because before, there's like a lot of the characters are named of usernames, internet usernames, so obviously it will sound weird. Oh, anyway, this part of the game, I have to wait for like 20 seconds or 25, forgot, until the next dialogue triggers. So yeah, the only time I will actually have to just wait. So Daniel got captured by the Highland rebels that he fought before. And the Highland rebels is trying to convince Daniel to join their side. But Daniel Vineyard instead, he tried to convince the rebel to put down their weapon arms and make peace with the State Union in the meantime, because a Kierguard invasion is coming up, and if Highland Rebel is trying to fight as well, then the whole country will be screwed. And of course, they don't agree with each other, so Rock decides to leave Daniel in the jail. Yep, that's those kinds of names. I think if I remember correctly, the main character itself, the name is not Daniel. I think his name is Divine, which is like I think it's his own username back in that forum. That's I think if I'm not mistaken, that's what I read from like some old forum posts. And yeah, that's not a proper name, so he changed it into Daniel when he finally remade the game. So Daniel wanted to try to run away, and one of the guards here turns out to be a spy for the State Union, and he gave us the key, which allows us to walk away out of the cell. So a dungeon coming up here. It's a long dungeon, and our party are quite a lot over leveled, so we actually have to fight a few encounters here. Hang on. There's a formation I need to fix. Oh, hang on, before that. So yeah, there's a pretty long dungeon. We want to do 2 random encounters, not this one. And there's 5 possible random encounters in here, and 2 of them is the one that we need. So, and we need 2 of those encounters as well. So 2 times 40% chance for each, not this one. So centric. Not this one again. I'm getting a bit unlucky here. I'll just walk a bit until I get the encounter. There you go, so that's one. So this encounter, the mages are dark mages, Yan Angwa and Midian, their levels are pretty high actually compared to the others. So they could cast these dark magic spells right away, and it could hurt a lot easily. But some of our other characters, especially Daniel and Lusaf, their level is still kinda low, so we need to level them up. That's one, and we still need one more. In the middle of this dungeon, there's a shop. No, not this one. Battery. Okay, equipping some items as well, because I need to equip the herbs on my characters so that I could use it in the battle. There's a pretty tough boss battle as well coming up at the end of this dungeon. I'll just walk it around here. Okay, not this one. No. Not this. We are getting close to the end of the dungeon here, and I still want to do one more encounter. I need to walk around this safe point, I guess. So there's a bit of a trick here. If you there you go. So if you have an encounter and you don't want to bribe, you could trigger an object like the save point there, so which will cancel the encounter without bribing. That could save a bit of money. Nice. Also, let me just save. Evidence heal. Yep. Hey Usagi. And the spy that helped us got caught, and press F to pay respects for him. Anyway, so this is Joshua, the guy who ambushed us earlier. And he wants to stop us from escaping, so he's going to fight us. And yep, this is the boss fight. Just one kid against 6 people. Surely that's not been an issue, right? But this kid is super strong. You see that Daniel is almost dead already straight away from the start. His magic spell is also powerful as well. Don't hurt. So basically against this guy it's pretty straightforward, but if I'm not careful and I made a mistake, if I let a frontliner die, I could let someone in the back die, because if someone in the back got hit by his attack, they could easily die, because his attacks are very strong. And when multiple characters die, you could very easily game over, because this guy is super strong. The people on the front are pretty tough, but even with them being kind of tough, they still receive a lot of damage. And Daniel's actually dead. That's not ideal. I mean, I think it's still... may just have Carson keep defending now to be safe. No, it's not Konami. This is a fan-made game. Someone type !exit fate for an explanation of this game. So I need to concentrate this battle, especially now that Daniel died very early. Wow. See, that's how easy Joshua can kill someone. And oh, this is actually looking pretty spooky now. Although I think he might be close to being dead. Daniel dying. Okay, Daniel dying doesn't lose me much of damage, because Daniel doesn't have a lot of damage in the first place. But it still looks dangerous though that Daniel dies could lead to Carson dies. And if Carson dies, then Yan Angwa could die. And if Yan Angwa dies early, then I lost a lot of damage, because the mage could do a lot of damage. Good point, Beyond Within. Yelling is powerful, so that's why this guy is super strong. Anyway, yeah, but because he fight with all of his power, once we beat him, he's dead. Press F to pay respects. Thank you. So okay, one recruiting haven here, that's very important to do. So we go to the item shop. We talk to this item shop owner named Bartoli. Apparently he's been ordering some overseas items, but it doesn't arrive, and he got really confused, and he's still getting a lot of trouble because the product that he's ordering didn't arrive. And to recruit him, we need to find where this product is and return it to him. And he's a very important character early on to recruit, so we were going to recruit him pretty early. Anyway, and back to the story now. First of all, I need to go to blacksmith. I want to sell items. Set grey rope. And I'll upgrade weapons. Nothing to say. Okay. I want to upgrade. Use that money to upgrade the accuracy of some of my weapons. Yes, so this game uses music from like several different classic RPGs, including Final Fantasy VII. It uses, I think, Suikothon, Wild Arms, Chrono Cross, and Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, and Final Fantasy. So you finally get to meet the Governor of Highland, and 75 characters, but yeah, I'm going to recruit all of them in this category. Because, yeah, this category is a Shadow Boss category, where I have to recruit all characters, and recruiting all characters will unlock the secret post-game bosses at the end, which are super strong. So, we meet the Governor of Highland, Bunk, and straight away we can tell him that he's a corrupt person, and there's a lot of corruption going on in Highland. And because of that, Bunk straight away hates Daniel as well, because Daniel tried to confront him on the corruption going on throughout the Highland. But while in the middle of the talking, we get the urgent news that Kierkegaard is started attacking. So we have to go back, and finally some actual war battle going to come up soon. Yeah, there's 75 characters. Yeah, so yeah, this game has like 75 characters total. Out of those just like how Suikoden have like 108 Star of Destiny, this game has 75. And I think out of the 75, like 28 of them are like mandatory, just like automatically recruited throughout the story. So other than the 28, like there's like how much is what's 70 for minus 28? 47? Yeah. 47 or 48? Yeah, all of those have to be recruited. It's an optional recruit. Alright, see you on the ropes. Okay, first of all, while returning from the castle to the castle, we want to go to the item shop here. Stone amulet and brown herbs. I don't think we will have one so soon, Sagi, unfortunately. Also, in now we are going to do another recruiting event. So that item shop earlier that he said like his order doesn't come up. So we go here. We go talk to this sleeping worker, and turns out the order didn't arrive because this guy is sleeping on his job and didn't deliver the right products. So he gave it to us, and we have to return the supplies to Bartoli, the item shops, to recruit him. We will return to Grand Hall again pretty soon, so we'll recruit Bartoli on the way to Grand Hall later on, which is not that long. Like, anyway, outside of that, we want to go back to our headquarters. Derek is actually like he have a very high. Derek is very unique. His stat is very unique. Like he have a high attack, but his accuracy is like super bad. But what he's good at is like his both of his magic physical and magic defense is very high. Unlike most frontliners where their magic defense is usually low, Derek actually have a very high magic defense, so he's like a super tank. But he's actually bad if you try to attack with him because his accuracy is like super low, even though his attack is actually high. Anyway, story is that the Keyguards start to attack, and there's some discussion about the strategy of the enemy. So the enemy that is attacking us is led by General Kaiser, known as a very good strategist. So Daniel is suspicious that the Erin thinks that their plan will work, because Kaiser would have, being a genius strategist, wouldn't be so easy to defeat. And Daniel feels like State Union is falling into his trap. Agreed, Ian Witten. Oh, yep, that is definitely true. I'm going to show it in the war battle eventually. But before that, there's still plenty of story going on. Also, oh, something I have to do. So I need to equip Daniel's and with the amulets and heal his health to full, because coming up is another battle. So in the bathroom here, there's a ninja ambushing us. He wants to try to kill us, just like how Lucia ambushes Rio in Suikothon 2. We kill him with using 4 spells, 2 Light Rays and 2 Lightnings. What do I do? Defend. But it will take some time for us to get the mana for all of the 4 spells. So in the meantime, we have to defend or heal. And we have to heal again. And we have to use Brown Herb. We can't heal with our spells because we will need the MP for the spells. Okay, if we are lucky, this is 4 spells. Yep, okay. There's a small chance that the 4 spells doesn't kill him, and if that's the case, then we have to use another 5th spell. We will recruit Miss and Derek pretty early. Not because of the Derek, but because Miss is super useful. Miss, we will use him like a lot throughout this run, because he's like the 2nd strongest mage. Ah yes, Usagi, yeah. So again, yeah, this game is... So the character artworks are original, but the tile sets are taken from Suikoden 2. Anyway, so this ninja, he came here to kill us because his sister died during our supposedly betrayal when we ambushed, when he did a sneak attack on the Keyguard camp. But we, as the main character, we know it's not us. So we told the ninja it's not us. And yeah, the ninja isn't satisfied with the answer, but anyway, we let him go. And it's a hint that eventually he will actually be joining us. Honestly, this game is more Suikoden than Derek Chris. Not like I'm saying tier is bad. Tier have its own merits, but yeah, it. Anyway, yeah. So the storyline, we were about to try to attack the enemy, but the town that we are about to attack, it's empty, and and so the our characters get confused on what's going on, and wonder why no enemy is showing up. And there's a boss fight coming up, so we have to set up our party. Uh, Person, Yusuf, Median, Sander, you know. Oops. Black Ash, Clear Stone Amulet, Ash, Brown Herb. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, again, the headquarters also uses the tile sets from the headquarters in Suikoden too. So the city is empty, and Daniel is now realized they have been tricked by the enemy. It's empty because the enemy has left this town and actually have gone to the capital to actually attack it. So the capital is now easy to be captured by the enemy, and they've all been fooled. And we meet these two commandos. We got introduced to these comic relief villains. They're making some taunts to us, and we have to fight them. Actually, their dialogue is actually really fun to watch, but unfortunately I'm speedrunning, so can't really show a lot of it. Okay, the first thing you want to do is to kill Trevor. This is the guy with the big sword, because Trevor is the most dangerous of the pair. The other one's sick. He have some annoying moves, but he's not that dangerous. And so Trevor do charging just now. So he's setting up heal person. He's setting up a very strong attack, and it might actually kill our characters if we got unlucky from full health. Then so as you see there, Median got killed from full health. That's how strong the abilities are. Also, oh never mind. Someone have to heal outsider as well. Oh nice, okay. At least we got to kill Trevor early though, even though Median dies early, so if you got to kill Trevor early, then it's fine. I guess the fight won't be that bad. Oh right, I forgot one thing. Doesn't really matter. There you go, and he's dead. Oh, I forgot. I should have shown the dialogue. The dialogue. Yeah, it's. I only matched through the dialogue, so it's unfortunate that you guys don't get to see the dialogue. But Trevor and Sick have the best dialogues throughout this game. Anyway, back to this items. So some items, yes, some of them, especially the magic items, are powerful because it allows you to use a spell without casting an MP. And Brown Herb is a powerful healing as well. Because by this point, if you want to use your own spell, it takes a lot of mana. So it's hard to heal using your own spell. So Daniel tried to make things, tried to see if he could save things by attacking the enemy, but but the enemy far outnumbers us. So this battle we are not supposed to win. Which is why, so what I do is just I use the movement glitch to get Daniel straight to the front of the enemy. And when Daniel's unit dies, the battle ends straight away. And again, yeah, we are not supposed to win this battle. Where do I go here? Okay, I have to go to Matter. Yes, yeah. Basically, if you like Suikoden, I really recommend playing this game. The story is really good. Like, there are some obvious shortcomings. The fact that this game is like a fan-made game made by just one guy, and the art style, the character's art style could be kind of weird. But yeah, this game as a Suikoden game, it's really good. Definitely worth checking out. Okay, back to the storyline. Captain Erin realized they've been fooled, they've been tricked, but they have no idea how to solve the issue. And Ryan came up with this idea of recruiting this master strategist by the name of Buzz. So Buzz is in the a lot of years ago he used to be part of the army, and he is a super genius strategist as well. But he's already retired, and he resigned because he's not satisfied. He's not happy with the way Matrek, the state army, is doing, with how corrupt it is, and yeah, and so the only way we could try of thinking of how to win this battle, how to win this war, is to try to recruit him back. And Daniel chooses to go to Mount Bosch to recruit him. Narkman, that's the same thing with Suikoden too. Like all the commanders talk between each other, like from far distance away. Where do we go now? Right. There's also the whole thing that this the gameplay itself, like it has some issues. So like the gameplay is like far from perfect, but it's definitely good enough for like a proper game. And yeah, definitely I had a lot of fun when playing this game. Like both the story, the bosses, and when speedrunning this, like there's a lot of strategies I could find because the bosses are actually like very interesting to play with. And yeah, when I think that all of this is like made by single guy, it's crazy. Like a single guy as a fan made project, not as like a commercial project. Anyway, first of all, alright. Before going to the meeting the boss, there's an optional recruit event I have to trigger here. So this is Nomad, an optional recruit. He's searching for a lost city named Avalon, and yeah, talking with him right now will will allow us to trigger more events about it later on. It's still like quite a lot later in the game that we actually get to see what this Avalon is all about. But yeah, we need to talk to him right now so that we could trigger it later on. And this is Buzz, the retired strategist who used to be like to make some really genius strategy throughout the battles that Zelmoni is facing. So yeah, we want to recruit him, and we tell him about how, and he's telling a flashback story of how he used to beat this General Kaiser from Kiergaard long time ago. And so a lot of flashback stories, a lot of dialogues to mash here. I think it will require me like more than 2 minutes of mashing to finish the story. And yeah, Buzz as you see, it's like a buff guy. Unlike the strategies in Suikoden games where can't even fight, Buzz in here is like a very physical frontliner. He's like a tank. He's have high physical attack as well. One of the highest in the game actually. But although his magic, obviously being a physical attacker, is very low, so he's the kind of guy you use to tank and deal physical damage. Anyway, whatever the case, yeah. So again, if you played Suikoden, definitely if you like Suikoden, definitely I'll recommend playing this. If you never played Suikoden before, and if I don't think this honestly, if you never played Suikoden, I'm not sure if this game will fit. It will feel a bit weird. I think if you never played the Suikoden before, but some of the mechanics, like the way this game works, it's like it might not be intuitive if you haven't played Suikoden. Like if you are not familiar with the way how like the war storyline works and how like the recruiting works. Some of the stuff happening in this game will be intuitive, I think. But yeah, if it's definitely a very interesting experience. Like, and yeah, I'm not the only one who has said this. Like, if you try to like read comments or reviews about this game, like so many Suikoden fans like this game a lot. And the game mechanics, I have a bit of mixed opinions about it. The game mechanics does have flaws as well, but then again, I think like most JRPG games have flaws as well. It's not only this one that have flaws. Like, I feel like there's a lot of other like JRPG games with popular ones that I think is kind of flawed, but not everyone really care about the flaws. Anyway, some kind of flashback story going on where he managed to trick Kaiser and beat him like long time ago, and now we are recruiting him again so that we could try to use his ability. So Buzz doesn't want to show up directly in the castle, which is why he doesn't want to come us with us straight away. He wants to hide his presence in the army and want to make sure that the opponent have no idea that he is back. Anyway, earlier we were talking about this item shop who lost his supply doesn't arrive yet, and we are bringing back his supplies. So we are going to recruit this guy. He will be the item shopkeeper in the Honor Castle. And for battle, his stats is sucks, but what important is that we remove his items. So in his inventory, there's this item called the Gold Dust. It's like a healing item, and it's super expensive by this point in the game. So that means if we sell it, we get a lot of money. So very lot of money. It's like, I think it will give us 7 times. Oh yeah, his inventory is worth like 10,000 arns if we sell it right now. And to get the same amount of money from grinding will take us like probably record 50 battles or so. So we want to recruit Bartoli early because of that money from his inventory. His stats sucks. There's no point in bringing him in a battle. And the item shop in the castle, we'll use it once, but it's not really important. But yeah, again, the main important thing about Bartoli is his inventory. You unequip him and we get 10,000 arms straight away. Yeah, Triple M, which is why I think personally what I said is that like if you like Suikoden, definitely play this one. Because if you ignore the obvious shortcomings of this, like being a free fan game made by one person, then this game is like you'll find the kind of story that you will like from a Suikoden game, and the gameplay as well. But yeah, if you never played Suikoden before, this game will be kind of intuitive, and of course with this art style that is kind of like not usual for JRPG, I think this game will be weird to play if you're not playing it with the knowledge of like what Suikoden is. Yeah, I mean that's how some internet debates goes, basically going in circles. That's true. What do I do now? Okay, Buzz. So yes, back to the story. So Buzz said he will come up with a strategy in the tomorrow morning. So we are going to the bathroom as usual. You know how RPG story have to progress. You go to the bathroom or the inn and you rest. A bit of dialogue here where Daniel tell Ayara about his event where a mysterious woman came up and suddenly his past memories pop up out of nowhere. So while the game story right now is mainly focusing on this war between State Union and Kierkegaard, of course there's a bit of foreshadowing that there will be more to the story about how Daniel have some kind of lost memories and all that. So here Buzz came up with his master plan. So we are told to sneak into the Blackwater port city and to rescue its mayor, Shiro, who is being under house arrest by the Kierkegaard. So a strategy that doesn't seem to make sense, because rescuing a mayor doesn't seem to do anything normally. But the purpose of it is just to keep Buzz out of his games, make him getting surprised on what's going on, and make him doubt his plans. Anyway, I need some party member. Research Median, Outsider, Yanangwa. There's a lot of battles coming up when we try to go to Blackwater and rescue the mayor and all that. So we have to set up our party and a bunch of equipments as well. What is going on? Right. Oops. Shh. Batman wing. And I could be an online median. Stone amulet. Use of stone amulet. Cider, I could grey rope. Okay, you can seal. Yep. Okay, should be ready. Okay, so we have to go to do 6 different battles here before the boss battle. So we're sneaking inside the town, and some Kierkegaard soldiers spotted us. So yeah, we have to fight them, and we'll have to fight several groups of them. It's actually not a pretty good thing that we have to do these fights, because it'll give us quite a lot of money and some levels as well. So we are not under-leveled anymore by the time we go to the next boss. The first fight is a bit different than how we will do the other fights, because Daniel, his level isn't as high yet. So Daniel can't cast any other spells other than his Like Elemental, because his MP region isn't that high yet. Like Elemental spells only deal damage to one target, so it's not ideal to use it right now. Okay, 1-2% die. Okay, good. There's a bit of RNG in this first fight, because it's not consistent on which soldiers will die after we use up all of our spells. Heal. But now that battle already leveled up Daniel, so he could use Shadow Cast straight away now on his first turn. So instead of having like to do quite a lot of stuff earlier in the first fight, we just have our mages cast 4 spells straight away. Okay, that's the second group, and don't really need to heal Outsider actually, but I guess we'll just do it. There's 3 more different fights of these soldiers fights, so Daniel now already leveled enough to be faster than the soldiers, so it's fine if he died straight away on the first turn. I mean, the chance of him dying is still low, but yeah, it's not an issue anymore if he dies. I mean, yeah, it is. So Carson is the guy we talked to change our party. He's like an administrator of the army. Okay, 4th group. Ooh, Daniel might die. If Daniel dies, Yana will get exposed, but I think Yana shouldn't die easily though. So either have to miss, of course. So there's an item shop here, and we could still buy items on the item shop. It's good that we got a lot of money from those battles, because we want to buy a lot of brown herbs that we will use for like a lot of time after this. And yeah, we need money to buy all of those. A lot of money. Ooh, Daniel might die. I mean, not an issue anymore, because Daniel already casted his spells. So yeah, the soldiers notice that they are getting attacked, so they are putting Shiro in the back of his house to hide him off. And okay, first of all, everyone exit. What do I do? I forgot what to do. Yang Angwai keep Red Cinder. Don't hurt median. So yeah, we remove the stone amulet from Daniel to median, because after this there will be a boss fight, and it'll be better off if a good mage actually have those MP plus. And we give Red Cinder to Yan Angwa, because there's before the boss fight there will be one more regular battle where the Red Cinder will be useful. I'm ready to save. So Shiro's house, the mayor of Blackwater, his house was built on top of an ancient vault from made by a mad king centuries ago. And yeah, this vault have a bunch of puzzles. So there's no random encounter in this place, but there's a bunch of puzzles. And some of the puzzle will trigger enemy encounters as well, which I could avoid because I already know what to do in the puzzle exactly, so I don't need to check up everything in the place. Except for this one. So there's this cutscene where Daniel trying to solve the puzzle by himself, but instead of solving the puzzle, it triggers monsters to pop up. These gargoyles have like very huge physical defense, so we'll rely on magic attacks to kill them. You still want to use Rose Strike because it's a bit of damage to help killing them. Yeah, now I use Red Cinder here because you don't have mana to use another spell, and there you go, it dies. So you just have to arrange the switches in the opposite orientation to solve this. 1000 character. I mean, this game is made in 2009, so you are not inaccurate there. Anyway, this is a puzzle where you have to move a bunch of boxes in the right sequence. I almost pushed the wrong box. If I push the wrong box there, I'll get stuck and I'll have to go back, I think. Everyone can learn magic, not only mage. Everyone can use the same spells. But if you... wrong... I walked the wrong direction. I didn't realize that's possible. Uh-oh, this is actually not... Okay, no, it's still fine. Where do you click? Right switcher. I just want to be safe. Ah, damn it. Can't believe I actually forgot which switch to trigger. That's silly. I also messed up this puzzle, do I? Uh-oh. I messed up this puzzle. That's embarrassing. This puzzle is really easy actually, but I think I walked one wrong direction and it messed up the puzzle completely. Anyway, I clicked the switch 8 already, so I don't need to go back down. If I click the left switch, I'll trigger an enemy encounter and I have to fight, so that will waste time. Anyway, yeah, so the magic system in this game, everyone could use the same spells, but the characters that aren't meant to be a mage will be... yeah, their magic will be... Oops. And playing really bad here. Yeah, the characters who are not meant to use magic will have like very low magic damage. But in the late game, very end game later on, the melee character, the frontliner characters, they will still be use some useful buffs. Because the buff spells in the end game, the magic stat is irrelevant. As long as you cast it, it'll still be effective. Anyway, what I have to do here? Defend, shit, I guess. There's also a Mac, Linux, and an Android port for this game. Anyway, the first thing we want to do in here is to clear out the soldiers by using 3 spells, because the soldiers will be annoying if you don't clear them. Otherwise, once your soldiers clear out, this one is straightforward. This boss fight uses the regular battle music, but it's actually a boss fight. He have a lot of health, and we need to heal Daniel. And his attacks are a bit powerful as well, but without his other soldiers, then it's not that much of a threat, fortunately. And yeah, so this game is so the original dev SCF made this game for PC, and then there's another guy in 2016 by the name of Radial Apps. He ported this game into Linux and Mac and Android, so you could play this game on a bunch of devices now. And I'm actually using the Linux port, because actually the Linux and the Mac port, it runs a lot smoother compared to the Windows. I don't know why, but it's unfortunate that the Windows version actually is kinda clunky now on the newer Windows OS. Okay, I think it should be close to being dead. There you go. Yeah, so the gameplay system here is kind of simple in a way. Like there's not a lot of abilities to choose. Like the magic spells are mostly it's either like damage spells or later in the end game there are buffs. But yeah, there are like different builds you could try with the different characters. I mean, it's usually still pretty obvious. Like if you try to use a character that have like a huge attack but a low magic, then obviously you want to use it for melee attacks, and vice versa. But yeah, in the boss fights though, like a lot of the boss fights have different abilities, and also you have to adapt. Each boss fight you have to adapt your strategy differently, and most of the boss fights here have like their own unique strategies, because like they have like very unique abilities. So back to the story. We rescued the, what is it? Yeah, we rescued the mayor, but Ayara sacrifices herself to save us. So press F to pay respects for Ayaya. I mean Ayara. But hey, it turns out Ayaya is back. Has returned before us. You're not the only one with that opinion playing like so. Yeah, this game. The art style is kind of weird for a JRPG game. So yeah, quite a lot of people do say that the art feels weird. So turns out the ninja that previously tried to kill us uh, helped Ayara instead, and yeah, and he realized that we are not the one who is behind the what that thing even called the Kelsinger incident earlier on the game. We are not the one who is being a betrayer, and he wants to find the truth on what's going on. And so the ninja decided to join us. Uh, Also, I unequip Carson and Sarah because I don't need to use them anymore. So yeah, war battle coming up. So we are finally going to do the war battle again in Mayfall against the Keyguard army. Now that Buzz has carried out the strategy to trick the enemy general, we are finally going to see it in action. So the first part is that he's going to have the mayor of the Blackwater, Shiro, leads a couple of hundred volunteers and try to trick the enemy into thinking he have like even more soldiers than with him. But he haven't really explained the rest of this. Okay, first of all, I have to set up the war unit. Garko, Yan Angwa. Was it Rorschach? Yep. And also change unit type, sorcery. So they heard the news that Shiro is attacking the port town, carrying 12 ships, which could carry like thousands of soldiers. Kaiser thought there's no way they will be able to put 1,000 soldiers on their army, but the other soldiers started to adopt his strategy, and Kaiser started to adopt himself as well. So he have to go to be safe and try to counter those thousands of soldiers with thousands of his soldiers. Yes, it's a fan made. It's a free fan made RPG Maker game. Type exclamation exit fate exclamation mark exit fate on the Twitch chat, and I have an explanation of the game there. It's basically it's a there you go. Yeah, basically it's a free indie RPG Maker game, and it uses so the character graphics are original, but the tile sets are taken from Suikothon 2, and it uses music from like a couple of several other classic RPGs. Okay, I don't think I could mess up in this battle, but let me just save to be safe. So here is the actual battle. So we are still outnumbered, like 2-1 with from the enemy. And in the middle of this battle, after 4 turns, Buzz will show his strategies that will make this battle equal. But because we have the movement glitch in the water battle, we don't need to wait for Buzz. We're just gonna kill Kaiser straight away and ignore whatever brilliant genius strategies that he's preparing. Oops. Damn it, messed up the menu. So again, yeah, the water battle system is heavily glitched, where if you press select and cancel at the same time, then you won't use up your turn when you move. So you could move infinite amount of times, and you could move all of your units to kill the commander unit straight away. Although this the enemy commander is very tough, and we can't kill them in 1 turn, so we have to do 2 turns for this one. So after we attack him with our last 2 units, he still won't die. And we have to wait another turn, unfortunately. Because the glitch is only found like a lot of years, like 3 or 4 years after the game was already made. So yeah, and he never bothered updating the game anymore after he first released it. And there you go. So there's this whole story of like Buzz showing up with a bunch of armies after 4 turns, and him shocking Kaiser because of it, because Kaiser didn't expect it, and all of that, blah 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 blah. Anyway, we don't get to see all that. We're just gonna use the glitch and cheat through this fight. Yusuf, median. So now we are in the enemy city, and we should go to the headquarters and capture the general. But unlike Suikoden, we could still actually do recruiting events in the middle of this war battle. So yeah, so first recruit to get here. This is Mike. It's a mercenary that we could recruit very early on the game for like a cheap amount. We haven't bothered to recruit him earlier, but we do it now because we have the money. And also there's this shady guy selling sea spider toxin. We need this item for like one of the recruits, and yeah. We don't have the money to buy that sea spider toxin earlier when we visited here, so we have to do it here when we came here to the second time. And there's one more event to do. So again, we are still in the middle of war battles. Enemy soldiers are chasing us, and we are desperately bribing them to keep them off from killing us. And what do? We go here. There's a cat. Meow. We talk to the cat. Yay. So that cat, we have to find the cat like 5 different times to recruit him. That is the 3rd time. Before this, we have like meet the cat in like 2 different places. And now time to go to the actual dungeon and to actually go do the boss fight. Do Annika first. That's what he does this. Oops. So don't hurt. Okay, everyone's health is high enough. Oh, I didn't save. I mean, I think this boss is easy when I do these things right, so I don't think I should save. But anyway. This boss is actually easy, but we have some unconventional strategies in it. So we bring Rorschach, the ninja. He has a steal ability, because, oh, first of all, I want to heal the boss. So first thing we have to focus on is to actually clear his soldiers, because they are pretty tough. And they could deal quite a lot of damage if left unchecked. Anyway, so we bring Rorschach. He has steal ability. Nice, got a steal first try. That's good. So we stole Mithril Bracer from him, and Mithril Bracer gives 3000 ARN, which is like a high amount for this point of the game. The bosses have a steal rate of 50%, so it's easy to steal. And once you've done stealing, you just swap Rorschach with Mike, because we don't need Rorschach anymore. And we'll just put a useless character, Mike, in place of him. So Mike is very underleveled, and that means he doesn't do a lot of turns, which means having him will cost less animation time. Other than that, once we do all of that, then this boss is straightforward too. We need to heal. Heal boss to be safe. Daniel dying by this point is also fine, actually. I mean, I guess I could heal him if I can. It would be good if Mike dies, actually, so I don't have to watch his turns, but oh well, unfortunately he doesn't die yet. Should be close to being dead too by this point. Let me equip, I don't think we will... never mind. I think kinda slow as well. He missed, of course. Oh, actually end up using all of our Shadow Cast. There you go. We did. So yeah, finally we beat General Kaiser, and we managed to capture back Mayfall that the opponent have captured. So yeah, we win this war for now. But there will be more war to come, because we only beat one of the armies in Kiergard. There's still they still have 3 other armies that could attack us anytime soon. And Buzz, the genius strategist, decides to join us permanently now. Because he, at the first place, he was sick of the state army because he thinks a bunch of state armies are corrupt or incompetent. But he actually thinks we are competent and we are not corrupt, which is the opposite of the rest of the state army. So he wants to join us, and also Shiro, the Blackwater mayor. He used to be a army officer as well, and he decided to join us as well. So 2 new characters. Buzz, we will be using him a lot. Shiro will be using him occasionally as well, because his weapon starts at a pretty good level. Although there will come to a point in the middle of the game where Shiro is mediocre, start to be not as good as anymore compared to other characters. Buzz, though, his physical attack is strong and he starts at a high weapon level. So yeah, he could deal a lot of physical damage for like throughout until at some point in the near the late end game we'll ditch him off, but that still be pretty far away. So the story takes a turn now. So there was some time ago, there's a plot point brought up about Daniel having some lost memories, and now that there's a break from the war, Daniel will be going to this to a university city named Faraday, and he will talk to a researcher on memories to try to figure out what's going on with this lost memories of his. So some walking, and there's like a few dungeons as well coming up. Okay, first of all, at bus, median, Shiro. Oh, also coming up soon is an optional recruit. So previously I've been gathering like few very unique items. One of them is like brown clay, where I need to steal from a monster. Another one is like sea spider toxin that I buy in Mayfall earlier. And all of that stuff is needed to recruit the two people here. So you go to this house, and there's a necromancer experimenting with necromancy. We are reading his spell book, and the ingredients listed to do this necromancy process is similar with the items that we have. So Daniel tries to carry that out, and I forgot one thing. Never mind. It's this item I have to pick. I have to pick the charge jet to actually carry out this experiment. Forgot to do that. Type ! exit fate on the Twitch chat, and I have an explanation there about the game. Anyway, yeah, so Daniel carried out this necromancy process, and mage here missed. He got surprised that Daniel actually managed to successfully raising the date. So we get an Australian skeleton. I said Australian because he have an Australian accent in his speech, and his name is Derek. He died like more than 100 years ago in the middle of the battle. And yeah, both of us decides to join us because we have helped him. We have helped missed doing his experiment, and we've helped Derek actually get back from the dead. Derek will be used for the next post battle, but other than that, he's not really useful anymore. But Mist is a really powerful mage, and we'll be using him a lot of the time for the rest of the run. Anyway, to go to the Oshin state here, we have to walk through this forest, and so this is a dungeon. Typical dungeon. And as usual, I'm just going to bribe every encounter here. The boss coming up is actually tough. Like, if I make a careless mistake, I could easily screw things up, and I could easily game over if I mess up. Although if I don't make a mistake, it's usually fine, it's usually smooth. But just one single mistake and everything could be screwed up. So I have to be careful. So, in this middle of the forest, there's some ice for whatever reason. It's a foreshadowing that there's an ice elemental boss coming up. Okay. Shiro, Miss Derek. Suikothon herbs. Suikothon glasses. Just got lightning rod. Okay, better save because this boss could be dangerous if I screw up. So this is an ice elemental boss, and it's an introduction to a status effect named Freeze. So the boss will be able to inflict this status called Freeze, but if someone is frozen, they will die instantly once they get hit by a physical attack. The boss only have physical attacks, so everyone in the back of Buzz and Derek won't get hit. But now Buzz is frozen, so he could easily die, and I have to moves Shiro, swap his position with Boss. So now Boss is in the back and he can't be attacked. Because if he got attacked when he's frozen, he'll just die instantly. And obviously, I don't want someone to die. If someone dies like that, it could be really dangerous. Okay, Derek is frozen, but Derek is not so useful, so instead of swapping someone in the back with Derek, I could just rather... what do I do here? I'll just rather swap Derek with Daniel. Auto, he's exposed there. Okay, switch, Daniel. Okay, Shiro have to heal. Oops. That's what happened when I'm not careful. Oh, Buzz is still frozen. Crap, okay. I need to protect Buzz. I mean, I don't really mind if Lyusaf die actually. Not that much of an issue by this point. Okay, I'll just move Daniel to protect Lyusaf because now it's Lyusaf that got frozen. I could heal Daniel or do I just heal Buzz? Actually, Daniel die doesn't really matter. Daniel isn't really useful. There you go, nice. Nah. They don't target the frozen monster characters. So yeah, if someone in the front line is frozen, if 1% in the front line is frozen, then there's a 50% chance that the AI will attack them. Because there's like 2 possible targets. There's that one point I have where Derek is frozen and is exposed by Frozemonger. And there's a 50% chance he hit Derek there. But if Derek got killed there, actually, it doesn't really matter by that point. Because Derek doesn't really deal that much damage anyway. Yeah, unlike other Suikoden games, this strategy is actually a tank. Okay, as we enter here, there's a recruiting event I want to do. So this is Fankal. He's a painter, and he's an angry painter because at one point there's a rich art collector that have scammed him. And yeah, Daniel. So when Daniel hears his story about getting scammed, Daniel wants to try to help him, but Fankal refuses the help. And he just told, no, get off. Of course, Daniel still want to help him, but we will do the helping way later in the game. There'll be a section in the end of this run where we'll start to recruiting all the characters that we haven't done. And yeah, we'll go back here and we'll do all of the events related to Fankal. Anyway, time to continue the story, so... Then again, first of all, Daniel go here because he wants to meet a researcher in memory, because Daniel had to have some lost memories and he want to try to figure out what's going on with him. So this is the researcher, Cantor. Cantor doesn't have a portrait, which means he's not recruitable. If you'll know that if you play Suikoden. But anyway, so Cantor, he will carry out hypnosis on Daniel, and that will allow Daniel to access through his memories by walking through it as if it's like an actual world. Is that so? Oh, so in this dream part, Daniel will access a flashback of his own memory. And the theme song for this dream part, after this dialogue here, so the theme song for this, it's a Final Fantasy theme that is actually get copyright claim if you try to upload it on YouTube. So I swapped the music. I swapped this music with a Suikoden 3 music, so that when this video got uploaded on RPG Limit Break YouTube channel, their video won't get copyright claimed. So this is a flashback of Daniel's early days when he was on a young, and him, Angel, and Jovian is fighting in a war against Almenga as his regular soldiers. So the backstory is that 8 years ago, Almenga Empire invaded Kiergaard, and Daniel, Angel, and Jovian joins the army so they could take part in this invasion. in the defending their homeland. And this is a flashback from those days, and we are get to send to these fights again, Alminga soldiers. So our characters are still level 1, but we... Oops, wrong spell, damn it. Oops, well, this will be a bit slower now. This is one guy not dead yet. I used the wrong spell on the wrong target as well. But anyway, yeah, so our characters are level 1. We can't modify our equipments, but we are allowed to bring out the magic spells that we already bought. So spells like Splash earlier that I keep using on the Shoulders battle. Yeah, that we have that because we already bought it before, and at this very low level, the magic spells deal a lot more damage compared to physical attack. This one, the steps are kind of complicated if I want to optimal, so I need to be concentrating here. Spark. Attack bottom soldier. Okay, next Angel's turn, she'll be able to cast Shadow Cast and kill everyone. So we want to make sure that... Oh, that's unlucky? Ah, one guy isn't dead. So yeah, the strategy basically most of the damage will be dealt from those 2 magic spells. So before we cast those magic spells, we want to damage the other soldiers so that they will die by the time we cast the spells. So this is Daniel's hometown, Chiaro. I mean Lavier. So it uses a tile set from Chiaro from Suikoden 2. Just like how Chiaro is the hometown of the hero in Suikoden 2. This is Lavier uses the Chiaro tile set, and it's the hometown of Daniel. And here Daniel meets his sister. Oh, spoiler. Yeah, so he meets this mysterious Brunhild woman, but suddenly he got turned into a copy of himself. But this copy of himself have a very different look. It looks evil, and he tries to tell Daniel to accept him, whatever that means. But Daniel is scared by it, so he tried to get away. So Daniel tells the story about how this other copy of himself tried to possess him or whatever it is, and Yan Angwa seems to have an idea what it is, and he just told Daniel don't surrender to it, but Yan Angwa refuses to explain further. And for some reason, Daniel is satisfied with the explanation, even though he still is suspicious of who Yan Angwa is. But anyway, another story point come up. So a priest from the Kanto temple want us to meet them, and wrong way. Should have walked up the right here. So we go to the inn. So we meet a priest of the Kanto temple. So in the state of Oishin, there are 2 major areas, the University City Faraday and the Kanto temple. And yeah, Deus is a high priest of the Kanto temple, and Kanto temple have been having a trouble lately, so he wants us to help him. Because the state army is not available right now, they are occupied with the war with Kierkegaard. And Deus index item. Range. Deus Daniel. So green herb. So gold dust earlier is very expensive. Gives us a lot of money. Equipments. Leather belt. Okay, stone amulet. Upgrade weapon. Wait. Oh, oops. Oof, nearly do the wrong upgrade there. Gonna be painful again. Okay, so yeah, we sell a bunch of items for money, and then we spend a lot of money to upgrade 2 of our character's weapons. And we also want to buy expensive magic spells here. So this is Eclipse. It's the 2nd level damage spells. It's a Dark Elemental 2nd level magic spell, and it's a lot more powerful than the 1st level. By this point in the story, there's like it's still very hard for our character to use those 2nd level spells because they need a lot of MP. And only one character, Median, have a high enough MP that could to make it realistic for him to use the 2nd level spell. So for the next upcoming boss fight, we're going to set Median up so he'll be able to use that 2nd level spell. Back to the story, Deus brought Daniel to the leader of this Kanto temple, Gallius. So he was mentioning how this temple recently has been attacked by water and ice elementals. And because the state army is occupied by the war against Kierkegaard, they can't ask the state army for help. And yeah, they are scared, they're not sure what to do. So when they heard Daniel come here, they want to ask him for help. And Daniel, being a good man, he says to help. My priest actually looks high. The priests in this game is actually tough. Like they don't make a good physical attacker, but they are quite tanky actually. They are good mage and they are tanky as well, so you could put them in the front line. Okay, buy quartz amulet. Also, we want to buy this quartz amulet. It costs a lot and it gives 2 MP regen. And it costs a lot actually, but it's 7,500 is a lot for this point. But giving 2 MP regen helps a lot. It's like very powerful. It allows us to set up one of our mage Median to be able to cast a 2nd level spell early on. And so we got a sneak peek of the villains. So these are the group of villains that have been summoning the elementals to attack the Kanto temple. Ice and Orlando here are the 2 mages that have been summoning the elementals, and Boris is a muscle man, I guess it's kinda like the hired to protect them in case enemies are attacking them. And there's the leader here, Tiamat. We don't get to see her talk yet, but basically she's the leader of this group. She's a dark mage with a very unusual powers. We are going to see about Tiamat more later on, because for now there's not going to be a lot revealed about her. Anyway, this is the Elemental Mansion. This is where those group of villains are hiding. So we will go here and we're confronting them. There's 2 sides of this dungeon. Oh wait, hang on. First of all, do this. Spots. Stone amulet. Spots, brown herb. Yeah, quartz amulet. Charge jet. There's stone amulet. Brown herb. Spots. Brown herbs. Wrong way as well. So yeah, there are 2 sides of this mansion. The first side here is the ice side, and at the end of this the right wing, we will have to fight a group of ice elementals, and in the second side, the water side, then yeah, we have to fight a group of water elementals, and doing both of those fights will unlock the center door and allows us to access the boss fight. So the Ice Elemental fight is pretty straightforward. The Ice Elemental aren't that strong. Should I guess? Should I guess again? Okay, so that one side done, and the other half. So yeah, these eyes have There's one puzzle room here in the ice side where you have to try to figure out how to walk through this ice to go to a treasure chest. You don't bother to do it though. Now for the water side, you see there will be some like water puddles throughout the floor, and if you walk through the puddles, we have to do a fight. Obviously, we didn't want to do that because this is a speedrun, and if you have to fight last, then that'll be better. And so you see that blue puddle there. You walk through it and you trigger a fight. You have to be careful here. The fight will take quite a long time as well. Okay, coming up on the next room, there will be moving puddles all around. It looks hard to avoid, but it's actually pretty simple if you know how to do it. Shoutouts to 01337, the Suikothon speedrunner. He's actually the one who figured out how to do that. Also, the Water Elemental fight. This is actually quite a lot harder than the Ice Elemental. Their magic are strong, and it could hit a lot of people at once. Even the mages in the back there with their high magic defense, these water spells actually still do quite a lot of damage. Oops. Damn it, what am I doing? Okay, at least none of our dark mages are silenced, so you could just use their spells right away. Okay, the battle went fine. Well, a lot of them are damage actually, so I have to heal them. Yeah, that should be fine. Shiro and Deus is a bit injured, but I think that's fine. Okay, time for the boss fight. So, earlier we equipped Median with a... an item called Charge Jet. Charge Jet allowed us to cast Eclipse, the second level darkness spell, without using any MP. And the second level spell by this point is like super strong. So being able to cast it without using any MP is like super OP. And at the second Median's turn, we'll set his MP to be able to cast Eclipse using his own mana. Basically, 2 Eclipse will deal a lot of damage. Very huge amount of damage by this point. Because this is still the point where it's hard for us to actually use Eclipse. And this fight will be fast because of those 2 Eclipse. This fight is chaotic. Like each of the characters there have like their own different abilities. The most dangerous one is Tiamat, the one in the bottom. So I want to kill her straight away. Second dangerous one is Ice, but with okay, phew. That's not so good. Let me just heal someone. Median dies, it could be really painful. Okay, Orlando gave shield to Tiamat, which is bad, because that will reduce the magic damage that she will receive. And I am worried that we might take a long time to kill Tiamat. Normally the double Eclipse will kill Tiamat very quickly, but... So yeah, there they go. Okay, there you go, she's dead. But yeah, one of her ability casted Chaos and Deus, and Chaos will make the affected character unable to control themselves. And when so they are unable to control themselves, and they will usually attack one of our characters instead, which is bad, obviously, because we can't use them at all. But anyway, so they're dead quick because we have that what is it? We have double Eclipse very early on the fight. That will deal a lot of damage. We thought those double Eclipse, that fight will be a huge mess. I don't know how to deal with that fight without the without the double Eclipse. Oh yeah, Northman. Yeah, so those water elemental fight, I think they, what is it? They purposely made it so that it's aligned in a cross sign, and it's a good against lightning spell. So the way lightning spell works is that you hit a target, and the enemies adjacent to the target will get hit as well. So on a cross formation like that, you hit the center, and all of the enemies will get attacked. Anyway, back to the story. So we got the news that the enemy army Kierguard is starting to make a move, and Deus decides to join us permanently. So yeah, we time to go back to the headquarters. There's a lot of walking coming up soon. Anyway, so for those who just joined it, welcome to this Exit Fate run. So this is Exit Fate. It's a free RPG Maker game made by one person, goes by the name of SCF. And this game is heavily inspired by Suikothon. It involves like a lot of recruitable characters, a war battle mode, a political storyline, and all that. And if you hadn't noticed already, the tile sets are taken from Suikothon too. So yeah, the character artworks are original, but the assets are taken from Suikothon too. And the soundtracks as well, like it's taken from like several different RPGs, classic RPGs, like there's Suikothon obviously, and then there's Wild Arms, Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy. I think it was Final Fantasy 6 to 9, as well as Tactics. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to do. Ah, damn it. I have to walk. So there's a character I want to recruit in the middle of this forest, but I actually forgot. Oh, I'll have to walk around. That was dumb. I actually lost a couple of money as well. Like, I mean, don't think it really matters, but yeah, I don't think losing the money will matter. But yeah, I do lose a bit of money from extra bribing. So in the middle of this forest, there's a bit of a hidden path that leads us to the Sacred Circle of Druids. So the druid normally blocks us from accessing there, but when he recognizes us as Daniel, he wants us to get in. Because the druid have been having an issue, a huge issue. So, anyone here playing Among Us? So this is what this recruitment event is. The druid elder recently found dead, and they are suspecting a murder. And they are suspecting one person inside the druid circle to be the murderer. Because otherwise they can't think like how the druid elder with his powerful spells could be killed by like random animals. And so here they are, the elder is dead, they have no leadership, and they are suspecting each other. And Alex here, one of the druid, wants us to be like an independent judge on what's going on. So yeah, we have to investigate what's going on. We talk to each of the druids, hear their stories and the alibi of other people, and we become a detective basically. We want to figure out who's the imposter among us, the druids. Messing up my walking here. Such bad this is. So first of all, we have to talk to everyone once, and I can't blame you, Mitchreon. And yeah, when we talk to everyone once, then we talk to Alex, and he feels like he still need to talk more. So there's like 5 more people we have to talk to hear their second opinion, and they'll cover up more stories and alibi. Okay, that's the last guy I need to talk. Okay, now we've got all of our information. It's time for Daniel the detective to come up with a conclusion. So Daniel thinks there's everyone have their own alibi, and that means if there's a murder, that means there's an accomplice as well. So there's possibly 2 imposters among the druids. So Daniel came up with the conclusion that there's probably no murder at all. The elder is just being old, and he died of like being old, you know, like a heart attack or a disease or whatever. And he got eaten by wild beasts, not because he lost his power or murdered, but because he's dead. And yeah, when they realize they are being dumb, Alex Alex feels like he wants to get away from the Druid Circle for now because they are being very negative and toxic, and he wants to get away from the circle for now, and he's hoping that one day when he returns, things could be healthy again. So basically, the conclusion is that the crew members are Pepega and there's no imposters at all, and you shouldn't bother to save there. Hang on, remove his... Okay, yeah. As usual, when I recruited someone new, then I also take out their equipments. How much time loss do I have earlier? Because I actually forgot to go there and have to walk back for a bit. A minute maybe? I think it's less than a minute, but still some time loss. Okay, back to the storyline. So they have got intelligence report of that both Kierguard and the Highland rebels is making their move at the same time. So they think they could deal with one at a time, but if they both try to attack us at the same time, then there'll be trouble. And if they try to split the force, then they might not have enough force to deal with both of them. So normally they don't want to negotiate with Highland rebels because they should have been illegal and all that, but the only thing they could try to came out of the situation fine is to try to negotiate with the Highland rebels for now. And so they told Daniel to try to negotiate with the Highland rebels. And Daniel realized that it actually could have been a death sentence. Because if Daniel tried to negotiate with Highland rebels, whatever happens afterwards, Daniel will get blamed for it. And might have to take the fall for it. So he have a plan, and he have a feeling that the Highland rebel will have the same plan as well. I'm sure all of that explanation will make sense, right, chat? First of all, I have to sell items. Quartz amulet again. So quartz amulet is expensive, but it's really useful by this point in the game. Anyway, we have to go to Highland, and there's plenty of walking to do. Thank you, Mitrion. That's what I was expecting. Honestly, like, some of these cutscenes, I tell the story because just, why not? But I wasn't expecting anyone could make sense of, like, a story like this just by me narrating it while mashing through the cutscenes. So yeah, we met a Highland rebel and we tell them we want to meet them. So they will bring us to the secret place. So Daniel said like, hey, Daniel tell Rock, I know your plan. You have like some kind of secret plan, and Daniel actually want to work with Rock with this plan. I think this is FFT. I think this is FF Tactics, not FF7. The town before maybe it's FF7. Yeah, this again, this game uses soundtrack from like several classic RPGs, including Final Fantasy. Like they have ones from Final Fantasy between Final Fantasy 6 to 9 and Tactics. Also, we got another look at these comic relief villain pair. They are hating our main character so much and they want to kill us. And it's a foreshadowing that there will be more to come with them. So okay. Type exclamation mark exit fate for the explanation about this game. But basically, this is a free RPG Maker game. It's not a commercial product, and yeah, it uses some copyrighted assets. Like the tile set, so the character graphics are all original, but the tile sets are almost all of it are taken from Suikoden 2. And the soundtracks is also taken from like several different RPGs like Suikoden, Wild Arms, Xenogears, Chrono Cross and Trigger, and also Final Fantasy. Basically, it's kind of like a love letter to the Suikoden series. It's like a game heavily, it's a game heavily inspired by the Suikoden style, and also a bit of inspiration from some of those other RPGs I've mentioned as well. Like the encounter system, I've heard it's similar to Wild Arms, even though I never played Wild Arms before. So yeah, and there's a bit of I know some a bit of the story points kind of like reminds you of Xenogears, and I know there's like a few there's one dialogue in the end game that is like an obvious reference to Xenogears. What do I do here? Meeting hall. I never played Wild Arms, but I saw people comparing that bribe system to the Wild Arms. So yeah, coming up, we have negotiated with the Highland Rebels, and they will set a truce with us, so the Highland Rebels won't be attacking. So now, time to the only thing we have to deal with is Kierguard army, which means we are going to have a war battle soon. Also, Boss invited the General Kaiser that we have captured to join our side instead. And when Daniel managed to convince Kaiser that the Kierguard is actually started to lose and doesn't have the advantage anymore, Kaiser decides to join. So that the war could be ended quickly. And anyway, yeah, story, dialogues, whatever, I'm sure none of it will make sense to you guys. So some setup on the war unit I have to do. This Alex, Bartoli, Derek, Francesca, Joe, median, change unit up, +2 infantry, and scout. Changing Kaiser to Scout isn't necessary for this one, but way later in the game, having Kaiser as Scout will help in one of the battles. Anyway, so this is a tough battle actually, like the enemy outnumbers us, and I remember casually having a lot of issues with this one. But again, on a speedrun, there's a glitch in this war battle where you could just move infinite amount of times. So what we will do is just use the glitch and kill the enemy commander straight away. So all of the battles in the speedrun, war battles in the speedrun, unfortunately is super easy and super simple. Oops. Although I'm still making so many mistakes in menuing. Haven't done this run in a while. So yeah, almost all of this war battle, the way we will do it is like we just send our army to kill the enemy commander straight away. This one, okay, hopefully this one will be killed in 4 attacks. There's a bit of chance that boss won't kill him, so if that's the case, then I have to send a 50 unit on him. Okay, there you go. So all of a sudden, the Highland rebels who are supposed to be on a truce, they decide to attack Highland, and that means Highland is screwed. Thanks for that emote. Yeah. I think I'm basically the only one who ever streamed this game in like a long time. Actually, nah, I know there's one other guy who I think streamed this game for a bit within this year, but yeah, there's like other than that, I think I'm the only one who's streaming this game on Twitch because I was doing speedruns of it. Yeah, basically this game was it get a bit of popularity around like 2009 to 2013 among the Suikoden fan base, but after that it seems like people to start to forget about this game. Yeah, I've tried at first I speedrun this game because I thought the strategy could be really interesting. There's like a lot of depth to the strategies and all that, and it is really interesting indeed, even though it's also very long. Like yeah, doing the speedrun was really enjoyable for me, except for the fact that the cutscenes are long and there's so many cutscenes unfortunately. But the battles are really enjoyable, I think. Also, yeah, so Hallen rebels decide to break the truce and they conquer Hallen, and the governor is dead. Let's have to pay respects. Wow, rude, Bjorn Witten. How dare you? Yeah, speedrunning this game, like, I think a lot of the battles are interesting. The one thing I like about the speedrun of this is that there's no, like, trick to, like, one hit kill the bosses with, like, thousands of damage straight away. Uh, so, you know how, like, in some speedruns, for example, Suikoden 2, there's a trick with the Kindness Rune glitch that allows you to, like, kill the bosses straight away in, like, one turn or so. It's a cool trick to look at, and the routing could be interesting. But I think when I was looking at those kind of speedruns, like the execution could be kind of boring because you just walk to the battle, bam, finish the battle straight away. But with this one, the battles, there's a lot of strategies into it. Each boss are unique and they don't just, it's not trivial at all. Like, you have to play it properly, you have to like keep reacting to the enemy's move and all that. The battle have a lot of turns, but the animation speed is also fast. So there's like a lot of, quite a lot of skill in like speedrunning this game fast for the battles. So yeah, I've enjoyed the battles a lot here. Yeah, see, the one thing about speedruns I realized, it's only something I realized when I start running, you know, like, when I saw like speedrun videos of RPGs that they could do like thousands of damage and one hit kill the boss, it's like, wow, holy crap. But then, if you actually try to speedrun those games, it's like, yeah, you just walk into the boss and then bam, you one click the enemy. It's like, it's not that interesting to to do it like multiple times, I think. But on games like this, like the fights aren't trivial. Like there's a lot of decision making on the fights, and yeah, I found this like really interesting to actually do. Although with this game, like outside of the battles, like the walking is really slow, so it's easy to do, and as a result, it's kind of boring as well. And there's a lot of cutscenes as well, unfortunately. Like if there's a cutscene skip, this game will I will probably speedrun this game a lot more than what I've done. So it's like a lot more exciting to speedrun if there's a cutscene skip. Back to the story. So our old friend Angel, who is supposed to be a colonel in the enemy army Kierguard, came in here all of a sudden and want to talk with us. So a lot of plot dump coming up here. Daniel thinks what he was thinking all this time in his mind, which is the fact that Jovian betrays him. But Angel was angry because Angel thinks Jovian is innocent. And there you go. That's the only time where Angel opened her eyes in this game. Look at that sprite. It's the only time she actually opened her eyes. All the other times she closed her eyes for whatever reason, or maybe just she have like a slanted eyes or something. But yeah, that's the only time in this game where you see Angel open her eyes. And Angel tells a story a long time ago where Daniel goes mad and goes on a killing spree when fighting the enemy, and Daniel have no idea about it at all, so it's another lost memory from him. So Daniel starts to suspecting himself being the one behind the incident early on in the game, and he started to suspect he lost his memory about him inflicting the murders of his own soldiers. Sephiroth. Yep, it's basically Sephiroth. Is that what Sephiroth's story is? I have no idea what Final Fantasy VII story is. Never played the game yet. But yes, this is Daniel's appearance, basically Sephiroth, a human version of Sephiroth. So you have to find where Angel is, and there are some soldiers blocking the wrong path. So that kind of guide us to where Angel is located. I remember on my casual playthrough, this part is kind of annoying because it takes me some time to actually find where Angel is. And there you go. And we have a lot of plot dumps earlier, and we have even more plot dumps now. Where Daniel asks about the Brunhild, the mysterious woman that popped onto him, and Angel revealed that she is his sister. But for some reason, at one point, Brunhild ran away, gone completely, and Daniel lost any memory of her. A bit of time where I could have a break from mashing here, like about 12 seconds, I think. Not enough for a toilet break, unfortunately. So earlier we got a task of exploring an archaeological ruins that was discovered recently, and then you will. Oh right, I forgot to explain a very important plot point before this, but whatever. Lisa, medium, Miss Shiro. Uh, okay, so the text box animation in this game, like the transition is kind of slow, so it does allow you to actually read it, even though like for a short amount of time. But yeah, you can actually try to read the whole dialogues in this because the text box animation is kind of slow. Even though obviously if you never played the game, it still won't make sense. It's too fast to read, but it's possible to try to read the dialogues again just by watching the speedrun. Which is why, you know, one thing I like about this game is that the text box is slow, which means I don't need to mash fast. Like, mashing fast, I don't think it really helps that much. So I don't need to ruin my fingers when speedrunning this for like 8 hours. Unlike Suikoden 2, where you have to like mash with 4 different buttons simultaneously if you want to be optimal. And you have to mash fast as well. And there's a lot of cut dialogues as well. Amulet. Remove one stone amulet. There's add one stone amulet. Okay, equipment menuing done, formation is done. Oops. Yeah, so again, yeah, this is a free RPG Maker game. It's basically a love letter to the Suikoden series. It's a game inspired by Suikoden and also some inspiration from other RPGs as well. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so when I was first playing Exit Fate, I never actually played all the other non-Suikoden games where the soundtrack is revealed. Like, I never played Chrono Cross or Trigger or like Xenogears, Final Fantasy, and all that. So the music actually feels fresh to me. But yeah, I can imagine for other people who have played all of those RPGs, they will feel awkward because there's some like music that they've known that they have like recognized for like some other thing actually pops up on a completely different game. And honestly, I never really went into like RPG Maker kind of. I never really bothered checking like RPG Maker game, like those kind of free RPG Maker games. Besides, before, and yeah, this is the first like indie like free RPG Maker game I've played, and I've done it because I've read up a lot in like Suikoden forums and all how like a lot of Suikoden players think the Exit Fate is really good for a Suikoden. So I thought I'll try it because I'm a Suikoden fan, and if Suikoden players like it, then maybe it's good, So I tried it, and yeah, I was hooked up a lot because this is definitely like really reminds me of a Suikoden game. Of course, like if you play this game without knowing like the hang on. So there's a glitch in this. Wait, where do we go here? This one, right? Oh wait, not one. So there's a glitch in this puzzle room where you could walk through the vertical walls for whatever reason. That makes it a lot faster. Although I kind of messed up the puzzle earlier. For a second, I forgot what button to press. But yeah, so if I played this game without knowing what this game is about, like it'll look really weird. But I played this game knowing that it's a Suikoden inspired game and it's also a free game made by one guy. And I've heard of people like praising the story and gameplay and all that. So yeah, I kind of know what kind of shortcomings I have to expect, and when I know that, it's like I'm hooked up in the game a lot, because the way the game goes is definitely resembles a good Suikoden game. If you ignore some of the obvious shortcomings, like the fact that it uses like Suikoden 2 tile sets and all that. Anyway, complicated boss fight coming up. This boss fight has a small chance to completely kill you, which is why I need to save. Okay, one important thing I need to hope to happen is that he doesn't use Photon Beam on my Dark Mages, because that could like kill them in one shot. And my Dark Mages are super important here. So this enemy is a like elemental boss, and like elemental means that they'll take extra damage from Dark. Could you splash here? Yes. But at the same time, they also take more damage from like elemental attacks. So if the Wyvern uses a I should have healed Shiro. I kinda made a mistake there. It was making you die. I don't have Dark Harp in boss. Anyway, I set up my Dark Mages to cast Eclipse on their second turn, so they'll deal a lot of damage and kill their wings. Well, that's still fine, but it's... Mist is about to cast his Eclipse, which could have dealt a lot of damage, but Photon Beam killed it straight away. That kinda ruined things up. I mean, it's still fine, but this fight will be quite a lot slower now. This isn't good. But yeah, so this boss is really scary when he has his wings, because the wings will deal a lot of damage, and the wings will also buff the main Wyvern head there. And those buffs are really powerful. But if those wings are taken out, then this boss isn't really powerful anymore. And now I could be chill. Although there's still this chance of that Photon Beam killing my Black Mage in one shot though. Okay. Also, at the end of this fight, I want to swap Lusaf and Deus with Angel and Daniel. So they are overall underleveled. Hang on, Daniel. So Angel and Daniel, after this we will have to use them, and they are still underleveled. So I want to level them up, and I do that by just swapping them at the end of this fight. If you are familiar with how Suikoden leveling system works, it's kind of similar with this game where underleveled character could just like underleveled character could just catch up to the right level straight away in one single fight. So I put them at the end of the fight and they'll catch up. Although this fight is quite a lot slower now, they don't die straight away because my mist die. My mist die very early and that really loses me a lot of damage. Like if mist didn't die there, once I swap Daniel and Angel back to the fight, I will just kill the Wyvern straight away and the fight will end straight away. But yeah, it's unfortunate that mist had to die. That photon beam from the Wyvern is very powerful when it hits the Dark Mages. What do I have to do here? Okay, I have to unequip my mages because I need their amulets. Median Yusuf. Have you actually played Suikothon games, Snarkman? Because if you don't, then I'm surprised. Hey, Pizza Panda. Also, SCF have another RPG that he made before this one, last scenario. It's a generic, unlike this one, which is Suikoden style. Last scenario is more of like a generic RPG, but it has some mixed opinions. But I think the story is interesting, I guess I have to say. But yeah. Anyway, back to the story here. So earlier, Angel leaked Jovian's plan, where Jovian has managed to sneak up a lot of his troops inside Zelmony, and they will launch a surprise attack. But Angel doesn't want to see the war continue, so he leaked this plan to Daniel and hoped Daniel could somehow resolve the issue without fighting. Of course, Daniel get confused, so Daniel have to choose whether to side with Zelmony and ruin the ambush, or to side with Jovian and make the ambush even quicker, so that Kierkegaard wins. But Daniel came up with a third option. That he was hoping will reduce the fighting even more. I'm sure all that story makes sense to you, right, chat? So here it is, the Kierkegaard army doing a surprise attack on Matrek, and they were completely unprepared for it. And Daniel pops up in between them, because Daniel already knows the plan. But what he do, instead of siding with one of them, he'll just tell both of them to stop fighting. Ginger messenger, that's true. So Jovian withdraws because he knows that he won't be able to win anymore now. And Erin told Daniel to pursue Jovian, but he refuses. Because he don't want the fighting to continue anymore. So this whole conflict ends without any actual fighting, but as a result, because Daniel ignores Erin's order, and he's also hiding vital information, Daniel is arrested on suspicions of treasons. And now this is where the story kind of shifts, where previously we've just been fighting Kierkegaard in the side of Zelmony. Now we are arrested, and things will change. Oh, coming up soon, there'll be like a cutscene. It takes like about, what is it, like 1 minute and 20 seconds. And that cutscene, you don't need to match dialogues at all. So yeah, 1 minute 20-second time where you don't need to match anything. That means I could have a toilet break. Basically, yeah, that's the story beyond written. So Elysium army tries to hire a lawyer to defend Daniel in the trial for treason. And Daniel tried to tell all of his story and all of that. Anyway, this lawyer is actually, he will be a recruitable character. He will join us straight away not long after this. and he's actually a decent mage. Not a lot of people have used him, but yeah, we do. We already came across Royston. That's Royston. We met him like just before we get our headquarters, and that's like about 2 hours ago, I think, in this run. So yeah, so Bear, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but yeah, Bo the Lawyer is actually a decent mage. We'll use him at one point, but although he's still not as good as like some of the other top mages that we'll be using most of the time. Bo, okay, yeah, yeah. So Bo is a decent mage actually. Anyway, I'll break soon. There you go. Hey, C Unit, welcome. So yeah, I have to thank SCF a lot for having this cutscene right in the middle of the run. Well, not exactly middle, but it's a really good time to actually have a bathroom break around the middle of the run. So from now on, there's only like about 5 hours left that I. So instead of like having to keep up my bladder for like 8 hours, I could only do it for 5. I think so. Yeah, I've so compared to my PB pace, I'm like 9 minutes slow. Like actually 10 minutes slower now because I've been playing slow. Even though like I haven't had any like anything disastrous happening, I've been playing slow, so it's like 10 minutes slower compared to my PB. Well, I think it should be fine. I think it should still beat estimate. Maybe barely, but like my estimate is like about 30 minutes slower than my PB, so it should be fine. I think. Anyway, so yeah, here's the trial, and there's a false witness set up to accuse Daniel of being a traitor. So basically, the summary is that the state union is corrupt, and they make false accusations on Daniel. And whatever the case, so Daniel is still being convicted of treason, and it's only a matter of time until he gets executed. So yeah, so our allies here, like our party members, decides to break us out of the courthouse. So yeah, we have a couple of fights coming up, and in this part of the story, our characters are fixed. We don't have a choice of the characters to bring, which is why earlier in the previous boss I level up Angel and Daniel at the end of the fight, because I have to use them here. So Cole and Shiro is useless for this one. Oops. Formation. Equipment. Stone Amulet. Blue Quartz Amulet. White Ash. Don't hurt. Yep, they do. Yeah, that's only something I noticed when I was speedrunning this. Anyway, so yeah, we have to fight these soldiers a couple of times, and the strategy that we will do is that we'll just have Angel and Daniel wait for 2 turns, and on the 3rd turn, they have enough MP to cast Eclipse. Double Eclipse will kill them. And if Ayara is dead, that is good. It's because that means we spend less time watching her turns. We have Shiro on call on the party, but we don't really need them, so we just put them in the reserve. So putting them will just waste our time. And again, this is why I level up Daniel and Angel earlier on the previous boss. So I have to use them here. Okay, there's a small chance the Corporal there doesn't die. Okay, good. I have a White Ash in my Angel's inventory for a backup in case the Corporal doesn't die straight away. But I don't need to use it here. Ooh, actually Daniel's on. Maybe I could have healed Daniel, but nah. Daniel have a very high dexterity, so he will usually able to dodge most attacks. Daniel... Okay, should be fine. I should have healed Daniel there. I mean, it still takes a lot of bad luck for him to die, but I should have healed him there. Before this fight. Okay, now we don't need to use Daniel and Angel anymore, so just take out all of their items, so we could use it again after this. Coming up soon is a reference to Suikothon to scene. So here is Rorschach breaking the lever to close the city gates. And when Daniel confronted the soldier, he was saying like, "Do you want to fight the leader of Elysium army?" So it's a reference to one of the Suikothon 2 scenes where we have to escape from Muse, and Chaco breaks the lever. And then when Rio confronts the Highland soldier, Chaco said the same thing. Like, "Do you want to fight the leader of the Dunan army?" And as Daniel ran away, the Matrek army is chasing us, so Matrek army is attacking our castle, so time for us to fight back. And so now we are actually changing sides. We are actually fighting Zelmoni now. Again, for a war battle, we'll just use the infinite movement glitch to kill the enemy commander straight away. This battle, actually, without the glitch, you could still doing it fast. Like, I've tried to find a glitchless strategy for this one, and I could beat Erin's unit in only 3 turns. Hang on, oops. Wrong unit. But, obviously, using the glitch is still faster, a lot faster. Yep, basically Jovian is on our side again now. So we win, but Daniel start to how do you say it? Yeah, he kind of loses vision on what he want to do. And he ended up spending 5 days without doing anything, and the army get confused. And some of our army already deserted our castle to go back to Zelmoni. Disillusioned, yeah, I guess that's how you say it, I guess. And so Zelmoni announced that anyone from the Elysium army who want to go back to the state army, they will be able to do so without any punishment, except for Daniel. And Daniel thought so, okay, this will be the end of our army, but Jovian instead tried to convince him otherwise. And anyway, basically a bunch of dialogues. I think after that war battle previously, it's like a 5 minutes of mashing until I get to walk again. Iconic music from Chrono Trigger here. And here it is. So Daniel tried to convince the soldiers to fight for justice and tried to fight against the corrupt state union. Yeah, basically we are switching sides. Previously we've been fighting Kierkegaard, and now we want to fight Zelmony instead. Well, I mean, Daniel's reasoning is that he wants to do that to finish the war quickly, and because what Zelmony that have done have already like angered a lot of like their own citizens. So I guess he thought the easiest way is to just side with Kierkegaard instead and finish this war easily by beating Zelmony. I can't really do the story justice if I just explain it, narrating it like this. Because, like, yeah, without actually seeing, like, the proper dialogue and all that, like, if I just narrate it, like, by myself like this, it won't really make much sense. Oh, also earlier, the lawyer that tried to defend us in the trial decides to join us. And also, Jovian decides to join us as well. Although Jovian still have level 2 from the start of the game, so he's kinda useless. And before we continue with the story, I want to get some party members. This is the point where you start to see more optional recruits being done while I'm going through the story. There's still not that much, but you'll see me occasionally doing optional recruits more than before. Some of the recruits I will do like for the next hour or so. I also do it in the any percent. In any percent, even though you don't actually need to do recruits, Some recruits are actually really useful. Oh, also here's the comic relief villains that now that we are supposedly on the same side, they got angry because they hate us so much. Okay, first thing I have to do, go to this item shop. And we'll buy a bunch of items. By a bunch of items, I mean bunch of brown herbs. And now time to do a recruit. So this optional recruit is really useful. We also do it in any percent because she's really good. This is Petra, the best waifu in this game. So Petra is a feminist, and when she saw our party is full of males, she got irritated and want to join us to prove that women are strong as well. And she is correct, because she is super strong. We're going to be using her a lot throughout this game, throughout this run from now on. Okay, time to go blacksmith and do some shopping as well. Oh, not this one. So Petra earlier, she started with a high weapon level, and her equipments as well also gives us a lot of money when we sell it. One reason why she's really useful. What do I sell here? 3 green herbs. Make quotas as well. Okay, upgrade weapon. Hang on. Hang on. I think I should sell 1 more green herbs. Okay, good. So yeah, earlier we sell a lot of items for a lot of money, and we spent a lot of that money to upgrade weapons of our 2 characters, Boss and Petra, to very high levels. It costs a lot of money, but it's worth it because we're going to use both of them like a lot for for the next couple of hours or so. And because they are frontliners, it'll be really good for them to have high weapon levels. Also, some foreshadowing of that there's more to this story than the current war between Keyguard and Zelmoni. Some kind of couple of evil-looking people talking to each other, conspiring something that is still mysterious to us. So while they were trying to discuss the plan for the next battle, an unexpected announcement pops up coming up soon. So apparently the elemental summoners that we fight earlier in Kanto Temple pops up again. And yeah, Daniel want to take care of them before carrying out the meeting. What does she have to put? Median enemies. Median 3 stone amulets. 1 quartz and 2 stone amulet. Everyone's healed, yeah. So that's the secret of being a strategist, I guess. The mustache. So yeah, the two other mages run away when we face them, so only Boris actually wants to fight us. And he's actually a lot stronger than the one we fought before. Now, our mages actually have been high level enough now to be able to cast a spell every turn. Unlike previous fights where our mages usually have to can only like cast like 1 or 2 spells every 3 turns. Now we could set them up so that we could cast more spells with them, or we could cast a second level spell in a fast amount of time. And Shiro dying by this point doesn't really matter, I think. Okay, Deus Photon Beam. What do you do? Splash. Also, yeah, this guy is die again. But yeah, Boris is strong. As you see there, 2 frontliners die straight away. But this guy is, well, our mages deal a lot of... Wrong attack, I think. Our mages could deal quite a lot of damage with their spells, because he have low magic defense. Splash. There you go. Actually not that fast, but whatever. So with accessories, so for equipments, usually when a character joins me, I'll remove all of their equipments, because I want to sell them for money. And yeah, most of the equipments don't really do much at all. Except for accessories, amulets is really useful for the MP region. And glasses is very useful for accuracy, for physical attackers. But everything else is usually is almost useless, like the very little effect. So yeah, I just remove everything and then I just equip my own amulets and glasses usually. And now we got a confrontation between Deus and Orlando. So Deus has been acting as if he have no idea who these mages are, but Orlando now exposes him as in the past he used to be a scam artist alongside Orlando himself. But at one point Deus abandoned Orlando, and Orlando have to run away for a long time because of that, while Deus is just comfortably hiding in a Kento temple, acting as if he's innocent. And that's why Orlando is very angry with Deus, and yeah, he's trying to take his revenge by attacking Kento temple. But you know, the typical trope of hey, Orlando realized that revenge is pointless, and yeah, he feels everything pointless, so he decides to just join us. Orlando is actually an over-leveled by the time he joins us here, so we'll use him for the next couple of fights. Also summoning again. Deus for short. Orlando Stone Amulet. Oops. And for the next several fight, we also stop using Mist for now. Oh, actually coming out should have saved. Hang on. We'll do another optional fight here, which involves an optional boss fight. So there's this character called Mai. She's the magic shop vendor in our castle. And to recruit her, we need to fight her in a special boss battle where she can only get damage from magics. And if you try to fight her pretty early like this, her magic is super strong, so we need to kill her fast as well before she killed everyone. We kill her by casting 2 off. No, that's not good. That is not good. Deus dying is really not good. I'll try to keep a frost shot just in case. Maybe I should just restore Deus to be safe. Don't kill. Oh, okay, good. I should heal Orlando. Okay, phew. That was. Ooh, hang on. I killed her without using Frost Shard, so I could actually use the Frost Shard. Okay, that's unusual, but I killed her in only 2 spells. That's not a safe way of doing it, but anyway, it works. So yeah, Deus killed very early straight away, which is unexpected. Also, we need to talk this guy. He gives a hint about this mysterious ruins called Avalon, which will be useful later for a recruit. Anyway, that fight went unusual. have one extra frost shard, and I mean, don't think it really do much help at this point. Oh, also a bunch of menuing. Also, I walked the wrong way as well. Shiro Mai, and Opal, Bulletin Stone, Charge Pearl, White Ash, Indian, White Ash from Herb, Mandu, Amulet, Brown Herb. So the Mai battle is very hard, like if you are unprepared, but at the same time she's also kind of overleveled when you recruit her here. So she's also a very useful mage for like the next couple of fights. Oh, she's also a really useful, really strong mage in general. So we'll be using her quite a lot. And also the fact that she opened that magic shop in the castle helps us a lot, because eventually there will be points later in the game where we want to buy magic spells, and having her in the castle would speed it up quite a lot. And in any percent, we still recruited her because she's a very good mage. Her magic shop actually makes things a lot faster, some of the shopping a lot faster. Even though recruiting her actually takes quite a long time, but it's still worth it in any percent. So back to the story. Kingguard soldiers have found that there's a underground tunnel connecting this Helman Island that we are on right now to the enemy territory, Mayfall. So they are thinking of using this underground tunnel to sneak up troops unexpectedly. So yeah, there's a dungeon coming up where you have to go through this underground tunnel. Everyone's healed. Okay. The dungeon is kind of long, and the enemies are actually kind of powerful as well. Like, when I first tried this on my playthrough, I kind of get stuck for a bit. The enemies are really powerful if you are still not really prepared. Although we don't actually need to do any encounter. Just like most dungeons, we're just gonna bribe every encounter. Oh, hang on, there. I forgot to take something, I think. I do! Ah, damn it, I forgot to take gold dust. That was bad. Yeah, there's a treasure chest. Hang on, I forgot to take it, right? Yep, I forgot to take a gold dust. That gold dust gives a lot of... Okay. Lost quite a lot of time, and yeah, also lost some money from bribing extra fights here. That was dumb. That's what happened when I haven't really run this in a while. So yeah, there's this treasure chest, gold dust. When you sell it, it gives you 7,500 ARN, which is quite a lot of money. And yeah, we need those money. I tried to go to that save point so that I could cancel the encounter without bribing, so that saves a bit of money. I mean, I don't think it really matters. So, have to save. So, the next boss fight, it's usually pretty easy because I have 2 overleveled mage. But you have an ability that gives like a random status effect. Some of these status effects will be really harmful, and if you get really unlucky, then things could get a lot worse than usual. He's a dark elemental, so like elemental spell will deal more damage to him. Ooh, Deadly Breath straight away. Okay, that's not harmful, fortunately. So that Deadly Breath ability could give random status effects, and some of those status effects could be really powerful. The one we get on Shiro is Berserk, so we can't control Shiro anymore, but Shiro will just attack a random enemy, but Shiro's accuracy is high, and so he could still deal damage to the enemy without any issue there, even there's a Berserk. What do I do with Ash? Okay. Everyone else is fine. I'll just have them. I'll just have the mages keep casting the like elemental spells to deal as much damage as possible. I don't think I need to heal Shiro anymore. Shiro's die doesn't matter. Oof, I lost close to Minotaurus because of that. That one point I forgot to take the gold dust chest. But the fight itself actually went really smooth too. Okay, have the summoning I have to do. An upcoming battle requires me to use Daniel, so I unequip the amulets in Mai, and so I could put it in Daniel. Yeah, I do it like. Yep. So we thought we are going to ambush the enemy, but turns out we are the one getting ambushed. Turns out this secret tunnel that never been used before, our enemy knows about it, and perhaps they are purposely leaking about this information to us so that they could ambush us here. We have a twist indeed. So our army chooses to run away straight away. But instead of running away back to the tunnel, which will be deadly, they run away to a different town instead, to an Amen Corner, a smaller town that is easy to capture. Now, the story brought us to Amen Corner, and in Amen Corner, there's a very important optional recruit. So, first of all, I want to do some menuing. Kaiser, Rorschach, and equipment. Oh, Brown Hope as well. So, heal. So, earlier, like at the start of this run, we met this mad scientist D inside in this town through the recruitment offense of Joe, and this is the mad scientist D again. So this is the point where we could recruit him, and to recruit him, we need to do a boss fight. But we are already kind of over-leveled for this fight, so we only need 2 characters for this. The story put Buzz and Daniel in the party, which is good, because both of them could take care of the boss by themselves. So we have Kaiser and Rorschach as well on the party, which we put in the reserve, because they will do nothing for this fight, so it'll just a waste of time if we have them. Oh, crap, actually, hang on. I haven't adjusted the formation, that's a mistake. Forget to do. Okay, so we also have Jovian, and the fact that Jovian is dead is really good, because that means I don't have to watch Jovian's animation. So this guy is strong to magic, and it's usually... Oh, yeah. He's usually strong against physical attack, but Buzz is over leveled already. So Buzz still deals a lot of damage against him. Wait. And Daniel, even though he's not the best mage, he could still deal good damage from his spells, because he's over leveled as well. Crap. Okay, then. Yeah, so yeah, the boss fight music is from Wild Arms. Yeah, it's definitely that. Not because so yeah, Jovian, he's still like at level 2, which is like super low, because he was there at the start of the game and he doesn't level up when he joined us back in. And we never use him, so yeah, he's still, but he leveled up a bit here because of this fight. Because of this fight, he leveled up to like 21 from level 2. I mean, which doesn't really matter. Still make Jovian useless, but and also we went back to this dungeon for a bit because at the end of it, there's 3 chests that gives a lot of it gives item with a lot of money in it if we sell it. Royston, oh, I did something with Royston, and the only thing I did is to take out his equipments. Because he has Stone Amulet, which gives MP regen, and that actually helps a lot. But yeah, the only thing I did with him is like take out his equipments. Anyway, and yeah, the Dig that we recruited earlier, he will build a teleporter machine in our castle. So if you know Fiki from Suikoden 2, that's what he is basically. He allows us to teleport to different cities. And obviously it's very useful for speedruns, because it will make things fast. Royston actually have a very unique stat distribution. Like he have like by far like the highest MP plus MP regen of the game. It's quite a lot higher than the top mages, but his actual magic is sucks, and everything else in his stats actually sucks. I think so. He's kind of useless, unfortunately. Like I think one potential use for him is that he have high MP plus, so he could get like the late game boss spell. He could cast the late game boss spell pretty easily, I think, if you equip him right. But yeah, other than that, everything on him is useless. His magic is low as well, even though his MP plus is like really high. But yeah, his weapon is the badass. Yes, he attacks people with walking stick. So his attack animation is the most badass out of all the character setting. So we want to go to Highland and negotiate with the Highland rebels that have taken over the state. And we have a teleporter now, so it's easier to go there. First thing we do here before continuing the story is that we want to go to this magic shop, and we talk to the magic shop vendor. That will unlock some healing spells on our own castle, which we will need to buy later on. And there's few other optional recruiting events that we have to do before we continue the story. So this is Nikolai. He lost his memory. He have no idea where he came from, but he said he used to visit a city with a lot of bronze in it. So that's a hint on where we could find hints about him, and later on we will find out more about him. And another recruiting event, so here's a cat. The cat is angry with us. And yeah, so that's the 4th time we meet this cat. So to recruit the cat, you have to find the 5 different places he's in. And the 5th time we'll talk to him, he will join us. And now to continue the story. So yeah, previously Highland rebels have taken over the state and they are proclaiming themselves as the independent republic now. And because they are at odds against Zelmoni, we are trying to ally with them. And Kaiser have come up some kind of like a galaxy brain strategy to take down Mayfall by using assistance with from Highland army. Hey, 12621. Your name is actually like some sort of code, right? Like 1 means A, 26 means Z. 21 means was it U, I think? Anyway, they came up with a strategy to leak fake messages to spies from Zelmoni, so that the Zelmoni thought we are on trouble elsewhere on the Kigard homeland. and try to bait Zalmoni to attack Highland. Okay, hang on, what do I have to do? Okay. So another recruit coming up. So this is Paris. He used to be on the Highland Rebel Army, and we have Rock on our party. So we recruit him by bringing Rock to him. And now that new people have been joining us, so we do the one thing we always do with new people, to take off their equipments, strip them, and sell their equipments for money later on. Okay, so a lot of magic shopping coming up here, so sell items. Gold dust, equipments. Okay, 1 eclipse, 2 fireballs, 6 mana, 11 man, 5 card, 7 icicle. Okay, there you go. Yeah, gonna buy, so buying a lot of spells that, especially the second level spells there, that we will use quite a lot from now on. And also we buy a spell called Man Owl. We buy like 6 of them. So Man Owl is like a heal, it's a group heal. It's healing everyone at once, and from now on we'll use them a lot because our opponent will get stronger, and yeah, we'll need a way to heal everyone at once. And the war battle gonna come up soon. And so here we see the Matrak got baited to attack Highland, and that means we could attack Mayfall easily. Yeah, so this one right now is from Xenogears. I think the previous one is from Xenogears as well. Okay, have to change army setup. Angel, Peak, and Petra. Okay, there you go. This war battle music, I think it's from Final Fantasy IX, if I remember correctly. Anyway, war battle. So again, the war battle is super glitch, where we could just use infinite movement glitch to kill the enemy commander straight away. So there's a story to this war battle. Like in the second turn, an unexpected ally will pop up, like an army from a faraway country will pop up to join us. But we don't get to see all that because we're just going to glitch this fight and finish it in the first turn. There you go, easy. Oh, straight after this there'll be a boss fight as well, so I have to get ready. There's a lot of menuing and then a boss fight coming up straight away after this. Range. Use my medium and do better. Good. Plus and brown herbs, add one brown herb. Also, don't forget to heal everyone. And now here we witness the comic relief villains Trevor and Sake have defected Kierkegaard and joined the ceremony just because they hate us and they want to join whatever opposes us. Now this boss fight isn't as so the strategy is to set up we set up 4 of our mages to cast second level spells in their second turn. Although unfortunately Deus got mind blown, so he can't get any MP and he's basically useless now. That means gonna be taken. So you want to kill Trevor as soon as possible, cause Trevor is the most dangerous one. While Sick will have some annoying moves that could slow down the fight, but it's not really dangerous at all. I'll just heal him, I guess. Yeah, Deus got inflicted with this stats called Mind Blow, which means he doesn't get any MP regeneration at all. Oh, Orlando too now. So yeah, if a mage got mind blown, then they'll basically be useless, because without the MP, they can't do anything except for using their items. Okay, good. I still kill Trevor fast at least, but now Sick might be a bit slow to kill. I could just splash, I guess. Mind blow again. He uses so many mind blow in this game. Mind blow again. The heck. Oh well, I guess. Okay, there you go. Still did quickly. Good. No unit attacks, but the characters will have they have these mechanical relations with other characters. So if you pair characters together that have relations, their stat will get buffed, and if one of those pair will die, then the other one will get buff stat even more. It's not that huge of a buff though, so it doesn't really do that much. But there is something that relates two characters together. But no unit attacks, unfortunately. Because I guess this is in a way, I guess this is a free RPG Maker game made by one person, I think, and unit attacks will take a lot of effort to make, I think, because there's going to be so many of them if you are going to make it properly. Just our secret technique. So Ayara here is sad, cause we've never been using her. Her stat sucks and we've never been bothering to use her, so yeah, she got sad that she got sidelined and she feels like Daniel is ignoring her. Which is accurate, again, with the way we play. I almost never used Ayara, so I understand why she got sad there. But I remember in my first playthrough, I used Ayara often and she still got sad. Still accuses Daniel of ignoring her, which is bullcrap. Anyway, where do we go here? So we win our previous war and things seems to be looking fine. And Highland have officially allied with us. But then we got the news that Ayara got kidnapped. There's a 12-second cutscene here where I don't need to mesh, so good time to stretch my arms a bit. Ah. So yeah, Daniel is told to go to a dungeon by himself if he wants to see Ayara back alive. And Daniel got the hint that Ayara actually left by herself because she got sad that she's getting basically beyond within. That's the logic. Yeah, at first it seems like we are going to have a duel, but it's not the case. Jasper just want to bait us here, just so he wants to talk to us. And this mini story arc of Ayara kidnapping is over, and time to go back to the main storyline. Now, while walking toward back to the castle, it's a good chance to meet the cat here in this castle. So yeah, the cat actually can talk, but he's a jerk as well, thinking that humans are below him. And yeah, when the cat saw us keep reaching out to him, he thinks that we are desperately needing his assistance, so he joined us. And Daniel received a letter from Brunhild, which is his sister, and said Brunhild want to talk to him. So yeah, Brunhild all this time have been very mysterious, and all of a sudden she want to contact us. So obviously we are curious on what's going on. And I should have actually, right, I forgot to do one thing. I mean, I could just do it right now, but I should have go before going to this cutscene. I should have put my party members first. That's a bit faster, but doesn't really matter at the end. At my medium Nashal. Okay, so we equip some characters just because we want to remove their equipments, and now we put the party member we actually want to bring. Those actually plus first. That's those Orlando, Petra, Shiro. So we want mages. So we want mages that are also physically tough here, like Deus and Orlando, because the upcoming boss fight they could attack long range character. They have a long range attack. They could attack characters in from the back. So if we brought up some of our like physically weak mage, then they could die easily. Also, there's some equipment. They use down herbs. Actually, you know what? He's at frost shard. I have one extra frost shard here. Orlando, Oppo, Amulet, down herbs. Yeah, one extra stone amulet. Hang on. I don't think so. Oh, also the upcoming boss fight is if I'm careless, I could easily die. Even though if I don't make any careless mistake, this boss is normally fine. But yeah, if I'm being stupid, I could actually game over here. Or if I'm trying to be risky and trying to deal damage instead of healing. So yeah, turns out that latter is a ruse, and this is Clint, a hunter who want to hunt us for some reason. He have a gun, and yeah, he's very powerful because of his gun. Forgot to heal Shiro for this fight. Fortunately, he doesn't die. Also, he have haste. Haste will double up his speed. So now, once he casts haste, he'll move twice as much as before. So haste is a very powerful buff spell. Okay, he have an area attack that attacks everyone at once. So kind of fortunate that he haven't used it actually. This man, I like this to be safe. So he also will be able to use this ability called Taunt, which gives a Berserk status. Berserk makes someone who is Berserk, we are unable to control them. They will just attack a random enemy. But so the one that get Berserk right now is Petra and Shiro, and if they get Berserk, I guess it's not that much of an issue because they will still attack the enemy. But if it's a mage that got Berserk, it'll be an issue because I can use the mage then. Nice, that was fast. Also, that fight earlier, I used one extra frost shard that I usually don't use on my run because on the my fight like some time ago, I end up not using the frost shard on Deus inventory. So this hunter said inside of us we have some sort of evil force, and which is why he want to hunt us, but he failed. And he said he'll come back later. So that's another hint that there's something more to Daniel than what it seems on the surface. And right now it's the puzzle pieces still doesn't really make sense, but it'll get revealed more and more. Where do we go now? So next part of the story, Daniel want to investigate his past even more, which is why he decided to came back to his hometown. So we have to walk through the Kelsinger Pass, which is another dungeon. The boss coming up is actually really powerful because we are under-leveled. And yeah, this dungeon actually, like, if I try to fight encounters, it's not hard for me to level up a couple of fights. But again, it's a speedrun. If I could do it without the encounters, then that's probably better. Okay. Plus blue glasses, red glasses. Oh, also energy drink. Do I have one? Yes. There's an Orlando. Okay. Formation. Alright, so the next boss fight, she's just simply powerful. So the way I play is I'm going to play what you could consider a pussy strats, which is like not the fastest way of beating it, but is safer. Anyway, so this is Brunhild, the mysterious woman that it turns out to be our sister in our lost memories. So instead of trying to search for her, she came for us straight away, but she doesn't provide any answers to us. So instead, she wants to fight us, just like any JRPG boss. You know, a dungeon have to have a boss fight, so time to have a boss fight. And yeah, again, she's very powerful, so sheer speed is very high, so she's like moves twice as much as us. And what we will do to be safe is that we have the two frontliners here just keep defending over and over. The two frontliners we have is like elemental, so they will also take less damage. What to do here? Oops, I guess. And we'll have our mage healing them. Hang on, heal. So if they are not defending, they could just be... Most of their health is gonna get taken out in like one attack, and it's like very hard to heal them. This is kind of like an awkward period where our healing spells can't match up with the damage of the opponents, because the opponent's attack are strong, and our healing spells aren't that strong as well. Which is why I go with this pussy struts, because yeah, I just keep my frontliners defending over and over, otherwise they'll take too much damage and it'll be hard to heal them. And they could die pretty easily. Oof, Daniel almost died there. But she has a weakness in which like most of her attacks will just be like attacking frontliners, so the party members on the back is usually safe. Okay, let's keep defending. 2 men all. Nice. That one fast actually. Like again, if I want to try to be a bit more risky, I could have like my 3 frontliners at the front keep attacking over and over. But that will make them vulnerable to a lot of damage. And it might be dangerous if I can't heal them on time, and she will be able to easily kill multiple people. Also, bit of twist, finally it was revealed that Brunhild was the one behind the surprise attack at the very start of the game. And yeah, so Brunhild managed to have Daniel exposes his alter ego, which is supposed to be super powerful. And I'm sure this is the kind of plotline you might see in like some other JRPGs. So we are trying to get out of this port town to go back to the Keyguard homeland, but we got interrupted. Apparently there's a messenger that wants to meet us, and he's injured. Oh, almost forget to do one thing. Orlando, Shiro. So the injured soldier hands us this mysterious item called the portal key. It's apparently a secret ancient artifact that was hidden from public. So and the soldier want us to use this item outside of this town. And it sent us back to the castle. So basically, this portal key is the blinking mirror of this game. Just like in Suikoden 2, where blinking mirror allows you to return to the castle instantly. Now we have the portal key to do that. Anyway, plenty of dialogues coming up. There's like, thing like, it's 5 or 6 minutes of cutscene coming up. Well, just keep mashing. But first, so this is the only time the game sent us to the left side of the castle, and Fitch is here in the left side of his castle, so it's a good chance to recruit him. He's pretty much a useless character, but again, so this is the Shadow Boss category, where we have to recruit all of the optional characters, and after we recruit all 75 characters, it will unlock the secret Shadow Bosses. So yeah, we have to recruit everyone. And now, a bunch of cutscenes. Summary of this cutscene is that the messenger brought us a very bad news that the Kierguard homeland has been invaded by the Almenga Empire very quickly, and the whole territory has been conquered. And yeah, so now the third side of this war finally starts to join, and yeah, we finally see who the true enemy is. Well, unfortunately, in this one, we could just not putting him in our party. Like his stats sucks. Like his physical attack sucks. His magic is a bit above average, I think, but still kind of mediocre. Like still doesn't make him useful comparing, since we have like plenty of other better mages. His health is low. Oh, his speed is pretty high, I think. His speed is the only decent attribute of him. But with a high speed, but pretty bad in everything else, he won't really be able to do much. Anyway, for just who just joined it, welcome to this Exifate run on Suikothon 2. So yeah, if you never heard of Exifate before, it's a free RPG Maker game. It's heavily inspired by Suikoden series. So yeah, I recommend you checking it out if you like Suikoden. And so now, whatever's left of the Keyguard army have decided to elect Daniel as their leader. And Daniel now is officially the leader of this whole army, and yeah. So the story told us that the leader of Zelmony, Chancellor Ryan, want to talk with us in the church in Credence, and it's a good opportunity to do some optional recruiting and shopping as well. So I have to put some party members. Bus, Meander, and Rock, and Rorschach. We could teleport to Credence, but Credence is like right next to the castle in the world map, so it's slightly faster if we just walk there for now. And turns out Ryan have resigned from his Chancellor duty and decides to join us instead, because he thinks it's better for the State Union to get taken down now. So yeah, more characters joining us, and that means more equipment to remove, and more equipment to sell, and more money for us. Also, Governor Foch is arrested on the suspicions of corruption. But even if with that the case, so Erin still refuses to surrender. So yeah, war battle is coming up. We are going to fight Erin on the final battle against Matrek. Good point. Also, a recruit is right next to us here. So Stormguard is a recruit that we could recruit like very early on the game. But since this is the only time where we actually bother to going here to the story, so yeah, we'll postpone that until right now. He's at a very low level, so he won't really do anything. And we go to Jago. Not recruit for the story, but we want to go to the blacksmith to do some upgrading and selling items as well. Upgrade plus and rock. Let's put 10. Oops. So Rock is a very powerful melee fighter, but his accuracy is really bad, so we need to upgrade his weapon as well. Because we want to use him for like the next couple of bosses. Also, here's an optional recruit. This is Rayot, a magician. And he's showing here a cool magic trick, it's a wall of fire. And Daniel feels it's very nice, but he feels something is off. So what we do, we talk to him again, and see his magic show again. And if we have a character with a steal ability, he will recognize that Rayot is a pickpocket. While during that magic show, he was pickpocketing Daniel's wallet, and now he got caught red-handed. So yeah, Daniel decides that Rayot should just join us or get arrested, and yeah, so Rayot is a really good mage. In any percent, I'm still doing this recruit, even though I don't need to, because Rayot is really useful. And of course, this is a Shadow Boss, a category where I have to recruit everyone. So it's a good time to recruit him as well. He has very high magic. He have a high speed as well. And he have the steal ability, which is useful in a couple of fights later on. So yeah, war battle against Matrak, and as usual, for the war battle, we're just going to use the infinite movement glitch, where we're just gonna send our some of our units to attack the commander unit straight away. Erin is hidden behind a couple of soldiers, so we need long-range units to attack her. One reason why we make our first few units as a long-range sorcery, because yeah, we'll need sorcery units to attack some of these commanders if they are hidden behind other units. There you go, 3 attacks and she's dead. Another dungeon coming up, so Erin is escaping through an underground catacombs, and yeah, we want to chase her. So this catacombs will be another dungeon. Yes, Meander, Rock, and Shiro. Face box, blue glasses, amulets, and face box. So the upcoming boss here is a boss with a very high magic defense but very low physical defense, which is why I gonna like 5 out of my 6 characters are frontline attackers, while the 6 is Ryan, which is a mage, and he's like a elemental mage. So all he do is healing, because the magic spells will just deal a very little amount of damage to the next boss. And as usual, like most dungeons, I'm just gonna skip through the encounters. Hey Fanbright, welcome. Oh, well, there you go. The name is Exit Fate. Now you can Google the link. If you want the link, you could just type !Exit Fate. I have put the download link there if you type that, or of course you could just Google it. Yep, yeah, I mean, the main reason I'm playing this because I saw like a lot of Suikoden players say it's good. It's a very good Suikoden game. So I was curious and I tried it, and yeah, I was satisfied indeed. Although this game, like, if you never played a Suikoden game, or if you play this game without knowing what it's about, then some of it like will just look really clunky and intuitive, I think. But because I know it's a Suikoden game, and I know it's a free indie game as well, like yeah, it makes my expectations clear, and yeah, I end up liking this game a lot because it really gives out of the Suikoden experience that you don't really see in other RPGs. So yeah, here's some Ghost Mage blocking our path, and again, so this Ghost Mage, he have a very high magic defense, but his physical defense is very weak. So 5 out of 6 of our characters are just physical attackers, so that it could deal the most damage possible. While the 6 is a mage for healing, and he's a water elemental boss as well, which is why we put our characters in a single column instead of a row. Oh, also earlier his ability here is he'll make a character sleep, and when someone is asleep, then yeah, they will fell asleep until they got hit by a physical attack. But this boss never do any physical attacks, so they won't get woken up. And I don't have the spell to heal that sleep status, so it's better for me if if whoever fell asleep dies, so I could just restore them, revive them with the restore spell, and I could heal them, and they could start attacking again that way. again. But other than that, this fight is pretty straightforward. You just have like your physical attacker attacking. And Ryan healing. If Ryan fell asleep, I have... then I'll swap Shiro with Daniel in my party. Okay, restore. Ooh, Shiro got woken up. So yes, the sleep status will also gonna be gone after like 5 turns, which is a long time. He stayed again. Okay, I could restore him again. So yeah, this game is the tile sets is also almost all from Suikoden 2. So the tile sets aren't original, but the character graphics are original though. And yeah, of course, yeah, the soundtrack is basically taken from like several different classic RPGs. Like yeah, again, as I said, like if you played this game without knowing what it is, you might get the impression that, oh, what is this? This is like a game that steals copyrighted content. How dare you? But of course, this game at the end is just like in a way, it's like a love letter to Suikoden and some of the classic RPGs as well. It's not meant to be like a commercial product, so yeah. And so now the whole Kiergaard and Zelmoni has been unified under Daniel. But yeah, the Kiergaard homeland has been taken by enemies, so the war is now shifted to a different position. Erin, Petra, yeah, gonna get some party members because I need to sell some of their items, do some equipment menuing at them, and also like. I also want to end equip all of their items. So as usual, Erin just joined us, and the first thing I do with her is to remove their equipments. So yeah, removing equipments in this game gives a lot of money if you sell out all of those items. And you need a lot of money in this game, because there's quite a lot of expensive stuff to buy. So a war battle coming up, we'll be fighting the mountain tribes that have taken over the south of Kiergaard. But this battle isn't meant to be won straight away, so they have a lot of numbers. And once the water battle have been going on for like a bit of time, then our army will choose to withdraw. So what I'll do is just I'll use the infinite movement glitch, and I'll put Daniel in front of the enemy, so he'll die straight away. Oops. So yeah, this battle isn't meant to be won, so I'll just put Daniel in front of enemy and have them killed straight away. So an engineer from the Kiergaard army came up and said he have infected bombs, which could be used to sneak inside the enemy's castle. So we have a plan. We sneak in people inside and we close down the gate inside the castle to trap the enemies inside. That sucks, Darwin. Oh man, I feel sorry for you, man, for spending all that effort, and turns out the battle It's just supposed to not be winnable. I don't know what you're talking about, Onward, but I'll take your word for it. Anyway, before we go to this dungeon where we have to sneak inside the enemy's castle and all that, we're going to need to do some shopping. And first of all, sell equipments. 2 times gold dust. And upgrade Petra's weapon. Also, there's a bit of recruiting event to do here. Here is Fror. There's a long recruiting quest about him. And the first thing we have to do is just talk to him here. And we won't really do much about that quest anymore until like quite a lot later in the game. Also buy some stuff, red glasses and brown herbs. Okay, there you go, shopping is done. Time to actually go to the dungeon. Better save, I think. So this is basically again it's a free RPG Maker game inspired by Suikothon series, and maybe someone in the chat can type !exit fate for the explanation. Anyway, lots of menuing come up. So yeah, so again, this game it's a free RPG Maker game. The character artworks are original, but the tile set are from Suikothon 2. Almost all of it is like tile set is taken from Suikothon 2, and the soundtracks is also like taken from like several different classic RPG games. Like this one, I don't know which one is this from. Like there's like they have like soundtracks from Suikoden, Wild Arms, Final Fantasy, Xenogears, and Chrono Trigger and Cross. Oh, this is FFX? Okay. Yeah, basically the characters, graphics, and the battle system, the artwork inside the battle systems is like all original too. Okay, a lot of menuing to do. I'll be in. Wait. Oops, save pluses. The green herb. Green herb. Plus. This is my gold parts. Stone amulet, rainbow. Prism lens. Martyr and prism lens. Oh wait. Wait. Oh wait. There's one thing I have. Man, my menuing is really slow actually. Like, then again, I haven't been doing this in like a while. It's a lot of the menu sometimes. Also, this dungeon is long and we are under leveled. The boss coming up is like very hard if we are under leveled. So you have to do 2 random encounters here. Even with the random encounters, we are actually still kind of under leveled, but it's still fine enough to beat it. It's like out of I think there's like 5 different random encounters here, and there's 2 of them that we are looking for. Okay, not that one. There's like 2 of them that it's like quick to beat. That 9751, I actually won that one, but that pops up just before I was exiting the room. There you go. Okay, so the way we fight them is that on second turn, our mages could use fireballs or eclipse. Second level spell that allows us to deal a bunch of damage with these. But Median got shot straight away too. This Median is still underleveled. I guess our I should have used the spell, I guess. This hit, good. Die. Die? Okay. A bit slow because Median died early. I can't get Median use his spells, unfortunately. There you go, second battle. Good. Okay, there's one thing I have to do here. I have to swap Boss with Beo because I want to level up. It's not Beo, I mean it's pronounced Bo, but anyway. Yeah, so swap him with Bo. So I want to level up him up because we'll need to use him later on. There you go, 2 battles done. Okay, range. Oops. To do here. RB Beo, yep. So heal them. Okay, pick 2 chests. One of these chests is a rainbow ore, which is an item that is needed for a recruitment later on. So in any percent, I wouldn't need bother to recruit to get the rainbow ore, but this is a category where I have to recruit everyone. And the rainbow ore is very easy to grab. There's like a few different locations for rainbow ore, but that one is like very fast to do. Not sure if I need to bribe there. Let me save because the next boss could actually be dangerous as well. Next, so we are still under leveled actually. We could still easily level up a couple of levels if we want to. But yeah, 2 fights is enough though. So those beasts there, like we want to kill them as soon as possible because they are very strong. Okay, good shield on the Beastmaster, doesn't really matter. What do I do? Green Herb on. Actually, I think this is man. So also Rock is frozen, so if I left him in the front line there, he could easily die to physical attack. So I need to swap him with Buzz. And okay, now our mages are able to cast level 2 spells. Green Herb on Buzz, I guess. Green Herb on time. Anyway, yeah, so this should kill it, I guess. Can't use mana yet, do I? I guess Harvey could swap back into Rock now. Actually, you know, he seems. Okay, switch to Rock. You heal Petra. You defend. Okay, yeah, now that the beasts are dead, this fight is pretty safe, I guess. It's not that hard anymore. Although the boss could still be takes quite a long time to kill. Depends on what buffs he put in himself. And that happens, so I just need to have someone restore. So yeah, Rock is still frozen, so 1 physical attack will just kill him straight away. And I need to restore him if he dies that way. Anyway, in this fight at the start, I used 3 magic crystal for each 3 mages. I need to use them all straight away because I want to kill the beasts as soon as possible, and the beasts are pretty tough. They have quite a lot of health. But once the beasts are dead, then the Beastmaster could still take a bit of time to kill, but they are not dangerous anymore. Occasionally, he'll use buff that could like reduce his magic. Reduce his magic damage or reduce his physical damage. So yeah, if he uses buff, then it could take quite a long time to kill him because my damage isn't that much anymore now. Do I mana? Probably don't need mana. Let us be safe. Oh, he also have a buff. Haste, he have the haste buff that could like double his speed and makes him move twice as much, but he haven't actually used it at all right now. There you go. Oops, I forgot to equip items and kill everyone. Okay, Bruins. Actually, no, Harvey is not killed. There are a few others with like Radiata stories have like a lot of recruits, and Alliance Alive as well, like that RPG where the story is made by Murayama, that have a lot of recruits as well. But both of them, the recruits are just NPCs though, not playable characters like this. If I'm not mistaken, because I actually haven't played those, but I've heard about the fact that they have a lot of recruits, but it's just NPCs, I think. So it's not really the same as Suikothon in a way. Change Paris, Alex, Jasper, Rock, Machine type, Paris to sorcery, and Paris to scout. And we sabotage the castle so that the gates are closed and a lot of their soldiers are trapped inside. So we only need to fight half of their army, and we could actually fight a proper war battle now. But we don't actually need all of those tricks actually if we just use the movement glitch. So the war battle system here, it's super glitch. There's a way to move it infinite amount of times. If I press select and cancel simultaneously. So the way we do this war battles is we use this glitch to kill the commander army straight away in one turn. That was bad manuing. Oh, also on Wet, there's this RPG named Pokemon where you could recruit a lot of characters. I'm sure that matches a Suikoden experience as well, right? Papa. So we beat down the mountain tribes and they have been driven away from the southern of Kigard, and now we're going to fight the Almenga Empire, the enemy empire that have been conquering our whole kingdom and been conspiring to start all of these wars, so they could take advantage of it. Now before we go to the next part, there's a bit of cutscenes, and after that there's a bit of optional recruiting to do. So we meet Clint, the hunter again, the guy who previously tried to hunt us with a gun and say there's an evil force inside us. And here he pops up again, not to hunt us, but to just tell us that another evil force pops up in from Almenga very recently. Oh hey Cyclans, welcome. Okay, coming up soon after this is a very interesting recruit event. So yeah, look forward to that. And also it's a good time for me to have a bit of break as well. So instead of continuing the story, we're just going to teleport to Kento Temple, do a bit of recruiting. And the first recruit here is a warrior monk named Shadfork. He will challenge us to a race. And I guess that means if you win the race, you recruit him, right? So yeah, he challenges us to a race, and yeah, we'll do it. Alright, take a break. Gonna get through. So yeah, we actually are supposed to lose this to recruit him. So yeah, this race gives us a 43-second break. So yeah, I have a bit of time there. The water in my water bottle is almost off, so it's a good time for me to take it off, to take more water. But it's 43 seconds is not enough time to go to toilet, unfortunately. So yeah, I can't use this time to go to toilet. Anyway, Shadfork, we could have recruited him like earlier, so his level isn't so high. But there's another recruit coming up, and we require Shadfork in our party as well to recruit him. First of all, I want to visit this magic shop to unlock the spells on my castle. And so this is Bruce Lee. I mean, it's Tongwu. So Tongwu and Shadfork have agreed to have a duel with each other sometime before, but because Shadfork is now occupied in our army, he can't really do the duel straight away. So Tongwu decides to join us as well, and they'll prove to each other who's the best by getting achievements in combat with us. So yeah, those are the two recruits that are in Kento Temple. And Tongwu this is the soonest point we could recruit Tongwu, and he's at a high level, he's at level 48, and he's useful for the next part of the game. Oh, also want to unequip them as usual. So as usual, once I have new party members, I'll strip them, and their items will be useful for money. Oh, and coming up is also a very interesting part. So the next part of this game, we have to attack a very interesting fortress. It has like a 4-dimension security system. So to take it down, we have to sneak 4 different parties inside the dungeon to take out each of those defensive systems. And that means we have to create 4 different parties. So yeah, 4 different parties of 6 people each. So that's a total of 24 characters. That's even more than like I think in Suikoden 3 and Suikoden 5 have moments like this where you have to set up 3 different parties. But this is 4 this time, so it's even more. There's a lot I could talk about in the decisions on why I put party members, and I could spend like a half an hour or even 1 hour on talking of each of these decisions, because a lot of possible choices you could come up with. What do I do here? And also, a lot of them will still be under-leveled, because there's so many characters we have to use. So for 3 out of 4 of these parties, I will have to level them up in the dungeon before fighting the boss fight. What do I do? Yonder, Caesar, Miss Riot, Tongwu. What do I do again? No, not this one. Erin, Merrick, Indian, Petra, Iron. What do I do this one? So this dungeon is a puzzle dungeon. It's kind of like the Suikoden 5 last dungeon where you have to like press buttons to open up doors. Kind of like that, but it's more complicated. Although the enemies, they've actually made the enemies pretty easy, because I think they realized like it's very likely that you will be using a lot of underleveled characters. Also gonna equip some amulets. Stone amulet. Swords and Orlando, stone amulet. Black ash. So yeah, we have plenty of underleveled characters, and for 3 of these parties, 3 out of 4, we will need to fight a level up battle once. But the 4th one, Ayara here, like you don't need any level up. We have a lot of party, high level party members already, and Ayara's boss is like the easiest, so don't really need a level up. Okay, that's a. Okay, and the way these encounters work, the 2 mages in the backline will cast 2 fireballs on their second turn, while the other people just defending them and stopping them from getting attacked. Yeah, the underleveled people will die very easily because, well, they are underleveled. He should die soon. There you go. Okay, Daniel's party is done. Remove their equipment. Okay, time for Jovian. Okay, we just need to take that left chest. The right chest isn't really useful. Not that one. So there's like 10 possible encounters, and out of those 10 there are 4 that we want, because those 4 will be quick to kill. Not this one as well. Daniel already did the level up battle, so you don't need to. Okay, good, don't need to break. Equal chest in this one. Okay, Harvey. Okay, Harvey is the last to start walking, and not that one. Yeah, he still needs level up battle as well. Harvey doesn't walk as much as the other parties, so there's a higher chance for him to not getting the encounter on time, and that happens. It's kind of unlucky because I will have to walk around a bit to get the encounters. Battle? Not this one. This is unlucky. Jovian is going to finish his part soon. Might have to walk around with him. Wait. Oh, hang on. Not yet. Never mind. No, yeah. Jovian is actually going to finish his part soon. Nah. I have to walk around here. Okay, there you go. So the way this party do the fight is a bit different than others. So I'll start Riot with Black Ash, because Riot is fast. And next turn Riot gonna use the Fireball. So I don't need to do double Fireball, just need Black Ash and 1 Fireball. It's faster than the other parties. which is possible because Rayot is faster than the soldiers. The only character who could do that. And oh wait, this one. If moon switch. Oops, I was supposed to be on Daniel. That's a mistake. Actually, kind of slow in walking through these dungeons. Like, I need the notes to look at this dungeon, to walk through these dungeons. I can't ever do this by memory, and even if I want to, I wouldn't want to trust on my memory for this, cause this one is like really complicated. Oops. Okay, so Harvey Party is the last to finish, and yeah, I still need a level up battle from him. Let me just walk around a bit. Increase my chances of getting one. So if I walk to the door, that will cancel the encounter. Encounter? Okay, there you go. Okay, everyone's leveled up. Now it's just a matter of finishing this dungeon, and so yeah, each party will have their own boss fights. The boss fights are actually not that strong, but I still need to be a bit careful, I guess. Oh, actually, no, the first two boss fights. Hang on. Okay, some menuing to do. Also, Prism Lance. Stone Amulet. Prism Lance. Lightning Rod and Prism Lance. And glasses, one red glasses. I guess Prism Lance is to be safe. Prism Lance, Sparkle. So yeah, there's 75 characters in total. For this part of the game, we need to use 24 of them, yeah, which is a lot. Takes me quite a long time to set up all of these party members. Okay, the first boss is actually the most dangerous one, I guess. Like, one of her abilities could be very powerful. Spark. Okay, the first thing you want to do is to kill those soldiers. So rock is probably the... hang on. I just Mandeus, I guess. Rock is ice elemental, and this boss is like fire elemental, so rock's damage also deal even more damage. No, that's bad. Okay, I have to restore rock, I guess. Heal rock again. Heal rock again. And all. Okay, so now she will use her ultimate move, Nova Flare. It has a chance to... oh crap. So it has a chance to cast the Berserk status on everyone. And it'll be really bad if I got on the mage, because... let's clear mine. Because I can't control people who are Berserk. I have one Clear Mind spell to cure it, but only one, so if there's multiple people, then some of them will still left Berserk. Which is far from ideal, but that's just how it is, I guess, sometimes. Okay, but now, I guess Lusaf is not that important, actually, so I'm fine with Lusaf not being usable. I think I'll just put on this one. Let's go. Man drop. Now, normally we should still kill her before... Okay, there you go. Nice, that was fast, actually. Okay, so that's the first boss. So what we do after each boss fight is that we'll take out the equipment so the other party could use them. And time to put the equipment back. Amulet, stone amulet, stone amulet, stone amulet, stone amulet. Formation. Okay, fine. So that previous boss could be a bit dangerous because of the Berserk status. This one is usually not dangerous, it's usually pretty safe, but at the same time, the boss have a lot of health. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. I usually put a flame ball in here. Damn it. I have to slow this down a bit. So yeah, there's a summoner there that could buff or heal the enemies, and you want to kill the summoner straight away at the start. She'll be annoying. Her health is not that high, so you could kill her pretty fast. And at the same time, yeah, you want to kill her as well, so to stop her buffing or healing their characters. Water shield, that's a bit annoying. So that Indra, that main boss there, he is lightning elemental and he's weak to water normally, but because that water shield, now he's actually strong to. The water damage will be like half. Do I want to heal? Yeah, this man, I guess it's pretty safe. She healed again. This is kind of slow now. Actually, that's good that Shiro dies. So Shiro was paralyzed earlier. It's actually good that Shiro dies, so that I could just restore him and he's back, not paralyzed. Okay, now that Summer is gone, Shiro dies again. What do I do? Oops, I guess. Normally, what I have Bio do is that I have him use Splash, which is a water magic spell on Indra, but Indra have a water shield now, so that Splash doesn't deal that much damage anymore. Also, Shiro got enfeebled, so now his physical attack is really weak. So it's kind of useless to use physical attack on Shiro if you have enfeeble. I think I would just rather have Shiro die, so I could just restore him again. Daniel dying right now is actually fine, but just still heal him, I guess. Ooh, could restore. I guess Bus could just attack. Actually, let me just. Okay, yeah, I knew that was coming up. So yeah, I didn't restore Shiro straight away, because if I do, he'll just die straight away. Oh no, Bow is exposed. I guess I should have restored Shiro. Okay, okay, oh, Indra's water shield is gone, so I could just use Splash now. I'll just man out to be safe. Also, Buzz got enfeebled, so his physical. I don't have restore anymore now. Buzz has enfeebled earlier, so his physical attack is not that strong anymore, and he's dead, so. And I don't have restore anymore, so I can't revive him. Daniel dying is fine, actually, don't really care. But I guess if I could heal him, then I could just heal him, because I have someone die already. Should be close to being dead, I think. Uh-oh. Do I need this photon beam? Maybe not. There you go, nice. Kinda slow, but I'll take it. And as usual, again, we'll just unequip everyone after the battle, so the next party could use the items. Okay, so report amulet, stone amulet, stone amulet. Oh wait, wrong person. What amulet, stone amulet, stone amulet. They have 2 times of full amulet and stone amulet. Okay, everyone's healed. Okay, the first 2 fights are kind of tough, but the third and the fourth fight is usually actually kind of easy. They are quite a lot faster compared to the first second fight. But I guess I'll just save this in case, even though this one should be easy. It's an ice elemental boss, so I have Rayot here, which will cast a lot of fire spells, and this is ice elemental. That means the fire spells will deal more damage to him, as fire is opposite again of ice in this game. So Jovian there, it's the only thing. Jovian and Kaiser, the only thing he will do is just healing people, because they can't really do anything else. Well, Kaiser could actually still do a bit of magic damage, but Jovian, his magic is weak, and his attack is weak as well, because I haven't upgraded his weapon. Upgrading his weapon will take a lot of money, so it's useless to do. Is it to send all thing? Oh, he doesn't. I'll better heal Rayot, because Rayot is really important. I'll have Tongwu Man, I'll just in case. Although Tongwu's Man Almain doesn't get by. It's fine. Eclipse again. Fireball. Should be dead soon. Don't really need the healing anymore. Neander dying by this point doesn't really matter anymore, I think. Die please. Die please. It's a bit longer than I expected, but I think she should still die soon. There you go. Oh, Kaiser actually got the kill. So again, we unequipped them, so the next party member could use the items. What is it? Medic, stone amulet. Brown herb. Quartz, stone amulet. Okay. So Ayara's party earlier, I didn't level it up because they already have like 4 high level party members, and the next fight is the easiest. So Ayara and Merrick is under leveled, so they are kind of useless basically, and we just put them just as extra buddies. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I need Ryan to use Enlike. How do you heal? Median. Kill the soldiers, please. This isn't good. Normally Ryan would have cast Spark, but Median got mind blown, and if you get mind blown, you don't get the MP to cast the fireball, which is really bad. Well, that went south really fast. Crap, Median is like my main damage dealer in this one. Heal Petra as well. I guess once. When will Erin have enough mana to restore? It'll take a while, I think. Okay, she could just restore. And Mary could heal, I guess. Okay, now it's fine, but man, this fight is slow. That median dying early is really bad. Also, don't care about Merrick or Ayara. If they die, it's fine. Completely fine because they are underleveled anyway. And this man Petra to be safe. Shadow Pass. I think he still should be close to dying by this point. There you go. So yeah, that's Shiva Passage. It's a long dungeon with 4 different bosses, and you have to actually set up 4 different parties on it. Takes me quite a long time to tweak those parties, because yeah, there's a lot of different combinations, and I think there still could be other like combinations I could try out. Although I don't think if there's any better ones, it won't be much better. It will just be like very slightly better, I think. So I haven't really bothered doing much more than that. I haven't really bothered trying like so many different combinations. I mean, the amount I tried is already quite a lot, but yeah, could still have tried more. Story time hinting that the comic relief villain pair, the Trevor and Sake, will actually play a much more important role than just being a comic relief villain now. Okay, back to the story. Our characters return to Chiaro, I mean a Slavier. As a speedrunner, I don't really care about the cutscenes at all, because I've seen them multiple times already. And yeah, there's a bit of story coming up here in Lavier. Like, we meet the caretaker of the orphanage that Daniel and Brunhild used to be in. By what comes, you mean this part, or like the part after this? After this, there's some exciting dungeon actually. Like the dungeon after this is pretty interesting as well. You mean this cutscene, right? Yeah, this cutscene, I guess, yeah, it's just a part of the story, I guess. It reveals more about Brunhild and Daniel and all that. Which battle? There's a lot of battles in this game. Oh, that one. Actually, that one is... Oh, in any percent, it's really complicated. That battle is really complicated, actually. Like, it's very long. It's like 5 minutes long or so, and like the steps to do it are complicated. Although if you do everything right, the battle should be pretty easy, but it's very complicated. But in this run, we will fight them when we are over leveled already, so it's very simple. So Erin, Eric, Ryan. Deus, medium. What's the part information here again? Oh, some shopping to do as well. Yeah, I guess it tries to like kind of like it's a bit of a homage to look up like battle as well, but it's kind of different in a way as well. What do we do? Cape, Leather Belt, Chain Belt, and buy a bunch of spells. So we have the money to buy a bunch of level 2 spells now. And also we are also on the start of the level where it starts to get to be easier to use more level 2 spells. So we want to buy a bunch of them. So we are going to use a bunch of them. You know that fight with the Trevor and Sig, it's like, yeah, I remember my first playthrough, I found it too hard, so I have to I just do other optional dungeon first, and then that'll make me over leveled. I think they are a bit too hard to. I think they're honestly designed a bit too hard for casual players. And even in any percent for the Trevor and Sig fight, I need to go to another optional dungeon and do 3 encounters, 3 random encounters just to level up. Okay, what to do here? Medium, remove one Oppo. Amulet. Amulet. Stone Amulet. Glasses, glasses. Amulet to stone. Okay, so there's a pretty huge difficulty spike in this. Oh, I should have taken it encounter. That's a mistake. But yeah, there's a pretty huge difficulty spike in this dungeon. And the next boss fight, if we don't do any encounters, we are just gonna get wrecked. So I have to do an encounter here. It's 5 different not this one. 5 different encounter options, and I want 2 of them. Because 2 of them are pretty easy, but the other 3 are hard or long. Not this one as well. There you go, okay. Strategy is pretty straightforward for this one. We just have our mages cast level 2 spells as soon as possible. I'll have Daniel Predator protect Daniel because Riot already used his spell. You should kill it, I think. Good. Okay, that gives us 3 levels straight away on this only one battle. And that just shows how underleveled we are. Also, Stone Amulet, and Amulet here, and Stone Amulet here. Donation. The next boss fight, if I'm not careful, things could go really bad as well. Or there's there's a small chance where things could go unusually bad as well. If his spell inflicted the status unlucky status effects, or it hits the wrong person and all that. So this is Rashnu. He's the guardian of the capital of this mountain tribes, and instead of greeting us, so he's greeting us by inviting us to a fight. So yeah, another boss fight coming up. So his physical attack is strong, and what we do... So he have 2 phases. The first phase is the physical phase. And what we do is just we have our frontliners keep defending, so that they take less damage. Although, unfortunately, Deus didn't get to use defend before he got stunned. That physical attack will be really powerful if I'm not prepared. So now it's back to the magical. Now he swapped to a magical phase, and he's have to be careful on depending on how he. Oh, judgment is bad. Yeah, that's fine. I think he just have to heal. Deus got mind blow, which is not that good, but I think I'm fine with it for now. So Deus hasn't been really doing anything since he's been defending, so he have a lot of MP now, which allows him to cast the Eclipse straight away. Okay. What do I do here? I'll just use Unlike Deus. Don't think I really need it right now, but I guess we'll just do it. Also, next turn is going to turn his physical phase, so I don't need to heal Median yet. I'll have Deus defending though. Oh, also this boss is like elemental boss, which is why I'll just have my Dark Mages keep casting Eclipse over and over. Ooh, me? Yes, I am sleeping while speedrunning this. Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, that's actually went really fast. What the heck? That's actually... Okay. I mean, if it's fast, then that's good, but yeah. That went faster than I thought. Usually he's dead at around like the second magical phase. Anyway, so we went into the capital of the mountain tribes and we tried to get them to ally with us, but they refused. Although the enemy commander, he provides a hint on what the Almenga commander is that we are about to face. Like he described the Almenga commander as a lazy commander who didn't want to take risks. So from that hint, Buzz have managed to make a tactic to take down the Almenga fortress coming up soon. I'm having a lucid dream right now. In the lucid dream, I'm actually speedrunning Exit Fate in front of 430 viewers. Instead of usually when I stream, if I stream Exit Fate, it's like at most 3 viewers usually. Usually 1 viewer at most, usually 1 viewer average, and occasionally it's like bumps up to 2 or 3, but yeah, the average is 1 usually. Well, in this dream, I have 431 viewers. Must have been just a dream, right? I mean, who would watch this like very obscure game anyway? Upgrade weapon, Petra. Oh, I also want to visit the magic shop here to unlock the spells in my headquarters. And that's it, time to leave Talgren. Nah man, I think you are based on a real person I met in real life. Anyway, war battle coming up. Boss is coming up with some galaxy brain strategy to take down the enemy fortress. And the war battle will have like 3 of our units on the opposite side of the battlefield. As part of the strategy. But at the end, all of it doesn't matter because we'll just use the infinite movement glitch as usual on the war battle. Why is it in my lucid dream I feel like I want to piss? That's not the kind of dream I want to have. And I can't go to toilet in this dream. Feels bad, man. Anyway, yeah, again, war battle coming up. The strategy allows boss's strategy allows 3 of our units to come up behind the enemy. And that will allow us to split the enemy forces, but anyway, all of it doesn't matter. We're just gonna use movement glitch. Although this one is a bit different than the others, so the enemy commander there is hidden behind several different enemy units, so we can't reach them straight away. So we have to wait until turn 3 to do it. So for now, we'll just move some of our units in a way that will make our opponent expose himself after turn 3. Yeah, turn 2, so I'll just wait. So yeah, the commander there is still not exposed yet, and after next turn he'll be exposed for 4 of my units to attack him. So Scott have found like some kind of like an unusual group of enemies, and Daniel feels something isn't right with it. They have some kind of like, mysterious force in it, and Daniel will check it by himself. And this is a battle that we are actually mean to lose, so I'll remove all of my party members so that I could lose quicker. And here's the comic relief villain, now popping up as some sort of supernatural creature that is like super powerful. If Daniel is injured on the previous fight, he could have died in one hit, but he doesn't unfortunately, so you have to die in 2 hits. If you win this, if you like cheat your characters, like hack the game to have a very high level characters, and if you beat them, it doesn't actually do anything. The game will still goes the same way. Apologies for that. I'm not sure how loud it is on my mic. Anyway, time for us to attack the capital. And in the war battle, as usual, we'll just use the infinite glitch movement. Yeah, I mean infinite movement glitch. I'm not in US, so yeah, feel free to sue me in an international court. Anyway, so yeah, if you walk past this forest, you get ambushed, and this battle isn't meant to be won. So yeah, the speedrun strategy is to have your commander unit die straight away. I'm not allowed to. There's COVID rule. It's lockdown. Come on, man. It's a pandemic. I don't think anyone else will see the joke. The regular people, the non-mods won't see that you time out a user by the name of the_streamer for 100 seconds. Man, what's with this RPG limit break official stuff? Have told me to break the pandemic law. And in fact, COVID among US. Come on, man. Anyway, Anyway, war battle again coming up. So there's this whole storyline of like one of the enemy generals have decided to work with us, and yeah, she will set up an ambush against her own commander. But we won't get to see all that. So we're just going to use the movement glitch as usual and kill the enemy commander in one turn. So in the second turn, we will see the enemy commander ambush her own general, and she'll have one very strong unit that could kill like a few units straight away. But again, we won't see all of that, and we're just going to use the movement glitch, like the cheater I am. That's true, Wells. This enemy commander, like, there's only one spot where you could attack him with an archer unit. So we need 3 sorcerers at least to kill him. Which is why some time ago I swapped Paris into a sorcery unit. Anyway, we beat the enemy, we recaptured the capital, and the Kigard homeland is back ours now. And the enemy general committed suicide. So there's no epic fight against him, but there's another epic fight coming up soon. So this is Gregminster. I mean, it's a Saint Reynard. It's the capital of Kiergaard. And they have the Almingel soldiers have a pet monster that went wild, and they start attacking the civilians. So it's our job to kill this pet monster. And yes, I'm a for a boss battle. Median, Miss Petra, Ayot. What do I do here? Green glasses. Alright. I don't think I need to save, but let's just be safe. And yeah, so this is the pet Dogo monster that we are going to fight. So this is a very unique fight where this boss have a very low, low physical defense. So our physical attacks will deal a lot of damage, but he also have like a very high dexterity. So our melee attackers only have like 50 or 60% chance to hit. And he only have 2 types of attack. The first one where he will do a melee attack with a high damage. So even our most tankiest like frontliners still got hit by quite a lot of damage there. And the second one, which he haven't shown it yet, let's defend, I guess. There you go, mana channel. He'll be mana channeling, and the next turn after that, he'll cast a very powerful magic spell on everyone. So yeah, the only have there's 2 different moves, but each move are like very powerful. So you need to prepare your healing. And this fight have a lot of RNG as well, cause like his dexterity is very high. Our frontliners only have like 50 or 60% chance of hitting. So the speed just depends on like how many hits we got. If Petra dies with this point, I think it might not really matter. I think he's close to being dead. Don't bother. There you go. That's actually not bad. The dialogues have some spoilers here. I don't want to mention in case someone actually want to play this game. I was looking at my splits and we are like 18 minutes behind my PB, so I guess we might only be barely beat the estimate of this run actually. I've been playing really slow throughout this run. Then again, like I haven't actually do a proper run in like a long time. Coming up soon is another war battle straight away. It's a very unique war battle. I just have to get through these dialogues first. As usual, like when a chapter is when there's a transition of chapters, like there's plenty of dialogues in between. Bruce joined us, and he's like the very strong party member. Hang on, what do I do here? Bruce. So Bruce is a very strong party member that we will be using a lot from now on. So first of all, the enemy is far away, so we could use the infinite movement glitch to go there straight away, but it's actually faster to just wait a few turns and have the enemy coming to us. And the enemy commander is like one super strong unit, and her few other units is also really strong as well overall, but they don't have a lot of army units. So it's a unique battle, I guess, like where you face few but very strong units. And we need quite a lot more attack here to kill her unit instead of compared to the other games. We'll need 7 attacks here. There's a bug here where she have this ability called Force Field and Scatter, which is supposed to reduce the damage from archers and magic attacks. But that ability is bugged that it ends up giving more damage from those abilities from the archers and mages, which is why I use a bunch of archers for this fight, because it'll be a bit faster that way. The archers deal bonus damage as well as the mages. Also, we actually got a C rank for once instead of a D, because just killing one unit counts as like 25% power, and the C rank, the like strike, is actually useful for the very final last boss, the very final super post game boss of this game. Anyway, coming up is a dungeon that doesn't actually have any bosses, so I'll just bring Bruce in the party just so that I could remove his equipment. And as usual, we'll also skip all encounters. There's a few chests here that I want to take. They actually, nice, actually only one. Never mind. Yeah, that one earlier, it gives 18,000 arms, which is not a huge amount anymore by this point, but it still helps. Story time. So this is the border between Almenga and Kiergard. And 8 years ago, the Kiergard fought Almenga Empire here, and Daniel was part of the war as well. So he was recollecting parts of the war. And so does Tarlia, but Tarlia is from the other side, from Almenga. The run is... there's nothing disastrous happening on, but I've been playing slow. It's like right now I'm about 18 minutes slower compared to my PB. So I think if everything going as I'm expecting, we might just be barely below estimate. and I kind of feel want to piss as well, which is not good because the run is still have like at least 2.5 hours going on. Yeah, thanks Lens for that, Space Coyote. By handle that, you mean like the pissing? That's fine. Like I don't know. Like when I previously did this attempts, like I have no issue with the pacing actually. Like there's a bathroom break around like 3 hours and 10 minutes into the run, so I have to like spend 5 hours not pissing, and I don't have any issue actually with it before when I was doing my runs, and probably shouldn't really that big of an issue as well right now. So story-wise, we have Sephiroth, we have Luca Blight, we have a soldier in a generic plate armor, and coming up soon, we'll have Clint Eastwood, a cowboy. We are getting really close to so yeah, this chapter 8 is like the final chapter. On any percent, I think this will be the point where there's only like 1 hour left to the story. But this is like the post game boss run, so I still have like a lot of optional recruits to do. And after that, I have to what is it? Yeah, I have to do the secret post game bosses, of course. So yeah, there's still quite a lot of stuff to go on. And also by this point, like if I try to explain the story, it will just like bring up so many spoilers, I think, and people wouldn't really make sense anymore anyway. Hey Truki, welcome. So Daniel sends the demon commandos chasing them, and oh, coming up is like a very unique part of this game. So here we have like a very strong enemy characters. So in regular RPGs, like you have a very strong enemy, and then eventually you get some kind of item to beat them up, or like you power up and all that. Now, what do you do in this game to fight against a very powerful character? It'll be coming up soon. A very unique twist to the whole Suikoden formula. So yeah, we carry our own army, and we are going to conduct a war battle against just 2 people. So yeah, again, so this is a war battle where we have thousands of people against just two people. But these two people are very strong. They are as strong as like 1,000 people. Although, fortunately, again, it's a war. With the war battle, we have like the infinite movement glitch. So we just use the glitch to kill one of them straight away. Like on a normal battle here, like you'll have like a few units die before you could reach them, because they have like a very long range attack and they're super strong as well. It's like unavoidable pretty much. So getting an A rank in this war battle is like super hard, but in this one, because of the movement glitch, I could get A rank consistently. Okay, next turn we send all of our units to kill the last one. So unlike the other previous war battles where our power rating is very low because we only kill one unit, in this one we have to kill everyone, so we get a 100% power rating, and everything else is high as well, so we get an A rank. And the A rank in this war battle is like it will be sold for like 40,000 ARM, which is a good amount of money. It's not a very high amount anymore by this point, but it's still a decent amount of money to have. So these demon commandos, they are still alive. They're like retreating onto the forest, but they are still alive. So we have to find. They are weakened, but we still need to find a way to beat them. So we are going to a dungeon to access some kind of like ancient records to about these demons. Blues, median, Miss Petra, Rail. So before we go to dungeon, we'll just take a bit of detour into this city, and we'll do some shopping and upgrade weapon upgrading. I have more money than usual. Hang on. I hope I don't accidentally sell something. I don't think I do. What do I get again? A quartz amulet. Quartz amulet used to be really expensive, but it's not expensive anymore by this point. Brown herb. One and energy drink. Oh, also a bunch of manuing coming up. Oops, not this one. What's this one? One's bird amulet. Petra. Hang on. Oh, okay, it's a mistake. Phew. Don't think I need to save us. So this dungeon is kind of like a gauntlet of mini bosses. There's like 5 different bosses in this dungeon. The first one is straightforward. You just have Daniel heal, and Bruce and Petra will just do physical attack, and the other mages will just use their level 2 spells. Apologies again. Not sure how audible it is on my mic. And this is the level. By this point, like you could start to often casting level 2 spells most of the time, unlike before where a level 2 spell is actually hard to cast. Like, Riot should have healed Bruce, I think, to be safe there. Whatever. He full stopped it. So the full stop ability there, it makes you fall asleep and silence as well, so you basically can't use them at all. I haven't played last scenario, but I do read about how Marit King is like a very annoying boss. It's a very hard boss in last scenario. But in this one though, it's just like a very straightforward boss. It's just the first out of this 5 boss gauntlet. So I guess I'm not surprised that it's meant to be easy. Bruce. I'm just gonna skip all encounters in this dungeon, because there's not much point in doing them. We'll just level up with doing the mini bosses anyway. There's a bit of trick here where you could click on a bookshelf to cancel the encounter. So these bookshelves are clickable. Like some of these bookshelves will reveal like the background behind this demon summoning, and it will reveal how there used to be like a long time ago there used to be a country that discovered this demon summoning process, and they could make a very strong soldiers out of it. But the soldiers went mad and it'll kill everyone. Anyway, so second boss fight. So from now on, we'll start using Riot Steel. So for the next 4 boss fights, we'll have Riot Steel. Each boss have like a 50% steal rate, so it's not hard to do the steal. And each of the steal rewards gives good amount of money. So yeah, we do want to do that steal. Come on. 2 attempts, that's a bit unlucky. But the bosses itself are still straightforward though. Three attempts for a 50% steal rate, that's unlucky. Four attempts. Come on, game. If Riot can steal in 5 attempts, maybe I'll stop damaging with my mage, I think. There you go. Ooh, that was 6 attempt out of like 50% steal rate. Don't think I need to save in this one either, but might as well just do it. So again, yeah, this boss fight I'm going to have Riot Steel. 50% steal rate. There you go, nice first try. Easy. So this boss is like a palette swap of the Pestilence boss, like that I faced like a couple of hours ago. And yeah, it has the same ability that could cause random status effect. Random powerful status effects that could make your units useless. He haven't used it though for now, which is good. And do I have someone right now? Should be dead soon, I think. Been playing a bit slow. Not dead yet? Yeah, that takes longer than I thought, I think. Okay, there you go. Oh, never mind. It's actually fast. It's actually a gold split on my split here. Yeah, everyone's healed yet. A bit of puzzle here, but this is very straightforward. I need to save on this one? Probably not, but might as well just do it. Yeah, fourth boss. Fourth boss is a bit... this is actually kinda weird. Oh, first of all, he have that ability that could just instantly kill someone if it works. Which is and it does work, which is unlucky. Actually, the first try steal at least, so that's good. I'll have someone cure Petra, I think. So the second turn he'll use a shield. So shield will reduce the magic damage inflicted to him. And yeah, that means the magic damage doesn't deal that much anymore. I made a mistake. I just realized I should have used Rayos Haste. Forgot about it. I should have Rayos Haste there on Bruce, because that will deal. Okay, still good. So okay, Haste. This is the first time I'll use it. It will double the speed, which means he will get able to move twice as much. So basically, it's kind of like double the damage in a way. I mean, restoring Petra by this point doesn't really do much actually, but might as well just do it. You know. This is kind of slow. But then again, Petra got killed straight away at the start, so yeah, I'm not surprised it's slow. Daniel dies by this point, doesn't really matter anymore. She'll still be dead soon though. Yeah, that one was slow. Everyone's healed it. Okay, the final boss of this boss gauntlet. We want to steal as well, but it's not for money. It's because stealing this boss will give you Solar Flare, which is like a 3rd level damaging spell. And we will need that for one of the optional bosses later on. Use mana channel. I have to heal first too. So this is kind of this is very similar to the Reef Kid we faced not that long ago, where he have a very high dexterity but also very low physical defense. So our physical attacks could do quite a lot of damage. And he's oh nice, got a steal. He's like elemental as well, so our Eclipse spell would deal a lot of damage. Let's actually, oh nice, Produce Inferno. That's a 3rd level spell that we steal earlier from another boss. It requires so much mana and it's still very hard to use it by this point in the game, but it deals a lot of damage. Also Petra dying doesn't matter by this point, I think. Should be dead soon. There you go. So Yan Angwa came up with a strategy to beat the Demon Commandos after we read that bookshelf earlier. So yeah, this coming up soon, we are about to facing a boss fight that is kind of a homage to look-up-like fight, where we have to set up 3 parties to attack them. Although we won't do the boss fight straight away, like we can do the boss straight away, but we are very underleveled for it. And there are other optional stuff we could do before that. It's actually much harder than Luca. But yeah, we're not going to do it straight away. So first, instead of going here, we're gonna go to an optional dungeon and level up a bit. So early on the game, we meet this priest that is hunting for a vampire. So we meet him again, and he actually found a vampire this time, for real. So we need to talk to him to go to this dungeon, which is like the vampire's mansion. And in the end of this dungeon, there's the vampire boss, which you could fight, and then after that, we could recruit the vampire and the priest. But we are not going to do the boss yet. That will be saved for like some other time. We're going here to do 3 battles to level up and gain some money as well. Because after this, we will go to another optional dungeon that is even harder. And to do that fight, we need to level up a bit here. And also get money as well. We need a lot of money for the next optional dungeon. Yep. Oh yeah, this game have a couple of FFT soundtrack. And Wild Arms as well. You're familiar with Wild Arms, right, Space Coyote? So that's the first fight. We are still kind of under level for this dungeon, so this dungeon could easily level up a few levels in a few fights. It's another one. Let me use balance on this because he got chaos. Actually, maybe it doesn't really matter that Bruce have chaos. So the mages that are actually deal damage here. Okay, maybe I shouldn't use balance there. That's actually a waste of time, I think. Okay, so that's the second fight. Also, at the same time, we get the Diamond Dust earlier, which is like a very powerful healing item. Which we will use for the post-game, but okay. Straightforward fight. Don't think I need to do this, whatever. Yeah, we're done with the leveling up and also getting some money as well. So, time to do some shopping and prepare for the next optional dungeon. Which is like the hardest optional dungeon besides the final post-game stuff. First of all, we need to put Rorschach in our party. So we'll need it to go to the optional dungeon. And buy a lot of spells, because we'll need them. Sell equipments. And 4 locks, 3 haste, 3 cure, 3 times melt, and 5 egg clips, and rest of money on waterfalls. Ooh, that's a lot of waterfalls. Yeah, I have quite a lot of more money here than usual. I'm not sure why. Don't think I accidentally sell anything extra, so I still have all of my items. Maybe I'm just being lucky. And we go to Ashenport. So first thing we do here, we visit the magic shop, because that will unlock more spells in our castle, which we will need later. And now formation. Everyone's healed. Okay, that's fine. I'll save just to be safe. Okay, so this is Yomiko. She's from the same ninja clan as Rorschach, and their ninja clan has recently been attacked by an enemy ninja clan. So their clan, Sun Clan, has been attacked by an enemy clan, Shadow Clan, called Shadow Clan, and their master is kidnapped. So Yomiko asks Rorschach to help rescuing their master. So we're gonna go to this ninja place, and there's plenty of fights coming up. And this is the boss of the enemy ninja clan, Fukube. Before we can get to him, we have to fight a bunch of battles. Okay, that's fine. So for Fireball, having one frontliner die is expected. Now I just hope the Fireball could kill everything, because if it doesn't, it's still kind of fun, but okay. Hit, damn it. There's 4 mandatory battles in this one, including that one I have to do earlier, so this is the second one. The battle is still kind of, it's similar to each other, it's just these battles against ninjas, so all you do is just use the area spell multiple times, and that will easily kill them all. There's a stronger version of that Shadow Ninja named Shadow Assassin. That one takes a bit more spells to do. Bruce has a kind of a unique stat, like his physical defense is high, but his health actually is not that high. His health is only like average compared to everyone else. So his health is kind of low compared to other frontliners usually. But his attack is super high though, which is why I'm using him. He's very good for the final endgame. Okay, 4th mandatory battle. Oops. No, it's on PC. So it's originally on PC. And... oh, first of all, yeah. So after those 4 fights, I just... oh, I should have taken that one. There's 2 optional battles I still want to do to level up. Okay, first one. Anyway, yeah, so this game is originally on PC. It's released in 2009. And then in 2016, there's another guy, Radial Apps. He ported this game to Linux, and Mac, and Android. So yeah, you might have played this on mobile. The rating of this game in the App Store is actually high. There's a few 1-star rating, because I think for some people the game actually crashed early on. So some of those people give the game a 1-star because of it. But yeah, other than that, it's like mostly 5-star rating, I guess. It's like actually quite a lot of players on Android, surprisingly. Okay, still need one more fight because I need to gain some more experience. Okay, that one's good. Do I need to heal Petra? Ah, screw it. Okay, so the upcoming boss fight is complicated, but if I do everything right, then it should be easy. If I do everything right, but yeah, the steps are complicated though, so I have to be careful. So yeah, this is the ninja boss. He have a lot of health, and the fight will take quite a long time. Will be like 4.5 minutes or something like that. Okay, the first thing I want to do in the end game is to use buffs. So I'll start reading haste, casting haste on people, so they move twice as much. And green herb. Petra. Oh, a blue should have defense instead of attack. That was dumb of me. Okay, wait. Actually, never mind. I'll just reload. I do a mistake there. I mean, I don't think that mistake really matters, but yeah, if I do things differently than how I usually do it, then things could go differently in a way I'm not familiar of. So I'd rather just be safe, I think. Okay, start with haste. So yeah, the way this end game of this game works, you start with casting haste on your characters, cause that will allow them to move twice as much, which is obviously very strong. And this boss have multiple phases. The first phase is at the Dark Elemental, so you'll start by casting light magic spells on it. Wait. This was... Oh, no, that's fine. For a second, I forgot what to do there. So, okay, first phase is over. And now second phase is a fire spell. I'll start using my items with my mages, because I don't want them to spend their MP yet. Now this is where I want to start using locks. So locks will lock your status for like 10 turns. And it will allow your haste to be retained for like throughout the whole fight. Well, for most of the fight, but anyway, yeah. So the combo in the end game is usually to use haste and lock. So the haste could last like a lot longer than what it normally is supposed to be. Okay, haste unlock is set up. Now Magus is going to deal magic attacks, and Daniel's is gonna heal. So the frontliners is going to defend over and over, because this boss have a very high dexterity, and they will just keep missing if they try to attack. Like, I have to upgrade their weapons to a very high level if I want their physical attack to actually do something. And that costs too much money. So against this boss, like almost all of my, well, pretty much almost all of my damage is gonna come from magic. Oh yeah, this boss is real good. The sprite work is real good, unironically. Yeah, it's dumb in a funny way. I need to have medium casting heal, even though you usually don't really do it right now. I want to medium have save up some health. Who do I heal? Doesn't really do anything. He's already full. Ooh, that's a strong one. Okay, I think soon. Okay, Waterface is the most important. I need to kill him ASAP in this fight. So on his second turn, if I didn't kill this face straight away, he'll be casting Shield, which will reduce the magic damage to him by 50%. And that will be very bad, because we are depending on magical damage against this fight. So we want to get rid of him as soon as possible. So I have Daniel and Median set up at the high mana earlier, so I could cast level 3 spells straight away with them as soon as this phase started. Now it should be fine. Okay, there you go. If you manage to clear him without him casting a shield, then this fight goes fine. The rest of the fight is straightforward. It still takes a bit of time to kill them, but yeah, now it's straightforward. This is the lightning phase, and I'm just going to use Waterfall over and over. Because water deal more damage to the lightning. And the last phase is the light phase. So we're just going to use Eclipse over and over. Its dark damage will deal more damage to like elemental people. Our haste went out already, but that's fine because she's close to being dead anyway. Shit, that's this. There you go. Okay, I did that right. I made a mistake at my first attempt. Like it's very early, so I thought I might as well just reset just to make sure everything goes right. But the reset is quick anyway, so not an issue. So yeah, this is probably the hardest optional recruit to do because the optional boss is actually very strong. Oops. And these optional dungeon leads us to this Kierguard world map, so it's a good chance to get a few recruits in this area as well. So this Faldu city has been attacked by a dragon recently, and we hear from this old man that there are rumors that dragons could shapeshift into humans. So in the middle of this town we have this suspicious looking knight, and Daniel figured he's the dragon. But he's not the dragon who have been attacking the city. His purpose here is actually to hunt the dragon, that evil dragon. So yeah. So of course Daniel said he wants to do the same thing and will hunt the dragon as well. So an optional dungeon unlocked. We are already very over leveled for this, so the upcoming optional boss is very easy. So for almost all of the optional bosses, we will be fighting it when we are already over leveled. Because obviously that's faster, so that'll be the speedrun stats. Hey, these are the two villains that we meet like some time ago, quite a long time ago. It's from a group named Caretakers. There used to be 4 people, but one of them is dead and the other one has joined us. And so 2 people left. And so here Tiamat revealed herself to be actually be a dragon. For some reason, Ice gets scared even though Tiamat is supposed to be his ally. But anyway, again, we are overleveled already, so this fight is super easy. We're going to only need like I think 6 or 7 attacks to kill her. Oops. Sometimes Bruce would have killed him there with the bolt attack. A bit unfortunate there. So yeah, again, super easy boss fight. So Ice earlier ran away when he got shocked that Tiamat is actually a dragon, and we are going to recruit Ice here. We recruit him by bringing Aphelion, the other dragon, into him. And Ice seems like to be traumatized, and he got shocked. He was frozen in his trauma. And so Aphelion cured him with a single slap. Bam! I will after this. I will recruit Ice after this, and I'll unequip both Aphelion and Ice at the same time to save time in menuing. So Aphelion have some like decent amount of money in his inventory, and Ice the same with Ice, and Ice also have like Frost Shard which I want to use. So yeah, time to unequip them I guess. Now there's a third recruit in this area. There's a hidden cave in here, and there's a treasure chest I want to take as well before going to the optional boss. So here's a guy training by doing nothing inside this cave. We try to recruit him, and turns out there's a monster that he is hunting here, and it's popping up now. But again, we are over leveled already, so it's super easy. Now, this boss ability, Sinkhole, it's actually meant to insta-kill someone, so it's actually still powerful enough to like kill someone here, even though we are over leveled already. Sormaus have no items in his inventory, so no need to put him in the party. And time to carry on for the story for now. So yeah, earlier we are supposed to fight the demon commandos and set up 3 parties and all that. And time to do that. But now because we are over level already, like this boss fight is easy now. In any percent, this demon commandos fight is like really complicated. And yeah, for the Yan Angwa and Deus party, we provided no one, so they'll just die straight away. Same with any percent. In any percent, I also only use 6 characters, so the 2 other parties doesn't do anything. So yeah, this fight is meant to be it's sort of like a homage to the lookup like fight, I guess, where you set up 3 parties. Oops. But I guess just like in Suikothon 2 speedrun against lookup, like 2 of the parties will do nothing, while the other one will actually do all of the damage. Kind of same with this one, I guess. But with this one, I do that. I only set up 1 party because I can only. It will take a lot of time to actually raise other party members to be on the right level. So there's no point of doing it in the speedrun, so I'll just do 1 party. Deus level is actually not that low, so he actually could survive 1 attack, unfortunately. And again, we are over leveled already, so all I have to do here is just keep casting Eclipse with my mages and Daniel, and the frontliner could just keep attacking Trevor. Eclipse will deal more damage to Sick than Trevor because Sick is like elemental and he will receive extra damage from the Eclipse. Although they have a lot of health, so it still takes a bit of time to kill them. Even though like their attacks there are very low damage. Oof. Okay. Should be dying soon, I think. Die, please. There you go. We beat the Demon Commandos. Again, in any percent, this fight is like actually really hard to execute well. Even though like if you execute everything properly, then it should be like they shouldn't have any issue with the fight. But yeah, with this one though, it's like a super easy fight because you are over leveled already. Okay, some shopping to do here. So we need some more spells for the upcoming boss fight. Okay, I don't want to sell Satin Scarf because I'm actually using it. Everything else is fine though. And then a standard belt, tie, lock, to haste, to barrier, to cure all, to cure and to nerf heal. So pretty soon we are going to fight an optional boss, like it's a post-game boss. It's not like as hard as the final post-game bosses, but it's still something that is meant to be beaten like after you are already strong enough to beat the normal final endgame boss, final storyline boss. But anyway, bit of recruiting even here. So we talk to Kella, it triggers a chain of events for Fror's recruitment event. Also gonna buy some items here, purple glasses. These are the end game accessories item that I will need for the post game part later on. Okay, spiritual plane is coming up soon. A very interesting part of the run. Nah, I legitimately feel tired right now actually. Crap, it's I still have like close to 2 hours to go. So yeah, this is a spiritual plane. So the background of this place, it's actually from a painting by a famous painter, MC Escher. It's yeah, he's a famous like surrealist painter and all that, and yeah, his artworks are very famous. And yeah, that background there is taken from MC Escher's artwork. Yep, that one do legitimately spook me when I first entered here. It's like, ooh, it's very uncomforting, I think. Not sure if that's the right word, but anyway. Bruce, Median, Miss, Petra. Yeah. Also put Klaus and Lisa because we'll need them for recruits later on. Actually, here. Let's see. Oh, also a good one. Oops. Diamond, actually not green herb and energy drink. Diamond dust and green herb. Diamond dust and green herb. Diamond dust and green herb. There's two pair of horses as well. Like I didn't realize that the black parts is also horses until I actually speedrun this game, which is like kind of embarrassing because I thought it should be obvious that it's like there's a black and white horses, but at first I thought it's only the white that is the horse. Anyway, in this dungeon there is one secret, like a very strong boss. It's meant to be a post-game bosses that is like harder than the final story boss. And we are actually still quite a lot under level to fight it, but we are going to fight it anyway. Because when we win against this one, we gain a lot of levels, which we will need for the final post-game part of this. The fight will be very long, although it's actually pretty easy. Like, if I don't get very unlucky or make like really stupid mistakes, then the fight should be easy, but it'll be very long. I don't think any other players other than me ever beaten this boss like in their first visit. So yeah, this is the secret boss coming up. There's this semi-hidden path and it will lead... hang on, I have everything right. So yeah, the game tried to warn us that there's an incredible power here. Alright, this is Huginor Munin, the secret boss. And that's actually lucky that none of them dies. Haste. Actually, I haste the wrong person, I mean, doesn't really matter. What do I use? Barrier. So they are very strong, but at the same time they can only, most of the time they can only attack the front line, and we will use that weakness to our advantage. We'll set up our frontliners with barriers that will reduce the physical damage against. Okay, Ice Burst. What do I do here? There's still green herb. Barrier. Okay, we could start locking actually. Did I do this right? I think so. That's fine. You just defend. You energy drink. And you diamond dust. You steal. Okay, Petra could use lock. You steal again. Nice. Okay, there you go. Everything's set up. So yeah, the strategy of this fight, even though they're very strong, they... hang on. Let me just use Cura thing on pet. Nah, yeah. I don't think I need to do this, but whatever. Okay. Still want to steal us. So yeah, this. Oh, nice. Gotta steal us straight away. That's fast. So yeah, this boss can only attack the front line almost all of the time, except for every 4 turns. Like Munin will use a shock field that could deal back from people in the back as well. But almost all of the time they will only attack frontliners. So I'll just set up the frontliners to have barrier and defend over and over. And their weapon is too weak to do any physical damage anyway. So yeah, it's fine to just defend. And almost all of the, well, more like all of the, all of the damage will come from magic. But these bosses have like very high health and very high magic defense as well. And because we are under leveled, we only do little damage from our spells, so it takes a long time to kill them. It takes so many spells. Kill. Yeah, once we set up all of our locks, then all we do is just keep spamming the spells over and over. And yes, this boss fight is sponsored by Red Bull indeed. Anyway, it's that swan painting is also one of the painting of MC Escher. And then you could just soul out flare actually. Yeah, you just defended him. Also, some time ago we have Riot stealing from both of them, because both of them, if you steal from them, they give an item that gives 300 ARN when it gets sold, which is super high. And the steal rate is 50%, so it's easy to steal them. You know what, let's use this solar flare. And we are also pretty lucky, we got our steal very quickly, I think, like 3 attempts, I think? That's a mistake. Crap, I didn't realize the bruises already have a low health. I think by this point Hugin should be dead soon though, so I don't think it really matters. Like if Bruce die again, I think it doesn't really matter actually. I mean, that's still a mistake from my side though. Unnecessary mistake. Eclipse. He should die soon. Okay, misses out of it. There you go. Okay, now it's just Moonin. So Hugin will die first because Hugin have a lower physical magic defense. And not time, but we still just gonna keep spamming our spells though. There's nothing else we can do. He's a median as well. Also, now that only Moonin is left, like the hang on, do I need to cure? Don't think so. I shouldn't cure actually. Mistake. Now that only Moonin is left, we don't need to keep defending with our frontliner. They could try to attack. Their hit rate is low, but if they do hit, it still deal a bit of damage. And again, yeah, we don't really need to defend anymore because Moonin doesn't have a high physical attack. And if someone dies by this point, it doesn't matter that much because it's pretty close to being dead anyway. Right, game? He's pretty close to being dead, right? Right? Die, please. I should have used the Eclipse. There you go. Anyway, we level up to 82 straight away, which is a super high level by this point. And we need that level up for the post-game. Once we finally start to unlock the post-game bosses, the shadow bosses, there we will need those level ups. Yeah, so when I first start running the shadow boss, my leveling strategy is different. I just keep doing the run without until the final dungeon, and then when I reach the final story dungeon, I'll do several battles to level up until like 81, and then I went back and I do the recruits, and after that I do the shadow bosses. But I found out that turns out you could just level up with this Hugin and Moonin, and it's faster to do overall to do this. So I end up doing this run twice. First time I did it was with the what is it? With the level up in final story dungeon, and now I level up with Hugin and Moonin. So the actual story boss of this fight is super easy now because we are super over leveled. Die? Actually, no, until... Okay, die please. There's a chance this doesn't kill him. Okay, good. Okay, now it'll be quite a while until we finally continue the story. So after this, we have, I think, like about more than half of the recruits that we still haven't done. So yeah, we're going to start gathering all the recruits now to unlock the shadow bosses. It's a very interesting part to look at the route, but to be honest, like the next 40 minutes recruiting session or so, it's kinda boring to do personally, because you just walk and talk most of the time. There's no proper challenge. There's are like couple of optional bosses, but they are super easy because we are super over leveled already. But yeah, if you have played Exhibit before and want to see how the recruits are done, this is the time where we're just going to start doing a bunch of recruits at once. Okay, first thing to do is go to Muspelheim. We want to go to the blacksmith first because we want to upgrade the weapons of our frontliners. So now we have a ton of money. And oops, sell weapon first. And we could recruit Bruce and Petra weapon, all of the attack and the accuracy to the max level. We just spent like 1,200,000 ARN for that. And earlier we visited the vampire dungeon for a bit, but we haven't actually completed it, so we're going to actually complete it this time. Also, before we walk out here, there's a story event here that we need to do. Okay, time to fight Necklord. For real this time. So yeah, the story of this is that these X-Forces have been hunting this vampire for a long time, and they finally track him down. Previously, we went here just to do a bit of optional encounters, just to get levels and money, but this time we revisited for a different reason. We're actually going to do the recruit. And the enemy boss here, I actually don't need to save what I'm doing. The boss is super easy. Yeah, the enemy boss, yeah, we're super over leveled already, so it's really easy. Okay, time for the Necklord team. So Necklord team is one of the most favorite team of out of Suikoden fans, because it's understandable, it's a super good team. But just like in Suikoden 2, where Necklord gonna die straight away and you don't get to listen to the team, we're same thing with here. He's going to die in like 8 attacks and wait, actually hang on, there's something different that I'm doing. Oh, oops. I purposely messed up so that you could listen more to this Necklord team, because I know it's people's favorite. But I actually made a mistake here. There's something I forgot to do. I mean, it's only like, it slows down that fight by like 1 or 2 turns, doesn't really matter, but Network column. Anyway, we beat the vampire, and now the vampire has been reduced, his power reduced to a regular human. So the vampire wants to join us, and we actually accept it for whatever reason. The Exorcist Luther is actually, we will actually use him for the final post-game bosses. So it's actually very good. Hang on, first of all, something I want to do. Right, that's what I should have done. Also, okay, time for teleporting to another city. Time to go to Blackwater. There's a couple of recruits here. Okay, first recruit is a mysterious woman. But there's an NPC that hints that she liked to play with cats. So we bring a cat to her, and yeah, she'll join us after she shall cat. Wait, actually, no, yeah, I do want to. I forgot to do something. I mean, doesn't really. Crap. I'll just. There's something I forgot to do very early on the game. That's a mistake. Damn it, I'll just do it right now. Yeah, I'll just throw away this. So, okay, I'll just detour for a bit. I could have actually tweaked this route if I want to, but I still want to keep the route kind of similar to what I usually do. Anyway, this is something I forgot to do like back very early on the game. When I visited this town, I should have talked to this guy, Sid. And he will say that he left his music sheets on Blackwater. To reset. Yep, let's just reset the whole 7-hour run. Lost me like, I don't know, 1 minute maybe? If I want to, I could actually tweak the route a lot if to fit him in, but fuck it. Anyway. Okay, back to where we are supposed to be earlier. Yeah, so earlier that musician said he left his music sheets in Blackwater. So we are supposed to have been visiting him very early on the game, but I forgot about it. Anyway, yeah, so we went here, we pick up his sheet musics, and we returned it to him later when we went back to Madrigal. Also, earlier in the game, we went into this Mad King Vault dungeon, and there's a secret door at the end that we don't have the time to access yet. So if we go there, we'll get to fight an optional boss. I'm not sure if I could beat this run below estimate anymore now. I could probably still barely beat it below estimate, but I've been playing really slow for this run. Anyway, I have to redo these puzzles again. Don't need to enter the password anymore because we already did it earlier. So yeah, there's this door that we don't get to access earlier. And if we click this pillar, an enemy boss will pop up. Three attacks will be enough to kill this guy, because we are super overleveled already. So yeah, she's a treasure hunter and she got impressed by how we found that treasure earlier. And also how we defeated the boss, so yeah, she joined us. To walk out of this puzzle, it's faster to just fail the puzzle purposely, so you get transported back to the start. And now this crate puzzle, to get out, it's actually very short. The character artwork, yeah, so yeah, there does, yeah, quite a lot of people do find like the character artwork is like weird. Because yeah, it's not the kind of style that you normally see. Oh, first of all, so this is a reporter. And normally to recruit her, you need to trigger 4 different interviews. But if you talk to her very late in the game, you will only need 1 interview. So she joined instantly. And yeah, I know quite a lot of people do find the art style weird. And oh, that's it, yeah. Okay. Hey, back to Madrigal again. This should have been our first visit in the session, or the second because we messed up earlier. But anyway, so Fror. Fror is like the equivalent of Clive Quest in this game, where we will have Fror and Kayla chasing each other. And so very early on the game, we also fight mist monsters in this forest, and we're about to find out the origin of this mist monster. We have Lysav in our reserve because we need Lysav to activate this event. So yeah, there's a bit of dungeon to go through here, but what do I do here? Mist. But yeah, as usual, like we are super overleveled already, so whatever boss we will face at the end is like super easy. Anyway, this game, if you are not too unsettled with the character artworks, I think that this game is really good overall. If you like Suikoden games, but yeah, I do know that quite a lot of people do find the character artworks weird. Also, if like they are not familiar with the context of the game, they might think that, oh, what is this? This game stole a bunch of musics and also titles from Suikoden too. So that could give a bad impression, but yeah, I mean, this game is actually just a free fan-made game, which is why I just use like copyrighted assets. Anyway, this part of the dungeon, the walls are invisible, so you need to remember where to actually go. So the optional boss here is Miss Queen. It's actually a hard boss if you try to fight her at the soonest point possible. But again, I'm overleveled, so we could kill her in only 2 attacks. There you go, easy. Yeah, most of these recruitings are done at the end when we are having very high level already, because yeah, that will make these optional bosses very quick. Anyway, we beat the Miss Queen, and it's so she transformed into a water fairy, and this water spirit tells that at one point she and another fire elemental combine with each other, and it causes all of this mist problem. And what do we do here? I want to put Naja on my party because she have a magic crystal that I want to use. And oh, earlier we managed to get back Sid's sheet music, so it's time to return it to him. And yeah, because of that, he feels gratitude toward us and want to join our army. We put Sid in reserve because we will need Sid for the next recruit coming up soon. So in the inn of this town, there's a musician that doesn't have very much success, and he have a dancer partner, but the dancer partner left him because she thinks like this band doesn't go anywhere. So to recruit him, we bring another musician to inspire him. Alright, time for the exclusive music show. This music actually have English lyrics, so I wonder if anyone in the chat could actually recognize the lyrics. Oh, the bribe notice. So yeah, the way it works, it's when you are about to get a random battle, you get a warning, and if you bribe the encounter before it, then yeah, you don't need to fight the encounter, but you spend money to bribe it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I put the game music a bit low just because so it doesn't interfere with my microphone. Also, we put him on our party as well. Which one do I want to take out? Nah, it doesn't matter. That music is from an indie band, so there's no DMCA happening with that. Don't worry. RPG Limit Break, there's no DMCA for that song. It's from an indie band. Okay, so where do I go now again? Oh, Faraday. Okay, a couple of recruiting events here. So first we go to this right side of this university. So earlier in the game we talked to this painter who got angry because he got scammed by an art appraiser. So we tried to help him and he got scammed by an art collector, so we talked to an art appraiser to help this painter, and then another room. So this dancer who's previously abandoned her partner, Tish, and she want to try a new life. But when Tish tell her like he joined an army now, Tiffany decides to join it back. And there's another even. So this is Darwin. He requires a rare material called rainbow ore for an experiment. So we hand it to him, and we'll need to wait 5 minutes in real time for his experiment to finish. So instead of waiting, then we'll just revisit this city another time. So earlier we asked an art appraiser to go to this painter's house to try to help uncover the scam carried out by a rich art collector. But the painter refuses the help. So that's the third event on fan class recruitment. The final event we'll do it when we revisit this town again later on. And next to this city is a smaller town, actually, if it's from the left side. It's a pretty straightforward recruit here. So if we talked to our item shop earlier, he mentioned he needed farmers, and we recruit this farmer. Unfortunately, unlike Suikoden, the farm doesn't really do anything here. Oh, actually, it does something. I guess it provides herbs for your item shop. Okay, some RNG parts coming up soon. Yeah, first of all, okay, so this is Seth. His best friend, has been going missing, and someone spotted him on a dangerous magma cavern. So he wants to find his friend inside this magma cavern, so another optional dungeon coming up. And we talk to Kella, who have been looking for Flor, and we tell her where he is, and they'll keep chasing and Kella will keep chasing Flor over and over. Okay, we want the specific encounter because we want to steal a specific item here. There you go, nice. First try. There's a 50% rate, so it usually doesn't really take that much time. Nice, there you go. That's fast. Okay, so this is the optional. Okay, I'm playing on a Linux port, and for some reason, the lava in this Linux port is glitched, where sometimes one of the frames pop up as just like pure black, where in the original Windows version, it actually looks fine. There you go. So again, an optional boss where it's super easy because we are overleveled already. So Seth found his best friend Soth, but Soth have been corrupted by a dark power handed over by this supernatural creature called Shin. And Shin told Soth that the final task is to kill your best friend. So yeah, we're going to fight his friend. He should die in 4 attacks. This is actually a hard boss to do, like if you do it on the intended level. And when we beat him to his senses, and he realized what he has done is very bad. But Seth, being a noble person, decides to forgive him. And we recruited all of them, including this evil creature Shin that that corrupted the shot with his power. So for some reason, he joins us as well. Okay, another RNG part coming up. So we have to do some blackjack here. Well, actually, if we are lucky, we only need to do it once. But yeah, so the upcoming character, to recruit him, we need to win a game of blackjack. For most players, they end up we have to do it a lot more than I do actually, because the betting limit of this blackjack got increased. Oops. Oops, that's a mistake. Accidentally, I haven't set the betting there. But anyway, yeah, in the later in the game, your betting limit got increased. Okay, to quit, I think. And you need to win 5,000 ARN here, and because of the betting limit increase, I only need to win once. Nice. Most players did this recruit like early on, where the betting limit is only 1,000 and you need to win 5,000, which is a lot of work. Takes a lot luck to do it. And we are in a port town, so it's a fast way to go to another port town. Earlier, we stole this item called Black Ruby, and we needed to recruit this character. So there's a locked door, we have a thief that could unlock the door, and inside we beat the Mafia boss. To recruit him, he is requesting this item called Black Ruby, which we stole earlier, and yep. In this town, there's a stray dog, and the owner of this dog is that blackjack player. So we bring this blackjack player to him, and we recruit the dog. It's a good chance to walk to Harlington here, because it's faster to walk to Harlington from that previous town compared to teleporting. And there's 2 recruiting events we have to do. So this is Fror, who's been playing cat and mouse with Kayla. He realizes that we have been helping Kayla, so he want to tell Kayla to just go back home. And some time ago, in the middle of this run, we meet this an amnesiac blacksmith, and the woman here recognizes this amnesiac blacksmith. His name is Nikolai, and we're going to talk to this Nikolai guy soon to recruit him. We'll go to Brunhall. Hall. So okay, the portrait. There's some mixed opinions about the portraits. Some people like it, some people don't like it a lot, and it actually drives them off from playing the game. The portrait, I have to say, like the style is not what style, this kind of style you expect from a JRPG. So I'm not surprised that some people actually got put off from it. Anyway, this nomad guy, he was looking for this missing city, lost ancient ruins from a city called Avalon. And some time ago, we found an NPC who give us hints on the location of Avalon. So we tell him the location of this, and yeah, he joins us temporarily so he could. And yeah, we will need to go to this Avalon dungeon to actually go through it and fight the boss to recruit him. Like there's like a couple of people already in this Twitch chat throughout this run that says like the character portrait looks weird or this looks bad. And yeah. And to be honest, I'm not surprised there are people saying that, because again, the style is weird for a JRPG. Even though the game itself is, in my opinion, it's very good overall. Also, yeah, this is the amnesiac blacksmith, Nikolai. We told him that his name is Nikolai, and he started to remember more things, so he decides to join us. And yeah, he's a blacksmith of our castle, but now we're not going to ever use him. Oh wait, no need to go here. Mistake. Just go out. Where is it? Wait. Okay, time to go to Avalon. So here's an optional dungeon. It's pretty long. Pretty much, yeah. I guess that's what happens when you try to make something that is like unconventional. Some people might end up liking it a lot, but some others end up not liking it, because it's not something they were expecting, and yeah. You have to go to the side here, there's a button we need to push to open up a gate later on. It's still underestimate, but I think I'll end up like I might still be barely below estimate. Anyway, there's a passcode here. There's a hint of this passcode in Mount Bosch, and there's like a Roman numeral inscribed on one of the mountains that give out that passcode 158. But I don't need to look at it because I already know the answers. Honestly, well, as I didn't really feel that, but I like outside of the Suikoden games, when I first played this game, I never played all the other games that accompany this game, and yeah, there's a few music that I think a bit off, but mostly it's actually I feel it fine. And also the music are mostly a fresh experience to me as well, because I haven't actually played the game that features this music originally. And yeah, I know like some people, like if they play this game without knowing the context on what it is, they might come here and they saw music from other games, they'll be thinking like, oh, this guy steal this game. And I saw that comment on like some other sites as well. But yeah, when I played this, I already know what this is about. This is like a free game, free indie game that it's just like a fan-made game that is meant to be like a Suikoden style clone. And yeah, so I was already expecting shortcomings, like some of the artwork might not fit well, or like some of the gameplay might not be refined that well. But yeah, knowing that, and I end up enjoying this game a lot. Also, it's close to Mayfall after the dungeon, so it's a good time to walk to Willona. To recruit Willona, you need to have like a pretty high magic or strength stats. And we are super high already, so we could recruit her straight away. Okay, back to Faraday. We have 2 visits in the city because there was that one recruit where we have to wait 5 minutes for his experiment to finish. So whatever the case, we have to visit this city twice. So this is the rich art collector that has scammed the painter here, Fankal. We tried to confront him of the scam, but Fankal got pissed off that we are trying to help him. And he just decided to join us instead. Okay, so let's recruit. Alright. So Marian, there's a headmistress of this university. We met her a bit earlier in the game, and now we are actually get to recruit her. So we bring in Nomad to her, and it's revealed that Nomad is actually her little sister. And Nomad managed to find an ancient treasure that nobody have ever found before. And yeah, he tried to act as if he wins an argument against his sister, but his sister doesn't actually care. And whatever the case, Nomad convinces our sister to join. His sister to join us. Marian is actually a strong mage, but we don't really use her because we don't need it. Because we already have battle mage to use. And here's Darwin, the guy that do the experiment that requires 5 minutes of waiting. Once he finishes his experiment, he gives a unique item called Spectral Prism, which deals like which is like a unique magic spell that you can't access anywhere else. Okay, so almost all recruits are done. There's only one left. Also, I put Marian and Darwin in my party because they have a magic crystal in their inventory. Actually, nah. Marian have Opal Amulet, but yeah, they have items in their inventory that I want to take. Let me just do that now. Opal Amulet, Darwin, and Naja. Oh, oops, this. I should. There's another place I should go before this one. So we're back to Kela. We told her that Fror is waiting. Told her to go back home. So yeah, Fror and Kela's even is kind of like how in Clive Quest in Suikothon 2, where Elsa is keep chasing Clive is keep chasing Elsa over and over, and now we are getting the conclusion to their story. So yeah, just like Clive Quest in Suikothon 2, it ends in a duel. So the story is that they are from a secret organization from a faraway continent, and Fror is running away from that organization, so Kela is sent to hunt him. And finally, they get to meet each other and going to have a duel. Although, unlike what happened with Clive in Suikoden 2, they realize they can't carry out the duel. They have a strong emotional bond. And yeah, they can't afford to fight each other. So they decided to just separate off peacefully. And Fror decides to join us. So that's the last recruit that we will do here. After this, I have all 75 recruits, which means we get to unlock the secret post-game bosses. Before that though, there's some magic shopping I have to do. For like shield, 2 dark shield, where's balance? 3 balance, 2 light, 1 clear mind, 3 alarm. Also photon beam, frost wave, and thunderbolts. Ooh, that's barely enough money that we need. And in the basement of this castle, once you unlock 75 characters, there's a secret chest you could unlock. Hopefully I don't forget anyone. Pretty sure I don't forget anyone, but yeah. There you go. So the reward is that we got this bonus war battle. It's a super hard boss bonus war battle that even the dev himself actually can't beat it. But anyway, it's not relevant to this run because we are just going to the purpose of this run is to just beat the shadow bosses. And yeah, unlocking that chest earlier also unlocks this thing called shadow bosses, which we could access right now. But before doing that, we'll continue with the story for a bit. There's like about 8 minutes of cutscenes coming up, I think, so I'm just gonna use this time to chill. I'm actually getting tired right now. I mean, yeah, that's how RPG makers are. It's just fan-made games, basically. Like, a lot of the games isn't made to be commercial. Honestly, a game of this scale, like if it meant to be made as a proper commercial product, will require a lot of budget, at least like few hundred thousands probably. So like it's a scale of like a regular console RPG with like more than 30 hours of gameplay. Nah, I can't imagine how it is to actually make a game back then. I'm sure like a lot of the tools are clunky to use. Not everything could be easily googled, I think, back in the day. Well, actually, nah, this game is made in 2009. I think things were already pretty advanced back then. So, the story of this game is like back in 2003, SCF made this game. He named the character with the name of forum members of this old Final Fantasy forum. It's like I think the website is called FF Gurus. It probably doesn't exist anymore today. But yeah, in 2003 he made this RPG where like he named the characters based on like the forum members of that forum. And I think he named the main character with his own username. And I think several years later he actually tried to remake the game. And he changed the name of the characters so they actually have proper names. Like there's one character that used to have the name Sailor, and it's renamed to Sally. And there's probably a bunch of other examples that I don't know of, because you can't really see that anymore publicly. So this is the part of the game where the main villain will tell us like a bunch of the reasoning behind their actions and all that, all of the secrets behind the villains and all that. So yeah, if you actually one day want to play this game and you want to avoid spoilers, maybe like yeah, don't take a look at the dialogues. Thanks, RG. And again, this is a Suikothon, a marathon for Suikoden speedruns. And this game is basically, yeah, it's a love letter to Suikoden games. Uh, Probably 90% of the players of this game is from the Suikoden fan base. And that's how I heard about this game as well. I've seen in like Suikoden forums how a lot of the Suikoden players actually like it a lot. So I thought I'll try it. And yep, I like it a lot as well. It really gives like this Suikoden experience that you don't really see in other RPG series. So yeah, if you like Suikoden, I'll definitely recommend this game. Okay, spoilers coming up. Don't look for like 10 seconds if you actually want to play this game one day. More like 20 seconds maybe, but yeah, don't look for like maybe a minute or so. Okay, final war battle coming up. As usual with the war battles, we're just going to use the infinite movement glitch. Although this fight will still take 2 turns instead of single turn, cause the boss unit is tough, and it takes a while for me to move my characters to their position. I think I need like 6 attack to kill her. So instead of moving 6 characters to her, I'll just move 4 characters, and then I'll end the turn, and I'll have to do 2 more attacks on the second turn. Mm. Oops. Uh, Okay, so our units on the front there are actually mostly safe because the units near the city, they won't move on the first turn. So they won't attack us. So if they would have attacked us, I think Daniel would have died and I can't do this strategy, so I need to bring 6 characters to attack them. And that's the last war battle. This war battle actually could be hard to do if you don't have a lot of recruits, because that means you don't have a lot of units. Okay, finally, time for the secret bosses coming up soon. We reached the final dungeon, but we won't bother going there yet. We're just gonna go here again once we beat all the secret bosses. Miss Petra. Okay, so the first post-game area pops up in our hometown, Levier. And when we... I should have saved... whatever. This part should be easy. So we still want to level up a bit, and this area gives us some good encounter to grind. Almost pressed steel. Again, with the end game strategy of this game, like you start the game by hasting everyone, and once you done the haste, you lock them. But need to use Dark Shield first, so yeah. So these are Shadow Legionnaires. They are like regular enemy encounters, but they are very high level. Allow us to level up quickly for this post game part. And just defend. Shield. You cure all. Okay, now we are ready to lock. What do we do here? I guess I could just man Daniel. So yeah, the lock will retain the status for like 10 turns, and also it makes enemy unable to inflict any more negative status. It's like so the haste and lock combo is like the ultimate combo of this game. It's super good. It's basically the only way you could win against these bosses. And everyone's locked now. Also with lock, so Bruce and Petra have this ability called Wild Attack. It deals extra damage, but it will also stun them, which is like a huge drawback. But because of the locks, they can't get stunned anymore. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's actually very dangerous. Crap, I didn't realize Daniel could have been dead there. I'll just heal. Anyway, yeah, as you see, like we could use Wild Attack over and over, cause now the stun won't happen anymore once we are locked. So Bruce and Petra have a super high attack overall because of this Wild Attack exploit. What do I do here, man? Oh. So now it's straightforward. Should be dead pretty soon, I think. Okay, once 2 people die. So Daniel and Reot is actually not so good anymore for the post-game boss. So once 2 of them die, I want to swap Daniel and Reot with Luther and Deus, because they will be better for these post-game bosses. They are good mages, and they are also tough physically. Like their defense is, their defense is pretty high. And they have quite a lot of health. Should be dead already. There you go. Median Silk Scarf. Miss Silk Scarf, Satin Scarf. Oops. Alright, everyone set up. Yep. Okay, we still want to do one more of these encounters. There you go. Ooh. I mean, that's still fine, I think. Okay, that's fine. Use restore. Someone have to dark shield on this. Also, might as well just haste as well. I'll just cure the looter to be safe. Okay, you could put more Dark Shield now. Let's strike. Okay, we are ready to lock. You skewer all, I think. Damn it. The heck? The MP growth is lower than I thought. Woo! Okay, everyone's locked. Good. Yeah, let's use spells as usual. Ooh, we could use Inferno, yeah. Well, playing a bit slow, the start is get a bit scary that Luther actually dies straight away. But yeah, it's fine. It's all fine now. As long as I manage to set up all of the haste and lock, then everything's good. So yeah, at the first Legionnaire fight, we have like you just use Cure All just to be safe, I think. Don't think I need it, but whatever. Yeah, the first Legionnaire fight, we get to level 85 with our character, and we want to do one more fight to get level 86. And after a few bosses, we'll be at level 87, and that's the level that we will need to beat the final Shadow boss later. I could use Dark Matter. I mean, the difference of damage is not that much, I think. And we'll fight the Shadow boss straight away. So this is Shadow Daniel, the first Shadow boss. Hang on. So again, the way it starts is by casting haste on everyone, and after haste, then we'll start casting other buff that will help protect our characters. Okay, first of all, I think barrier on this. Barrier on this, someone need to cure mist. You start like shielding it. Okay, me should be fine now. You have both shields. Okay, now we are ready to lock. Do I have to use cure all? No, just use cure. Damn it. Yeah, this is the first Shadow boss. It's still easy. It's still the easiest because you have low speed and also low health as well. So it's quick to kill him. And there's 6 Shadow bosses in total, and the final one will be... Yeah, it will get progressively stronger. And the final one will be the most dangerous fight, obviously. It's the one that I think a lot of people do give up. Well, a lot of people do give up on the final Shadow boss because it's legitimately hard if you are unprepared. So Heaven's Gate there, that's the ultimate ability of this boss. It's very strong. If we don't have our like shields there, then we'll take too much damage, and a lot of our characters might actually die from that Heaven's Gate. Especially our Dark Elemental character. Because Dark is opposite of Light, that means it will take more damage. Don't think I need to. Nah, let's just kill Bruce for safety. Yeah, that's the first Shadow Boss. There's 5 more to go. So when we fight the first one, it's got revealed what the Shadow Boss is about. So they are ghosts from a parallel universe, where here Daniel do a small different decision in the past, and just a small different decision that causes him to die. And when he died, he became a ghost, and he infected this world for whatever reason. Heaven's Gate to reference dice. I'm pretty sure Heaven's Gate is like an ability move that used like in a lot of games. And at the end of that flashback cutscene, we got a riddle on where the next one. And we got told it's a red one. And a she as well. So basically it's a fire elemental woman, and oh, before that, let's take these items. Prism lens and diamond dust. Diamond dust, prism lens. And also when we beat the Shadow Boss, they drop a very strong equipment. Because they give a buff instantly when you equip them. So like the one I got earlier actually is not, the buff is regen, which is like not really important, but also give a lot of accuracy, which Bruce needs for like some of the later fights. Erin have a small chance to be dangerous early on. Okay, I think it's fine now. Again, start with haste. Cure all. So again, Erin, the strong attacks are from the physical attacks. So we're just gonna be using barriers. We're not going to actually use magic shields for this one. And we won't even use barrier on Bruce, because Bruce is fire elemental, so he got dealt less damage from Erin. Okay, now we just okay, looking almost done. There you go, now it's done. Now we just need to kill her. Okay, so she's a fire elemental boss, so we're just going to use the ice spell. Frost wave on her. Should have killed Bruce. Forgot to do it. Luther is usually the healer on this fight, because he's the out of the 4 mages, he's the one with the lowest magic stat, so he deals less magic damage, but his magic is still high enough to give good healing. And also he's like elemental, so like elemental means that he can cast the like elemental healing spells with less mana. Makes it easier for him to cast those healing spells. And also Luther is tough, so I put him on the front line. Well, not exactly front line, but he's exposed to physical attacks, but he could still handle it easily. And we got another showcase of how Erin in this parallel universe died, how she made a different decision compared to what she is doing on our world. Anyway, the next hint is a yellow one, so it's lightning elemental boss now. I'm not sure if it's a reference to something or you are just memeing Beyond Within. Okay, next one is Insane Reynard, and there's a magic shop in the corner of the shop, so I'm going to take a visit there before doing the boss fight, because there's some magic spells I need to buy. Yeah, okay, I don't know what reference is that, but it looks cool and funny at the same time, so I'm going to laugh as well. 3 dark shields, 6 water shields, 6 thunder shields, 2 water strike, 2 thunder strike. Okay. And boots of Hermes and energy drink. So the item we got from beating Shadow Erin earlier, it's an item that gives you haste at the start of the fight straight away, and haste is a super powerful effect. So yeah, that item is really good. Anyway, we have to bribe once here, because otherwise we will get an enemy encounter. Okay. So Bruce start with haste straight away, so we don't need to use haste again anymore. And yeah, we always able to cast haste at the start, because Bruce will always start first before the enemy, which is really helpful. I think I'll barrier first. Barrier. Yeah, first you want to barrier the frontliners because you have some pretty strong physical attacks. Not that threatening, but you still... let's kill as well. Okay, but once you've done the barrier, you want Thunder Shield on everyone. Because this boss have an ultimate attack that will deal thunder damage to everyone, and it's like a super high damage. And once you are done, we could start using Water Strike. So Water Strike will give water physical attack, which deal extra damage to this lightning elemental boss. And now everyone's ready to be locked. Save mana, I guess. Don't think I need Cure All right now. Nah, I don't have mana for lock anyway. That's the ultimate move. It has the best name. It has the one of my most favorite ability to name this game. It's called Global Blackout. Okay, so now everyone's locked. All we have to do is just keep casting Waterfall. So again, this is a Thunder Element boss, and Thunder is the opposite of Water, so Water will deal more damage, and we just keep using Waterfall on him. Oh yeah, so this is using Wild Arms team, I think. Solar Flare when you have enough mana. I don't think I need the cure on Bruce, but might as well just do it to be safe. Don't matter. Yeah, usually the way these bosses go, like once you got all your locks set up, it's pretty straightforward. But playing fast, doing the buffs quickly is hard though. Not only because of like you have to react fast, but you see those like buff icons, they are pretty small and they are cluttered a lot. So sometimes it's hard to see like which character have the buff already. When I first just started routing this, I had a lot of issues in like actually determining which buff I have to use and all. So there's just so much buff. But once I get used to it, it's pretty straightforward though. There you go, nice. And as the reward, we got an item that gives the blink status straight away. The blink status gives like a 33% chance of avoiding any kind of damage. It's an RNG kind of status, so it's not something reliable, and yeah. But since we have it, I might as well just use it. Anyway, and yeah, again, the cutscene is a showcase of Eander from a parallel universe where he made a different decision that ends up killing him. Oh, actually, the next boss, the fourth shadow boss, is the one that is like the second most dangerous one, I think. The one that actually have a legitimate chance to die, even if I don't screw up. If I got the bad luck, I might just die out of like bad luck. The chance should be very small, but the chance is still there. Diamond Dust, Purple Herb, Purple Herb, and Crystalline Crown. Oh, Crystalline Crown also gives strength bonus, so I'll add that to Petra, because that will buff her damage a bit. 7 up. Make sure to save. Okay, first of all, she's an Ice Elemental boss, but the dev put the wrong element in her magic abilities. So her magic abilities is actually Thunder instead of Ice. So you're going to see me pretty soon, but oh, first of all, yeah, I need to watch out for that. So her attacks are very strong as well, so I need to be careful. This is Thunder, okay. Okay, use Diamond Dust. But yeah, I'm going to use Thunder Shield instead of Ice Shield, because yeah, her elemental abilities are actually like wrongly assigned to Thunder. Hang on, first of all, okay. Okay, the mages got barrier, so hopefully that will be safe. Oof. Okay, no one's frozen, good. Oh wait, barrier. You start Thunder Shield. Thunder Shield. Luther to cure all. Okay, now we are ready to lock. Okay, this one went well. This one, I'll just manual to be safe. Okay, no one's frozen as well, so that's good. I'll just cure Petra to be safe. Yeah, everyone's locked. Good. I'll just manual, I think. What do we do here again? Eclipse Strike. That Absolute Zero ability, it could inflict the free status, which is like very bad status, but he's locked, so it's all fine now. To cure Bruce too. Should have Deus using the cure instead of Luther actually. I just use it on Luther because out of habit, but yeah. With the amount of mana I have, I should have just cured with Deus instead of Luther. And Luther could use level 3 spells. Okay, now I think it's just straightforward. Now it's just keep grinding magic spells on her. So she's as elemental, so fire spell could deal a bit more damage to her, but fire spell in general, it doesn't do a lot of damage in general, so it's only like 4%. So overall, using a fire spell is only like 4% more damage than using other elemental spells. So I don't even bother choosing the elements of my spells here, I just do whatever is quicker to menu. Out of Solar Flare as well. Don't think I need a cure by this point, but I guess I'll just do it. I think she's very close to being dead. Ooh, Eclipseman doesn't matter. Die, please. She doesn't die, then yeah, I have to use cure all with Luther, I guess. Damn it. There you go. Again, another flashback scene showing how the Tarlia in Parallel Universe died, because she made a small different decision compared to what she did in our world. So yeah, that's the second most dangerous boss. The next Shadow boss is actually not so dangerous, but the second next one, which is the one after that, which is like the final Shadow boss, that's the one that is the scariest. It's the final Shadow boss. I'm pretty sure quite a lot of people do give up on that final Shadow boss, because it's too hard. And the hint is the blue one, so it's a water elemental boss. Also, for the item, we got an item that gives a barrier straight away, which gives a good. Hang on. Oh, actually, yeah, I just remember. Before the next Shadow boss, we want to go a bit of shopping. So we go to the final dungeon, we walk out a bit, and next to the final dungeon, there's this small village, and they have a magic shop that gives that sells like the level 3 endgame spells. 12. They are super expensive, but they deal a lot of damage as well, and we need these spells for the final Shadow bosses. I only start to buy them now because they require I require to spend like, what is it, 3.5 million there, which is like a very huge amount. Voice box, median. Okay. So this is Lusaf, Shadow Lusaf, and he's a mage, so yeah, all of his attacks will be magic attacks. So we don't need any barriers. And we'll be using our water shields for the protection. Niagara Falls is one of my favorite names as well, out of the abilities here. What do I do? Right, just keep on casting water shield, I guess. Ural. Water shield. I have voice box. So yeah, one of his abilities could cast silence there. That's why I have voice box equipped on Bruce and Petra, so they could use the voice box to cure the silence. Okay, cure first. Okay, I want to use a Thunder Strike as well. So this boss, he have very high magic defense, but the physical defense is kind of low. So most of our damage will be coming from our physical attackers. And okay, we are ready to lock now. And that's earlier is his ultimate move, the Eradicate Meter. Without the water shield, I think most of our characters will just die straight away there from full health. What do we do here? Right. Okay, but everything's locked, so once everything's locked, then this fight is easy. What do you mean by extra casters? Cure on median. Matter. Oh. We have 4 mages because we did 4 mages for the other fights. Like, if Shadow Lusaf is the only boss, then yeah, maybe I could try like having a setup with 3 frontline attackers instead of like 2 and 4 mages. 2 attackers and 4 mages, but yeah, for the other bosses you definitely need these you need this 4 mage formation. Because the mages are important, like you need people who could have a lot of mana, so they could cast these buffs very quickly. Dark Matter. Use Cure also, Luther could use Solar Flare. You could start using Thunderbolts. Slow menuing there. Still plenty of slow menuing, yeah. I'm kinda tired already. Even though this fight went really smooth. It's no issue at all for this fight. He's close to being dead, I think. There you go. Okay, the shadow bosses have been going smooth so far. Just the last boss now. And the reward for beating this one, we get an item that gives a shield straight away, a magic shield. And it also buffed the MP plus and magic a lot on whoever wearing it. So we're going to give it to Miss. So Miss will have like quite a lot more magic than compared to the other mages now. He's around. He was asking me how long I have left. Like about, I don't know, an hour ago. So I think he should still be around. Diamond dust. Oh wait, do I have no more diamond dust? Hang on. Hang on. The heck? Do I really have? Wait. Oh. Didn't realize the diamond dust is still there. Diamond Dust, okay. So Miss Solar Sorcerer Ground. Luther. Magic Pistol. Oh man, doing so bad, so slow. Formation median to the middle. 15 minutes maybe? Right. I also moved median to the middle because this boss have a column attack a row attack. So I don't want 3 characters on the same row. Anyway. Let's hope I'm fine. Okay, if I'm gonna... Okay, don't kinda on well, is that fine? I think that is fine, but this is really spooky now. Hang on, I should do this haste. Crap, and I throw away 1 barrier, so it doesn't matter, I think. Barrier, Dark Shield. Oh, I think that's cute. 2 people died, and I have to use double balance as well. That was very unlucky. So what happened at first was that the antenna. So yeah, I have 2 like elemental mages, and the like elemental mages will like get extra damage from the dark elemental abilities. And so he could one-shot my like elemental mage from full health. And it did happen, and after that I managed to revive him. But straight after that he uses Antenora on my frontliners, which causes chaos on them, and again. Chaos again, double chaos of it. Yeah, this boss have a small chance of like you completely losing without being able to do anything, I think. Wait. That was purely my mistake. I did the balance. I used the balance to heal the chaos, but I put it on the wrong person. That was completely my mistake. That was me just being stupid. Okay, that's fine. Use Dark Shield. And use barriers. You heal median. Barrier again. Okay, Dark Shield. Okay, this should be fine, I think. Good, just keep using Kena. What's the next one? What do I do again? Barrier. Okay, I could just use Dark Shield now. That was really slow menuing, but I just want to be super careful because I'm kind of tired already as well. Dark Shield again. Like Strike now. Okay, I'm ready to lock actually. Let's have Luther use Purple Heart on Bruce though. Okay, good. It's all fine now. All fine. Diamond Dust. Okay, it's all good now. Use this. And everyone's locked. Okay, well, good. Okay, now that everyone's locked, we want to use Solar Flare, which is like the level 3 like elemental spell as much as possible. So that's why I have to like that's one reason why I use like elemental mages here, because they could cast Solar Flare easier. And if with less mana, and if they could cast Solar Flare more, then that means more damage overall. Let's use Cure on Chaos, I think. Luther could cast Solar Flares. And for the Dark Mages, I used Median and Mist just because their damage are like the two highest magic damage throughout the whole game. So yeah, they are super OP. Not an item, right? Still need to have someone as a cure all. I could just Luther do it again, I guess. Oh, okay, let's use beam now. Okay, good. I can kill all for this. How long does it? Do he have left? Oh, I accidentally used defense instead of. Damn it. Okay, 2 sulfur left. I don't think he have much health left here by this point. Okay, they still haven't run out of locks yet. I thought it's about time we start running out of. Okay, that's all solar flares. Should be close to being dead. There you go. Nice. That battle actually went smooth. I played slow though, just because I'm a bit tired already, and I just want to be super careful as well. Oh, also for the biggest. So Yan Angwa is about to reveal his background, but the real Yan Angwa came in and says, "No, don't do it." And so, yep, the Shadow Yan Angwa left without revealing all of his secrets. The biggest troll there. And okay. What do I do? Right. Food of Furnace, Majimi's Rope. Okay, so we've beat all the final Shadow bosses now. And everything's fine. So all we need to do is just finish. Oh, wrong place. Should have go to Funheim. Yeah. Yeah, everything's over. Now we just need to finish the story to actually finish the game. And because we are super over leveled already, these battles will be super easy. Thanks for the GG, Nerdman. So the final reward of Shadow Yan Angwa, it's actually useful for the upcoming fight. I'll put it in Daniel because it will give him extra magic. So this upcoming boss fight is a duel fight. It's a one-on-one fight. In any percent, I'm doing this fight at like level 72 or 73. While this time, Daniel is at level 82. Not as high as my other post-game characters, but still very high, and the fight is still very easy. Solar Flare. Solar Flare. And let's use Photon Beam. I could have attacked him as well, but the damage rolls from that Solar Flare seems a bit low. So yeah, in the any percent, I think it takes me like 16 or 17 turns to kill him. Well, in this one, it takes me 4 turns. Absolutely wrecked. That's an accurate statement. Okay, the next boss fight, Gudrun, it's a hard boss in any percent. Like, you have to be concentrating a lot. If you make one single mistake, it could lead to multiple people dying in any percent. And when multiple people die, you could easily game over. But we are fighting Gudrun at like level 72 or 73. But in here, our characters are level 87, 15 levels higher, and yeah, again, it's another super easy boss fight. So the ending of this Shadow Boss run is basically we're just going to bully the bosses. Easy. It's a fun way of relaxing after finally coming through that intense Shadow Boss run. After all of those hard fights, then yeah, you got to relieve your stress by just bullying these weak bosses. Well, I guess that's how a lot of RPG works. Like, once you beat the post-game bosses, then yeah, the final story bosses like super easy. In my old route where I level up to using Vanaheim instead of the Hugin and Munin, so yeah, I do all the story and I go to the final dungeon. I do level up and I also have to fight that Leonius and Gudrun bosses the intended way. Not intended way, I mean like the correct level. Because I'm using those fights to level up as well. But in this route, nope, I'm just crushing them straight away. Because this game uses soundtracks from like a couple of different classic RPGs. This is, I don't know which Final Fantasy it is, but yeah, I think it's from Final Fantasy. Basically, yeah, so this is again, so this is Exit Fate. It's a free RPG Maker game and it uses soundtracks from like Final Fantasy, Wild Arms, Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, Xenogears, and Suikoden. Yeah, basically this is a free fan-made game that is like heavily inspired by Suikoden. Yeah, she does. So yeah, actually, yeah, the final two bosses that we fight, like if she hits the same character a few times, she could actually still kill them. It's just the damage is still high, but doesn't matter if one person died. It doesn't matter because the 5 other person could still easily kill her. Oh, also the last boss, the last story boss, it actually uses a brand label music from like a metal band. But it could get the YouTube video copyright claimed, so I swapped the music with the Suikoden 2 music. Which is unfortunate because I think that metal band music that he's using is actually really epic and it's really fitting for this fight. But I have just to swap it to something else, otherwise I don't want to harm RPG Limit Breaks YouTube channel. So this is the final boss, like she starts with like a bunch of fingers around. And in any percent, it's a the steps are pretty complicated, but it's still easy as long as you don't like really mess up a lot, then the fight is still easy. As long as you did the right thing. Bruce might die there if you do a physical attack on Bruce. There you go. Rip Bruce. Beaten by an underleveled mob. Shame on you. And there you go. That's GG. That's the game. There's like 2 more cutscenes, I think. Yeah, there's like 2 minutes more of cutscenes for dialogue boxes for me to mash through. But after that, it's done. Ah, thanks for the GG. So yeah, this still 2 minutes below estimate. So yeah, I'm still fine. So I didn't follow the bad footsteps of Neo/Tom and especially Lance. who brought this honor upon our Suikothon community by going overestimate. Again, like I think I'm pretty sure like most of the people viewers here like haven't didn't really know about this game. So if any of you guys here haven't played this game and you guys like Suikoden, I really recommend playing this because as a Suikoden fan, I really enjoy this game. It definitely gives the same experience that a good Suikoden game gives, like like Suikoden 1, 2, 3, 5, and all that. This game really gives like a similar experience, similar quality experience, with some twists as well that haven't been explored in a Suikoden game. And yeah, just like a Suikoden game, the ending have our the leader character refuses to be the leader after the war is over, and he'll leave the country. Although unlike Suikoden, he didn't leave secretly. He will openly mention that he will explore other countries as a sort of a diplomat. So yeah, Space Coyote, whenever you're ready, I think I'm just going to show a bit of the character endings, just so that you don't have to stay for quite longer. But yeah, whenever you're ready, I think I'm going to turn off my stream, and you could turn on yours. That's the last dialogue. There you go. 27 minutes slower than my PB. Like, are you ready? Okay. Oh, first, yeah. This in the character epilogues, actually, it uses a Final Fantasy VIII music, and actually get copyright claimed on YouTube as well. So I actually swapped this to a Suikoden 3 music, like one of the Suikoden 3 ending music. Although since like the schedule we are already gonna going beyond the schedule, then I think I'll just have to finish this quick. Alright, thanks again, guys. Yeah. And yeah, so next run is Space Coyotes doing Suikoden 5 any percent no blacksmith run.